Boom. Hello. How are we, people? Are we all well today? I hope you are. I know one person as well. Daffy Dill. How we do, my darling? I hope you are well, my darling. As always, I think Daffy's in both streams today. We've got 2 streams on the go. Well, we will have at 10 a.m. Eastern time when the Nicholas Casitas trial restarts, so that I will have to walk over to my laptop and bing, press that live. Remind me, please, because I might not remember. And this one is about just jump around. Bit of a jump. I got the first video is the head of Massachusetts State Police speaking on Karen Reed, Sandra Birchmore, and reshaping the department. Ooh. So there's that. Hello, Sally. Hey, Sally, just keep scrolling, yeah? Just keep scrolling, Sally. Hi, peeps. Sorry I've not been on. I've been on holiday. Don't you worry. Where did you go? I hope you had a nice time, Sally. I am jealous of you. I hope you had a wonderful time, Sally. And you're back in at home now. Sally's from... I love the fact that you put GB. Does it do that automatically? Sally's from Great Britain, the UK. But she's from England, unfortunately for her. She's not from Wales, you know. Nah, joking. England's a lovely place, as long as you don't have to live there. Oh, Norfolk now. That's nice. Not county. I love that. Norfolk is really nice. It's in north of England. It's actually a really nice area. A lovely jubbly. I'm glad that you did go there. I've never been there, as in for holiday, but I know you are. I hope you enjoy yourself, Sally. Oh, I'm yawning. Do you know what, people? I am so sore. I'm so stiff. I went circuit training this morning to the gym. I think I'm the youngest there. And oh boy, am I suffering right now. I've not been for 6 weeks. I'm suffering. My legs, I can barely walk. My calves are hurting. But hey, I'm a trooper. I'm still here. So we'll be going through some stuff. As I say, the first video we're going to see is the Mass State Police, head of Mass State Police. We'll play that in a little bit. And we'll do some case hopping and some videos and stuff like that. And we take it from there. It's a build-up to our next trial, which is Donna Adelson. That'll be our next proper trial. I know we got Nicholas Casitas on at the minute, which some of you are watching, and I thank you for watching. I am not watching it, but I am still streaming it, and it will be ad-free, so anyone that does want to watch it, it's still over there. If you don't want commentary, you just want to watch it, it's the place to be. And shout out to our special Mexi Texi, who streamed it all day yesterday on my behalf, as I wasn't available. So shout out to my hero. Let's not tell her that. Mexi for streaming it. It's good. Who else is here? What's going on? KD's in the chat. There you go. I thought there's a party in the chat. How are we doing, my darling? Hope you're well as well, KD. Nice to see you, my darling. Let's see what's going on here. Come on, people. Not many people are liking. Only 50% of you have liked the stream. What's going on? Every time that happens, I'm going to have to play the song. Do you know what I mean? And I know it annoys you, but I have to, because people aren't liking the stream. Where the friggin' Nora is it? Where is it? Here we go. Press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. There you go. People hate that. I play that, but I don't care. So hippie chicks here. Oh, you see, the party is starting. We just need Lady Di, and the party started, you know. So Katie's here, hippie chicks here. Trouble, there may be trouble ahead. Party time on this fine Tuesday morning. It does seem like it, Katie, and here she is, the one that keeps sending me nudes. Lady Di too. How are you, my darling? I hope you're well. Hope everything's going well with you. And here we are, Christine Fortunato. How are you, Christine? I hope you're well. I'm not sure what you're streaming today, Christine. I hope your day goes well, though. We're doing a lot of, as I say, the head of Mass State Police on Karen Reid, Sandra Birchmore, and reshaping the department is our first video. I think it's CBS who interviewed, and then we're just going to go. I think there's a Richard Allen video. His wife has spoken, and there's a few. We'll just jump around, jump around. Hello, Lou. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you. Hello, Delancha. Hello to you. And Lady Di is driving to work. Okay, beep beep. Now you know what to do. If you see it, avoid it.
Erin Hartree drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hartree drives a bus all day long.
So watch out for that bus. The bad news is Erin's not feeling well at the minute. I think she's okay, but she's coming down with the flu. I think she's been overworking, overstretching herself. So we'll be nice to Erin. If she does come into chat today, we'll be nice to her. I'm always nice to her, but you know what I mean. Small bus, absolutely. Love the small bus. There you go. That's what it is. Head of Massachusetts State Police on Karen Reid, Sandra Birchman, reshaping the department. So that'll be the first video. It's like, 37 minutes long. I'll give it a little bit because I'm enjoying speaking to you. I've not spoken to you all since Friday. So I hope everyone had a great weekend. And again, thank you to Mexi for sorting me out yesterday. Also, I got my... I'll show this when Erin comes in later, but I got a mug today. Oh, yes, she is! Yes, she is. I just tell everyone I need to be nice to you today. I'm going to be nice to Erin Hack today. Oh, shit! I just fucking smashed some stuff there. So this came today. My potentially criminal mug. Shawn. Here we are. Potentially criminal. I love this mug because also, I love Shawn anyway, but just to remind the people, nobody talks, everybody walks. So remember, if you get arrested, don't talk, you'll walk. So I love that. I think I ordered a t-shirt as well, but hasn't come yet. But I got this. So I think I ordered a t-shirt. I need to check. Lol. Hope you feel better, Erin. Yeah, I just told everyone that you're a little bit ill, been in the weeds too much. I've been breathing in the exhaust today. I have that mug too. There you go. I'm a big support. Well, we are a big support of Potentially Criminal. Hopefully, as I say, for me, he's somebody I watch all the time or repeat anyway. He's not many people I do watch, but I do watch him when I can. So, right. Should we go into it? I don't know what this is going to be. The head of Mass State Police. This could be just nothing burger, but yes, there wasn't one available when I was there. There wasn't one available. This was the only one I could use. So just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty. Yes, I don't think I think it was out of stock when I tried to order it. So I got that one instead, which is the same meaning. Just don't speak to police. Always have a lawyer. Ask for an attorney. So, right, everybody. Erin is breathing in smoke because her bus isn't working.
Erin Hartree drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hartree drives a bus all day long.
It's not like you to buy stuff, merch, Erin. It's not like you at all. Right, let's play this then. Let's put it up. Boop, boop. No, it's not that one. I need to get used to this again now. I'll not stream for a bit. Right, here we go. So this is CBS. What's her name? I don't remember. This guy is the head of Massachusetts State Police. And I think he dressed as Karen Reid, Sandra Birchmore, and all that. People create the merch because of people like me, hoarders. Yes. My store's shut now, so I got stopped by a train and already late for work. Oh no. There may be trouble ahead. Thank you, Katie. Right, let's go watch this then. Let's watch this bad boy and see what this guy's got to say.
I just want to start with you start.
Okay, so it's State Police. Jeffrey Noble sat down with Christina Rex. Oh shit. Okay, this is Christina Rex. Okay. Hey, hiya, trucker. Good morning to you, my darling. Right, here we go. Jeffrey Noble.
Bringing this job.
Oh shit! Can people remind me as well at 10 a.m. to switch the trial on as well on my other laptop, please? Thank you.
It was, I believe, September 2024 that it was announced that you were going to start here.
Yep.
And there was a lot of stress put on the fact that you were coming from the outside. There was a search outside of Massachusetts for someone external to come in and lead state police. And this was in a time that was difficult for state police, coming off of an overtime scandal. First Karen Reid trial had just ended.
Afternoon, Daza. Rex. Yes, but she's good looking, so we can look at her. But just remember, this is Jeffrey Noble, so let's see what he's going to say. But she's not bad to look at. She's annoying as fuck, but she's not bad to look at.
Among other issues. Why did you take this job?
Well, I am an outsider from another state police agency. That said, I grew up in and around Massachusetts. I grew up around members of the Massachusetts State Police. And then as a state trooper from another state, I worked my entire career, and many times I got to work alongside the Massachusetts State Police. Mm-hmm. And the women and men of the Massachusetts State Police in an operational capacity. And through all those experiences, I developed a profound respect for the Massachusetts State Police, for the institution of the Massachusetts State Police, and for what it represents. And I always, grown up in this area and through my professional career, viewed the Massachusetts State Police as a model nationally. And over time and overseeing what was occurring and the shortfalls and the scandals that had happened, that was not the Massachusetts State Police. That was not representative of the Massachusetts State Police that I had gotten to know personally over the years. And once there was an announcement that there was a national search that was being done, I had retired at this point from law enforcement. I had moved on and from public service. But in that moment, I felt that if the governor felt that she was going to choose somebody from the outside, and if that person was to be me, I felt that it was a call to service, a call to support the institution of the Massachusetts State Police and to support the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. That if that was in fact an opportunity that was afforded to me, that I would put my hand up and say, I will do everything in my power and in my ability to come and be a part of the Massachusetts State Police. But it's driven and based on two key factors. Mm-hmm. One, it's my belief in the Massachusetts State Police, which I believe that the Commonwealth has and shares, which is why we have this moment that's resonating so loudly. This belief in the Massachusetts State Police and the excellence that it should represent, and the slippage that has occurred. Mm-hmm. And that resonates with the community equally as it resonates with me. So that's why I'm here. It's my belief in the Mass State Police, and it's my belief in and also the fact that we can address this moment, that we have to address this moment.
So you've used terms like slippage, scandal. I'm thinking big picture right now. You've worked in other state police agencies. Are these issues special to Massachusetts State Police or not?
There are issues that are unique to any agency. Okay. I don't think that the Massachusetts State Police is unique in this regard. I think that underlying these issues is the fact that as a large organization and a human organization, there are human beings behind what we do. Right. We have an institution, but there are going to be issues. But what I do find that I can bring to this moment that is a bit unique, is a focus and a laser focus on improving our management structures, the managerial internal controls that the Massachusetts State Police has to ensure that we have accountability across the board. And I think that if I was to drill down in one specific area that I believe that I can support the Massachusetts State Police on, it is that. It's to support this department through exceptional management practices, exceptional internal controls, so that our troopers are getting the support that they need to number one, do their job. But number two, there's management, there's oversight, there's accountability. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we are accountable to the public. And so our job is to ensure that we are focused on building out these internal controls. And then equally as important, being transparent with the community so that the communities hear what we're doing, have a say in what we're doing. And then ultimately, the goal here is to restore some degree of public confidence so that there's a sense of confidence that the state police, we are not going to be perfect. No agency I know is perfect. We're a human agency. The real challenge we have is to ensure that when we're not perfect, when we fall short of that expectation, that number one, we see it. Number two, we have the right mechanisms in place. And that's where we're focused on right now.
You kind of walked me right into this, which is the unique part about your position, I think, is that you answer to the people of Massachusetts and also to the thousands of state troopers, right? You're in that position kind of between what at times can be competing concerns. How do you deal with that?
Well, you look for common ground.
I'm already bored of this interview. It's just a fluff piece bullshit interview. Chopping mouse. It's just literally a fluff piece of bullshit. And they're not going to change anything. They're not going to do anything. I can tell you, you're just hitting the notes. So we will do better. We were the prime. We were this. We bog off, dude. You're shit. I mean, it's just nonsense. I wish I listened to this beforehand. I would never played it. There's no point playing it. It's just a fluff piece. You just hit the keynotes of what the public think they want to hear. Actions speak louder than words. So he says that in the past it was like the staple, what everyone looked up to. Great. It's lost its way. Okay, what are you going to do about it? Bring it back to what it used to be like. Okay. Show us. Show. Oh, but there needs to be improvements and there needs to be this. We need more money. We need more bullshit. Just fucking, yeah. So, no point. I'm not in that mood today. I'm not in the mood for fluff pieces today. Do you know what I mean? Hang on, someone's in my house. Hang on, someone's in my house. 2 seconds. Hello. Right, sorry. Hello, Heather. How are you, my darling? Nice to see Heather. Heather's going to Boston as well in October. No, so I was like, what's that? Who's come? My sister. My sister arrived with 3 of my nieces were here as well. So that's because they're going. 3 of the 4 nieces are all going to Liverpool for a short holiday with my sister on Thursday. So I want to say goodbye. I was like, fucking goodbye. No, I'm joking. I love to see them. I didn't expect them. I didn't know they were calling over. So yeah, I just said hello, goodbye to them very quickly there now. So anyway, as I was saying earlier on, I was in the gym today, so I feel really stiff today. Really stiff. Like proper stiff. Hey J Mac. J Mac knows the score. She knows I'm stiff. I'm so sore. Really stiff. Oh, I barely can move. So that's why I was like, oh shit, who's coming to my house? But anyway, it's all good. Why? What did you all think? You all thought something was happening to you? Royal Feds, English Feds, Welsh Feds, mother. Look at all of you. Look at all of you. You are unbelievable. But yeah, hello to you all. Dragon Hunters, and Eric thought it was you. The Dragon Hunters. Ta-da! Okay, they just run out. So once we were here, obviously had to have chocolates. So I had a wagon wheel, a jam one. So in the UK, I'm not sure if you do the same. We got 2 versions: plain chocolate and jam. And jam is my favorite one. So I had one of those because I feel fat today. So that's why I was like, do you know what? Let's have a wagon wheel. Also, I worked out this morning, and again, J Mac, I'm so stiff. J Mac, you know. J Mac loves it. No spotted dick, no under the CG, no spotted dick, just anyway, I'll speak to J Mac earlier on, that's why she knows I'm stiff. But anyway. So yeah, there's no point. Hey Eric! How you doing, fella? Nice to see you, my friend. Love Eric. Canton strong. Let's go. We love Canton. Eric's always got the "We love Canton" sign, you know. Eric was also falsely charged, but that was dropped, thankfully. But I hope you're doing well, my friend. I can't wait to see you in the fall. It'd be good to see you again. Try to get my hat straight there. So yeah, I was saying to everybody, this head of state police guy, just full of bullshit. Full of bullshit. Wagon wheels have shrunk in size. Hey, trust me, Lou, a lot of things have shrunk in size. A lot of things used to be bigger as well. It's nature taking its course. But it's a true story, though, Lou. You're right. Morning, Eric. It's good for you and gets better every time you work out. I know. I haven't got the energy. That's my problem. I need to get more tests. I need to get more. I haven't got the energy. That's my problem. And literally, my calves are burning. Hey, Eric. Oh, do you meet Eric? Oh, yeah, you probably met Eric when you were there. If not, then you'll get to meet Eric when you're in the fall, Heather, for sure. So yeah, so this one was bullshit. I'm not going to bother playing it because there's no point. It's complete fluff. I hate that. I was hoping something good would happen. I mean, it's good to look at Christina Rex, but when she opens her mouth, it's like, oh, you suck. She's so bad, Christina Rex. I hate her. Penny works with. Penny's very good, and Penny is very beautiful as well. but she's actually a very good journalist, I think. Penny is. Christina Reps, I do not. She's all right. I mean, everyone seems to veer towards her. She was classed as like the head of media, allegedly. I'm not sure if it's if she gave it to herself, but all the court would always go to her. The officers would always go to her with news and stuff like that. Yeah. Oh shit! Is it on? I got another stream for Casotis. It's not on yet, is it? No, it's 10 o'clock supposed to be on, isn't it? I hope, because I'm not watching it. I'm done with that trial, but I'm streaming it, so it's on the other one. Oh, never work out. Pataza, love it. Right, let's go back. Right, there's one here I wanted to. I've not followed. Okay. There's a few things we can watch here now. There was one though. No, don't stick in here, Erin. Stick in here, Erin. Just stay here, Erin Hack. That one, there's not many people watching that one, so let that one get in there. The stream starts at 10, yes. Did you see? I was seeing the feud. Where's it gone? Between Turtle Boy and Joel from whatever his name is.
Much more tragic.
So they're going to be back and forth, and agents have seen a clip saying it looks like Calm, who was Joel's mother, understood my point. Now please pay her 50% of the revenue you're making off her story. I'll be honest with you, I don't. STS, is it? I don't watch Joel from STS. I thought he was actually quite good a couple of years ago. I stopped watching him. I didn't like him. I don't like his guests, and I don't like anything about him or his beliefs, to be quite honest with you. I think he sits on the fence too much. Whatever guest he's got on is what he veers back and forward on. And Aiden and him went back and forward yesterday, I think Sunday and yesterday, and yeah, I think he's definitely using his mother to get Aiden, but whatever, fuck Joel. Right, where is it? Oh, bollocks. I had, maybe some videos. Right, so there's one here. I have not watched this, but I know Erin Hack knows all about it, so she can tell you all about it. A case in Indiana. Oh, and Hippie Chicks here as well. So, Richard Allen was found guilty and of killing 2 young girls. But there's a lot of debate now about whether he is in fact guilty. So his wife speaks out. I've not watched this, but his wife speaks out. Dilemma son had just lost all his energy. They checked his testosterone and found it was very low. He's your age. You need to get that checked. He's got his med yesterday. Well, Daffodil, good news. I've already had it checked. And yes, I am low. And I have got an appointment on August 20th. I wasn't going to share that with everybody, yes, but I have got low testosterone, people. So same as your son, Daffy. I'm seeing my endocrine specialist on the 20th on the phone to see next steps about what they're going to do about it. So we'll see. One of many things I need to sort out with my health, but yes, I've the wheels have been in motion. That's actually one of the reasons I stopped walking. I got zero energy. I have zero energy. So, so you've seen it. Okay. I will have to look at this then. I have not. Duff. Like she's like you are like a rabbit, Erin Hack. I liked his family spoke up. Yeah, well, I need to look at this. Right, let's watch it. I've not, as I say, I will say this: Andrew Burka and Defense Diaries have covered it for months, and I have covered zero about it. So I have no knowledge about this, and I'm not gonna pretend that I do know anything about it. So, shit. So I'm not giving analysis. I'm not saying if he's innocent, guilty. I literally know nothing about this case. So I know the case, but I've got no research behind me. I've got nothing. I just thought I know a lot of you watch these things, and Hippie Chick's already seen this, but I thought I'd watch it. I have lowest estrogen and in the middle of perimenopause. I understand the no energy. There you go. I meet his wife at the trial. She's so sweet. Good Dylan. I'm like a dog. Good Dylan. Sit Dylan. Go around Dylan. Will not do it. No way, no how. I'm in the deep on this one too. Erin, you're in the deep in every fucking trial, my darling. You're literally in the weeds in every one of them. I don't know how you got the time. Was my life for years. Well, it's local to you, so that's understandable. I was more pissed that they didn't show the trial. Do you know what I mean? Was it Judge Gull? Is that what it's called? Oh, Mexi's a darling. She just sent me a reminder, telling me I'm an idiot. Thank you, Mexi, if you're watching, if you're listening. Just said, just a reminder you're an idiot. Thank you, Mexi. Never got the email to work from home. Shut the front door. Lady Di, I hope you turn right back and like, right, see you later. That would suck, Lady Di. Hippie Chick was BOTG at Delphi. What's BOTG? Oh, sorry, boots to the ground. Sorry, yeah. Hippie Chick was boots to the ground. Were you? I didn't realize you. Oh, I think I did know you were there, but I wasn't covering it, obviously, but others were. Basically tortured. Yes, I think so. I love the fact. Do you know what I love, right? What I love about this channel, right? I just put myself off. That we can go and watch something we all agree is shit. That we're going to watch Richard Allen. In between, we're talking about menopause, testosterone, and all that. Now we're deep in the weeds with Richard Allen. We're talking about different things. Talk about how stiff we are and exercise, and we talk about jail, prison, and it's just normal. Do you know what I mean? Talk about health updates, along with different cases, and now we understand that Lady Di has been told that she can work from home, but she's in work and pissed off about it. Gull shit, I love that. But boss, I could pick tomorrow. Oh, there you go. There you go. So you got tomorrow or Thursday. So there you go. Thursday, I would pick. I'll pick Thursday. We talk about menopause now. Don't get me. I know. Well, I thought I'd chuck it out there. I knew that you and Erin would be wanting to talk about that. I knew that. Richard, Idaho recently because they both pissed me off. There you go. Well, Idaho, we won't get there because Erin's in the weeds there as well. That's why I love it. I know. You can literally switch from everything. I mean, lots of people don't like it, right? Because of that. They're like, no, concentrate on this. I'm like, fuck off. I'll concentrate on fucking this and that. We'll concentrate about Erin Hack's menopause and Hippie Chick, my testosterone. I mean, how random is that? Daffy Diller, you brought that up because literally just come up. Mexi Texi called me a prick in the text messages. Thank you, Mexi, for the reminder. Thank you, my darling. But yeah, let's watch this then. We'll watch this. Delphi Killer, and thank you for the reminder. Lady Di driving back home now. Just remember. Erin Hack, she drives a bus, yellow bus. I'm Bags, low testosterone in my 20s and had to take stuff. Well, so this is where I've got. So this is why I got a call with a specialist because they were looking at me to. There's a gel they can use for testosterone. But the problem is, look, we're just going deep in the weeds here, is that it can lead to prostate cancer. and my father had prostate cancer. So I got 4 doctors at the minute, and my main doctor, who was my local doctor, does not want me to take it. So it's like, it's just fucking, you know, it's everywhere. Morning, Hot Mama. Morning, Josie. Now, if you want a TikTok follow Josie. I watched Josie and I'm tired straight away. She fucking works so hard in running. Run, rabbit, Josie. Run, rabbit, Josie. And she's running a marathon, I think in September. Let's fucking go, Josie. She's never said I'm unemployed. No, like I know you have ADHD. Had not bags. You had low testosterone. Well, I have it now. So I got questions. J-Mac, I asked you one question. I don't think you've answered it. I don't understand one thing about it. I asked you, a text you about Josie, because J-Mac is my doctor. So actually I got 5 doctors. I think Chappie Mouse has menopause. I think I may have pre-menopausal. Fine, okay. Hey, Genty, how are you, my darling? How are you, my darling? Nice to see you. After 40, it's all downhill. Tell me about it. Morning, Jen. Aaron Hack, it's better on 2x and eating his own feces, correct? What the fuck? This is how random this shit is. Who the fuck's eating their feces? Oh, Richard Allen. Okay. Josie, both ways. Daffy likes it both ways. Follow our very own Josie. There you go. TikTok. TikTok. Boom. Josie. Josie is an inspiration. I think 2 years ago, she didn't even run. And look at her now. She's fucking fast mama. Not just a hot mama. She's a fast mama. Fit mama. I thought I'm just saying I got 5 doctors. You haven't answered my question about testosterone. I texted you about. You haven't answered it yet. What happened to life begins at 40? It does, but just downhill. Now she's messing me. What question did I answer? I was saying, how can I get... Oh, I won't say it publicly. I'll forward it again to you. Sorry, people. Where is it? There you go. I'll forward it now to... Oh, shit. I'll re-forward it to you now. There you go. I have a gyno appointment in a couple of weeks. I'll see where they put me on hormone. So this is what they're looking at, stuff they're talking to me about. I have no idea about any of this stuff, you know. So Steve had prostate cancer. Don't do anything to do with it. Well, so my father had it, so I have to have it every 5 years. So I had it when a test when I was 39, where you stick your finger up your bum. But they don't do that anymore. They don't stick a finger up your bum. They just take bloods. So and I now will have it pretty much annually now. Sup? How you doing, Keith? There you go. J-Mac. Murder Sheep podcast. They're awful. You cannot use the gel anyway. You could never touch, hug, or hold your mother or nieces. Oh, is that true? Okay. I didn't know that. But it does begin to fall you just with a bad knees. Be better than me and follow Josie. There you go. And sex, too much energy. So Lady Dies has a very productive sex life. Happy days. Here we go. You see, and now we've gone to this topic, sex. Aaron Hack, I'm still having sex no matter what, die. Hey Terry, how are you, my darling? Nice to see you. Blood test. There you go. Yes, blood test now. Yes. Let's talk prostates, menopause, and trials. This is a weird stream. Well, to be fair, you directed it down this way. Things about that job of just him getting his nick. Yeah, he was. Turbo didn't do anything wrong. Just that Joel. I never. I said I followed him right at the start, but I've no interest in him now. For a couple since actually Alex Murdoch and yeah. I'm no interest in him. But this is a weird stream. This is always a weird channel, Aaron Hack. So, as you know yourself, we talk about all sorts in here. But let's get back on track. Let's talk about Aaron's menopause. I am joking. Let's talk about Richard Allen. Let's watch this now then. So this is Richard Allen, the Delphi killer's wife, breaks silence on gruesome murders. So as you can see, it's a long crime video. But shut up. You would never unsub. Oh, yes. So Hippie Chick is also there in October. I didn't want to announce Hippie Chick because I didn't know if it was public, but Hippie Chick will also be there, Heather, in Massachusetts. Alan. Oh, you are Keith Allen. Okay. I didn't realize that. Right. Let's put this up. Oh, fuck. You see, this is why Mexi should stream. Law and crime fix. Here we go. I'm coming back, baby. I can't wait. There you go. I love our channel, so diverse. A lot of us have been helped here. Thank you, Daffodil. I appreciate that. Alan. Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, I got you. Sarah Hendricks, the one that TB hates. It was better than Murder Sheet, but don't trust her. Right, here we go, everyone.
Abby and Libby had gone on a walk, but we went to pick them up. They weren't there.
A new series dives deep into the Delphi murders, the case against Richard Allen, and the stories of Abby's and Libby's families left to mourn the girls. Plus, Allen's wife, Kathy, speaks publicly for the first time.
My name is Kathy Allen, and I am the spouse of Richard Allen.
I look at what the series reveals and talk with one of Allen's trial attorneys. The guy on the Snapchat video, Bridge Guy. I mean, can you admit that it does sound like Richard Allen? Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. February 13th, 2017 is a day that changed the small town of Delphi, Indiana forever. The city of nearly 3,000 people lost its innocence and was thrust into the international spotlight after two young girls went out for a walk on a trail and never came home. I've told you about the Delphi murders many, many times here on Crime Fix, and now a new docuseries on Hulu, The Girls on the High Bridge. But just a quick refresher on the case. Abby Williams and Libby German, they were best friends. That Monday, they happened to be off school, and it was warmer out than normal. So Abby and Libby, they asked Libby's older sister if she would drop them off at the trails. So off they went. Little did Libby's family know it would be the last time they would ever see the girls. No one could reach Libby when they tried to call her cell phone a couple of hours later, and that wasn't normal. The only clue at that point, this photo of Abby on the Monon High Bridge. Abby and Libby were reported missing that night, and a search started. The two best friends were found the next day near Deer Creek. Both of their throats had been slashed. Libby was nude and appeared to have tried to protect her throat. Abby was wearing Libby's clothes, and her throat had been cut just once. This crime would be terrifying and shocking if it happened anywhere. In a small town like Delphi,
I'm presuming that Ricky Allen is, because I saw Hippie Chick say it again as well. Is it Ricky Allen they call him then, not Richard Allen? I'm just double checking. It's Ricky. What's his? Was Hippie Chick said Ricky as well? And then Mexi says Richard. So just wanted to double check that. Ricky is Richard, I presume. He goes by Ricky, so it's Ricky Allen. Okay. But the public say Richard Allen. Okay. Thank you, Hippie Chick. Thank you very much, Hippie Chick. That explains it. This is why beautiful. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you, everyone. I just wanted to double clarify. Thank you very much.
was practically unimaginable. This is not something that would happen in a place like Delphi, Indiana, but it did. A killer was on the loose and no one knew who it was. Was it their neighbor, their father, their friend? And then a break. Days after the murders, Libby had recorded a man on the bridge.
Downhill.
The search for Bridge Guy went on for years, and people thought it would only take days, weeks at most. But the video wasn't crystal clear. Only a small portion of the video was released to the public back in 2017. It was enhanced. I'll show you that longer version later. In the new series, Richard Allen's wife, Kathy, She calls him Ricky, said that years had passed, and then Indiana State Police came knocking on their door. She describes him as a family man. She said that Ricky was off work on February 13th, and she came home from work, and he was laying on the couch, and the news came on about Abby and Libby being missing. Then she said Ricky told her that he was out on the trail that day. She told him he should call police, and he did so. Kathy said Ricky met with a conservation officer in a parking lot, and they heard nothing more. Kathy said they didn't walk on the trail anymore. She said that years passed, and then officers came knocking on their door to talk to Ricky. Kathy Shank, a clerk volunteering, had found Richard Allen's name on a report that was filed away incorrectly and marked for follow-up. In October 2022, Indiana State Police came looking for Richard Allen.
I can tell you that if that picture was,
Hi, Donna. How are you, my darling? Sorry, I emailed you back today. I'm so sorry. It took me 2 weeks, my darling. It was in the junk spam. Sorry. Hope you're doing well, Donna. And just to answer your question, I was going to answer it later on. I think from what I've seen, I think Defense Diaries has done a great job, and Andrew Burke has done a great job. Also, if you know me well, Heather, there'll be channels that we don't support here or don't shout at, but certainly anything like Defense Diaries and Andrew Burke and stuff, we definitely support because they do a great job. And I think that their coverage, from my understanding, their coverage has been excellent. And I know that there's a lot of big fans of theirs in this channel. So, I need to watch him more. I just haven't got the time. So I haven't got the time. That's my problem. Outside the calls with me, Joe, I watched a couple of them. I did watch a couple of them. He was invited. So correct me if I'm wrong. Bob Motter from Defense Diaries was invited to the trial via Ricky's wife, if I'm correct in saying, because the media there was a blockage of media. There was only a certain amount of media allowed in, and they were queuing all night and stuff. But Bob was allowed in because he was with the family, is how I believe it worked. He interviewed you. Oh, I bet he could make you shut up. If you all meet hippie chick, she doesn't shut up, but in a good way. In a good way. Well, Corey, but thank you. Thank you for pushing me. You will know what I mean, but thank you for pushing me. So yeah, that'll give me a kick up the ass. Thank you, Donna. I used to. I think she's a great analytical mind. I think she's very pretty, but I think she's got a great analytical mind. I think she's. If I was watching a trial from scratch and wanted commentary and to understand what was going on, as a layperson, Andrew would probably be one of my top picks to recommend to watch it. She would probably be one, yes. I don't like commentary and stuff like that, but I don't like be speaking down to stuff. I think Andrew explains things well, and I like EDB's summaries as well for different trials. So I do like her a lot. I need to watch more Defense Diaries, though. I do. I'll admit that I need to. I just haven't got enough time, because another one I really like is Potentially Criminal, Shawn. So it's hard to fucking follow everybody, There you go. Took excellent notes during the trial. Where's Sarah P, by the way? I'm not seeing Sarah P today. Oh, okay, that's about Kathy. Oh, she is. Yeah, she could 100% kick my ass. She's a boxer, isn't she? Oh, shit. Thank you, Yaya. I didn't remember. Thank you, my darling. Well, to be fair, though, Maxie, most of you guys here could probably kick my ass. Low testosterone, remember, good no energy. Right. I'll play this and I'll start the stream. We might as well just start it anyway. I won't be there, but I'll start it.
You can sit and take anybody and say, well, if they were wearing this and wearing that, that could be done. If that picture was taken from one of the girls' phones, here's the problem because I've never met them. No, but listen, here's the problem with that. You know why you can put a lot of people and say they're wearing blue jeans and a blue coat, but you know what the difference is? No, you said you were there. Well, sure I did. We have people that saw you. Okay.
Ricky said you were out on the bridge yourself.
There aren't that many people that saw me. I mean, I'm sure I didn't miss that many people. They walked behind me, I guess.
Kathy Allen said that her husband, he knew something wasn't right as he was being interrogated. That interview was on October 13th, 2022. Then 13 days later, Richard Allen went to pick up his car and the questioning resumed.
Okay. So we took your gun, your 40 cal SIG, and we sent it down there to the lab to have it matched with an item that we located on February the 14th when we found the girls.
Okay.
And that item was a 40 caliber Winchester round. We found that at the scene.
Okay.
The extraction marks on that round match your gun.
Perfect.
So
This is okay.
no, just hear me out. I'm just trying.
I am.
So this is the round. Okay. Those are the extraction marks. That's the best picture of them. There's actually 3 of them.
I don't even know how my bullet would have gotten out there if that's my bullet.
It's without a doubt that this is very
Okay.
scientific. So let me show you a picture of this round where it was found. That's the round right there. It hadn't been out there very long. That is Liberty's foot. It's within 6 inches of one of the dead girls' bodies.
There's no way.
There is.
I'm telling you, there's not.
How did that round get there, Rick?
I don't know how the round got there. What I'm telling you is, if that is truly what you're saying it is, it's not my round.
I cover a lot of really scary crime stories here on Can Wipe Their Info. Even allows you enters the interview room.
Don't know how did a bullet from your gun get out there?
I don't know.
Because they said it came from our gun.
I know that's what they believe me. That's what they're telling me.
But how did it get there?
I don't know.
They said there was one in your box above your dresser that matched it.
They showed me that picture too. I can't explain it. And I don't.
I can't either. They keep asking me and I don't know how to answer that.
Richard Allen is charged with murdering Abby and Libby more than 5 years after the murders.
For a reason, not
Because you guys are trying to kill somebody.
You're trying to tell me that I'm not making this round up, Rick. It is what it is.
I'm done talking. Arrest me.
The Hulu series touches on some of Richard Allen's jailhouse confessions. He called his mother and his wife several times from the prison where he was being held and confessed.
I just wanted to apologize to you.
What's going on, sweetheart?
I did it.
You did
No,
what?
I did it.
What?
I killed Abby and Libby.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't, Darren.
Yes, I did.
Don't say
I don't know
that.
why.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't, Darren. You're not feeling well. There's something wrong. They've messed up your meds or something there.
No, I mean, I evidently did it.
No, you didn't. Why would you say that?
Because maybe I did.
No, you didn't, dear.
I think I did.
No, you didn't.
Right, I'll just jump in here quickly. I've not seen this before. I've not heard this before. I've not heard this or seen this. But he's just gone from saying that he did it to maybe he did it. That does not sound like a sane person. How can in 1 minute you say you did it, then be like, well, maybe I did it? So I take what he says with a pinch of salt, is what I'm trying to say. I don't necessarily... When he first said it, I was like, oh, shit, damn, he admitted it. But now also he's like, well, maybe I did. I mean, he hasn't got a clue if he did it or not. It doesn't seem like he has a clue what's going on. And I would question what medicine he's on. And I know nothing about this case. So I would just say that looks like he's over medicated or something. So yeah, I think I did it. Yes, maybe. I think. Well, that's not a confession then. That means he's fucking buzzed. He's out with fucking mind. Who was evaluating him? Was it they had him on major meds? Oh, okay, that makes sense. They had Walla in his ear, suggesting stuff to. Who the fuck's Walla? Is that a misprint as well? He was manipulated and drugged. I heard he was manipulated. I didn't know he was drugged though. He's on Haldol. I don't know what that is. Was feeding him info as well as feeding the internet. Oh fuck, really? Friend of mine that I used to work with. She's amazing. Okay, so this is because maybe I did it. I think I did it. So they're basically saying you did do it, and to the extent that he's like, I probably did do it then. Oh, thank you. Sorry, people. I did, as I say, this is totally new for me. So Haldol is no joke. I come out and this is frustrating. My commentary is frustrating because I don't know anything about this case, but it came across quite. Doesn't sit well with me how you can confess and go maybe and then think that you did it. It just, yeah, it doesn't seem like in the right state of mind. Anyway, let's go back to it. I basically I don't view that as a confession. I'm trying to say
They are screwing with you there, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. There's something wrong. They are messing with you. They are messing with your mind.
And that wasn't a one-off. Ricky Allen said that he did it many, many times. His lawyers would say it was due to the conditions he was being kept in pre-trial, a maximum security prison, not a county jail, and he was being medicated.
I did it. Captain.
What?
I did it. Do you still love me?
Yes, dear. But you didn't do it.
Allen's trial was held in the fall of 2021 with a jury from another county. The jurors saw the entire video of Bridge Guy recorded by Libby German. Take a look.
See, this is the path that we go down. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
The video is haunting. It shows Abby and Libby in their final moments. And you hear one of them say at the end, there's no path. And a man saying, guys, down the hill. Ultimately, the jury believed that Richard Allen was that man. The new Hulu series also features interviews with Abby and Libby's family and friends, their lives forever shattered by losing the girls. In the series, Kathy Allen says she wants true justice for the girls, and she says her husband is innocent.
I want true justice for Abby and Libby, but it should not be at the expense of an innocent person.
We know this Bridge Guy took the girls, and they proved Richard Allen was Bridge Guy.
I want to bring in Andy Baldwin. He is one of Richard Allen's trial attorneys. He defended him at his trial where he was ultimately convicted of murdering Abby and Libby. Thank you so much, Andy, for joining me. I really appreciate it. First off, I want to get your thoughts on this new docuseries, which has premiered recently on Hulu.
Yeah, we were approached after the trial by many, different formats to participate in some type of documentary or something. And what appealed to us about the Hulu was really the attachment of ABC News to it, because what we did not want, we wanted credibility with this project. And I think ABC News provided that credibility because what those that don't know about the Delphi world is it's very, very divisive. There's two distinct camps. There's the pro Richard Allen camp and the anti Richard Allen camp, those that think that he's guilty and those that don't. And both camps are super passionate. And then there's this middle lane, I think, where people, maybe they were in the Karen Reed, watching that. And then now they're looking for something new to invest their time and energy in. And those are the people that I think would like the Hulu, versus if what we had done was go out and I guess had a complete defense take on this, one-sided take, then that's not that could take away from that middle lane of people that they could say, well, I don't know how much of this I can believe. So we wanted an even-handed approach, a journalistic approach on this first docuseries, and that's why we agreed to participate. And I thought they did a pretty good job. There's a lot of stuff that's missing. They just didn't have the time for it. I don't know how that side of the business works. So we did way more interviews in terms of hours and hours of interviews, and there was a lot of detail in. And it'd be hard to get that minutia out there because it is this case is steeped in facts that, one fact links to the other, and you have to know the first fact before you know the second fact, and it's very complicated. So, but I'm very pleased, and I would encourage people to go watch it because they will. When you watch it, you can kind of dip your toe in the waters of Delphi and start to understand by watching it, especially the second and third episodes, why there was an injustice here. At least that's our perspective from the defense.
But you're talking about how divisive this case has been, and it's been incredibly divisive. To me, it's kind of insane how divisive it's been. And that happens sometimes in these huge, huge cases, these cases that really seem to grip people, and it breaks people into these almost tribal camps where you've got one side saying, no, the guy did it. And then the gal did it. And then, the other side saying, no, this person is innocent or is being railroaded. In your experience as a criminal defense attorney, I mean, why do you think this happens? I mean, you brought up the Karen Reed case. We saw it happen in that case. We saw it happen in the Delphi case. What's your thought on that?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it has a lot to do with social media. I've done this over 30 years. I've had some big cases, and there were people that were, in one camp or the other, but it never got to this level of heightened scrutiny. I mean, we have people in this case that are watching it from Zimbabwe, Scotland, South Africa, Australia, all over the world. And they are invested in this case. And I think a lot of it, as it relates to Delphi, as it relates to the Delphi case, I think a lot of that comes from the air of mystery and secrecy that was going on in this case for the first, 7 years before the Franks memo came out. And that's, for those that don't know, that was a 136-page memo that we put out that revealed a lot of information that had never been revealed before. It was part of a filing that we needed to do. We're trying to suppress some evidence. And once that came out, then it really hit into high gear. I didn't know what I was getting into when we filed that thing in terms of how it would affect worldwide attention. I had no idea about that because we got our head down and we're just plugging away. And then the next thing you know, all this attention is out there. So as it relates to the Delphi case, I think the secrecy just created the lack of transparency. And that's been a real problem in this case over the entirety of the case, is a lack of transparency. And it just breeds, conspiracy theories and things that, people out there, we the people, we want transparency. We deserve that. And we didn't get that in this case. And, Karen Reed is a great example. I didn't really have time to follow that case, but the more and more I hear about it, the more and more I think, wow, this case, Delphi, is very, very similar to the Karen Reed case in so many different ways.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are similarities, but Karen Reed, I mean, that was like next level for many reasons, but we won't go into that right now. Maybe you and I can talk about that off camera. But I want to that was kind of like on steroids, the Karen Reed case. But let's go back to your Franks memo for our viewers who may not be familiar with what that means. A Frank's motion is basically when you say, hey, we want this evidence thrown out because we think the cops lied. And that's where you kind of came out and you talked about the Odinist theory, where there may have been some like ritualistic stuff going on with these murders, that some Odinists may have murdered Abby and Libby. So that's where, that really caught fire. And I think on social media in particular, anytime you bring up something like that with like a conspiracy theory, a potential conspiracy theory attached to it, it just goes off like wildfire.
Yeah, it does. I would encourage anybody that's super interested in this case or even moderately interested to go online. I think you can find the Frank's memo by just Googling Frank's memo Delphi or something. And it's 136 pages, and it doesn't read like a legal document. It lays out all the reasons why we feel that the police were deceptive when they sought a search warrant for Richard Allen's house. Just as an example, just as a brief example, one of the people that they use in the context of their probable cause affidavit to get into a citizen's house. I mean, let's talk about what that is. The police filed a document, swore under oath that it was true and it was accurate, and the prosecutor, Nick McClelland, he signed off on it as approving it. They sent this then to a judge, and then the judge read it and said, okay, there's enough probable cause here for us to get into a citizen's house. That's the government getting into somebody's house. That's a high bar. It should be a high bar. And that document needs to be very, very honest. It needs to be very, show the truth. And what we showed and demonstrated as it relates to Odinism is there was a whole other investigation going on of very, very viable subjects. And that should have been included. Hey, Judge, here's why we want to get into his house. But to be fair, we ought to let you know that there's all these other people that are out there. There's some debate on that from lawyers about whether that should be included. But that wasn't all. I mean, what really bothered me was one of the witnesses, her name's Betsy Blair, and Betsy saw a guy on the trail or on the bridge that they're claiming she saw Richard Allen before he followed the girls and abducted them. What they didn't tell the judge, or Tony Liggett was the sheriff at the time, what Tony Liggett did not write in the probable cause affidavit, and what Nick McClelland, the prosecutor, approved of in the probable cause affidavit, was leaving out this very big detail. What the person that saw Richard Allen described was a 20-year-old boy, basically, with brown poofy hair. And that does not describe Richard Allen at all. Other things that were talked about that were contained in that document that just weren't true were 4 girls on the trail that said that the police say in the probable cause affidavit, Liggett says, is that they saw Richard Allen. And what the probable cause affidavit doesn't say is Richard Allen is 5'5", and these girls were describing somebody that was 5'11", wasn't short by any stretch. He's the type of short that when you see a guy like him, you're like, wow, look at that short guy. Okay. And not one person that isn't contained in that probable cause affidavit said the guy was short. And Betsy Blair also saw if Richard Allen's, the police say that Richard Allen's vehicle was parked at this certain lot, and that after he killed the girls, he got on this is their theory, it's ridiculous, but he walked up a hill, walked down to 300 North, which is a pretty heavily traveled road. I mean, and after he killed these girls, and he walked to his car. So the car was at the parking lot according to the police, from like 1:30 until 4 p.m. Well, Betsy Blair passed that parking lot when a car was there, and the car that she described was a 1965 Mercury Comet, an old school, angular car, and Richard Allen doesn't drive that, and that was not put into the probable cause affidavit. So there was just all kinds of dishonest things that were left out, that if you were a judge, if you were being honest, you'd say, now, to be fair, Judge, the person that we're saying described Richard Allen, she didn't really describe him. She described a 20-year-old guy with brown poofy hair. And the car that she saw was an old Comet, and so that doesn't really fit Richard Allen's car. And then the judge would be like, what a good judge would be, at least, would do. Well, gosh, I'm not going to sign off on a probable cause affidavit knowing this information. So that's the purpose behind the Franks memo. And it just so happened that the Odin stuff was, we then realized that, wow, there's all this strong evidence that Odinism was, that this was a ritualistic crime scene. And we had an expert that she basically works for the federal government, teaching the FBI and other state and local and federal law enforcement agencies, what does a ritualistic crime scene look like? And she testified under oath that, and she normally testifies for the police, okay, for law enforcement. She said, this is a textbook ritualistic crime scene. And nobody debated that. I mean, the state of Indiana did not put on one witness to say this does not look like a ritualistic crime scene. They don't know. That's not, these are small town police and state police that never would have encountered this bizarre crime scene where the girls were found.
One thing I do have to kind of push back on a little bit, though, is the fact that, yes, they had this they were looking into this Odinist thing, or there was this investigation going into Odinism. But I mean, when you're preparing probable cause for a search warrant, though, I mean, you're looking for probable cause for a search warrant. So, I mean, they don't have to throw, probable cause, that's a lower standard. So like things that you're bringing up, though, don't seem like they should go into a search warrant for a probable cause for a search warrant. That seems like almost like, that's like defense stuff for trial.
I don't disagree necessarily about the Odin stuff. I try to be a fair guy. I think that stuff is debatable, and perhaps I could even agree with you on that. But what about that other leaving out that the person that Betsy Blair described? She's in the probable cause affidavit, and they're using her as a tent pole of this is a lady that saw Richard Allen, and she described somebody that did not look anything like Richard Allen, and the car that she described did not look anything like Richard Allen's car. That I will push back with you on, and I would, I presume that you're going to agree with me
point.
that I should have included that.
Yeah, it's a fair point. It's a fair point. Fair point.
Thank you for pushing back, by the way. I love media. It pushes back. Let's be fair.
I mean, I just think the Odinism stuff doesn't belong in there. But anyway, we can move on from that. Let's go back to, I want to talk to you about Kathy Allen, kind of breaking her silence in this docuseries, because I found her at the end of episode 1 to be really compelling. We've not heard from her except in these jail calls. And, she's talking about this man that she has loved and known for decades. She has spent her life with him. And what she is describing is not some guy that goes out on a trail and with a box cutter and corners 2 girls and takes them down a hill and slashes their throats. However, we have him on jail calls, more than one jail call, saying, babe, I did it. And so
I'm going to be interested to hear what he says about this, because I might be an idiot, but it's pretty obvious he was drugged to the fucking eyeballs. But didn't Aaron Hack just post something here now that what did you just about Daisy Hack? You posted something about Daisy, the Stephen Avery trial. I don't remember what it was, but there's so many false confessions out there, people. I understand that people pick and choose when it's false, when it's not. But that one, Richard Allen, that we listened to, seemed to be a false one, because it went from him, I killed him, maybe killed him. Well, do you know what? I think I killed him. Like, what medicine is he on? Fuck. He had heart condition, had surgery, and all this took 15 minutes. Yeah, that's not it's not possible. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot of stuff in here that sounds a little. And also, I will say, look, I'm always, I try to be innocent unless proven guilty. So maybe I'm slightly biased, but there's a few red flags here that I just feel, if you play that to a jury, they're going to be like, Oh, yeah, he confessed. No, motherfucker. He said something, but he's all drugged up. I wonder if they heard that he was all drugged up during that period, if they played the tapes. I said Angela Levy got her start at the Stephen Avery trial. Always has claimed Brendan Dacey's confession was false. Oh, okay. Okay. So there you go. She believed that Brendan Dacey's confession was false. So I hope she keeps that same energy that it can happen, and not say this was, 100% correct. It just sounded false to me as a first-time listener. It doesn't quite sit well with me. And Stephen Avery trial, I watched that on Netflix. That was bizarre. That trial. Talk about corruption. Another one in Wisconsin. Jury didn't understand reasonable doubt. You should have heard the jury. So I heard one interview, right, where one juror said that they were pissed off with the defense because the defense was trying to explain what reasonable doubt was. And they're like, I know what reasonable doubt is. They don't need to treat me like a child. And I was like, oh, fuck. You obviously don't know what reasonable doubt is then. Yeah. One juror spoke up. The thing that I will never forget is that they had no one else to blame for it, and Richard Allen was there. Judge Gulshit would not allow the third-party defense. Sounds like she was just as bad as Judge Bev, or maybe even worse. Maybe, I don't know. Brendan was a minor that was interrogated without an adult or an attorney. Yeah, I remember watching that. On Netflix. That was just like unbelievable. And he was acquitted then down the road, but then it was overturned or something. So he was all set to come out of prison after X amount of years, but some court overturned it or something. It's totally bizarre. He should be out. He shouldn't be in prison. I do not believe he should be in prison. She's worse. She kicked off his attorneys, and they had to. She what? She kicked off her what? She kicked off his attorneys. The fuck? Oh shit! What have I done? There. Okay. That's nonsense. How could she? Yeah, she did. That's just absolutely bizarre. Like, even Bev didn't check off Jackson, even though she wanted to. It's quite surprised too. On the one day they were supposed to have cameras. This is why I truly believe, I'm not just talking about America, every courthouse should have cameras. Every courthouse should have cameras. I am home now. There you go, Lida. You enjoy it. You enjoy your working from home today. You didn't even have to leave home. Donna, believe it or not, she's worse than Bev. It sounds it. It sounds it right now. If she checked or tried to check them off. What's going on? Why do judges feel like they got so much power? Because they do. No one holds them accountable. That's the problem. They can do whatever they want. Or seems like that. But we do see really good judges, good fair judges. I always say this as well. You're never going to 100% agree with a judge. Ever. Because there's rulings they have to make and everything. But as long as you can understand the ruling, but I do not understand this ruling about throwing his attorneys off. Why? That they're doing their job. I don't know why she did it, but that's bizarre. That's bizarre.
It's just really hard to reconcile. I understand, your argument that he was being kept in horrific conditions. The state would say, well, it was for his own protection, things of that nature. He was being treated with medications. Even I think his mom was saying they're doing something to your food, they're doing something to your meds. We've got all these jail calls. He didn't just say it once; he said it many times. So how do you square that?
Well, one simple way that the jury should have been able to hear was, and this was not part of the documentary, is he was being guarded by Odinists. How about that? I mean, in the world of criminal defense, when you're able to go in front of a jury and say, how does a guy confess to something that he's not guilty of? Let's leave out the fact that he should never have been in a prison. That's totally crazy and bizarre.
Is it just me? What's an Odinist? What did you just say? Odinists? What's that? Hang on, let me go back. Did you just say Odinists? I don't know what that is.
Well, one simple way that the jury should have been able to hear was, and this was not part of the documentary, is he was being guarded by Odinists. How about that?
What's an Odinist? I mean, I feel thick. I just don't know what it means. Oh, okay. Oh no. Oh shit. What have I stepped on now? It's religion. Oh, okay. I never heard of it before.
I mean, in the world of criminal defense, when you're able to go in front of a jury and say, how does a guy confess to something that he's not guilty of? Let's leave out the fact that he should never have been in a prison. That's totally crazy and bizarre. Let's leave out the fact that he was in solitary
I agree with you
confinement.
on that. I think that's nuts.
All of that. Let's leave all of that out. And let's just say, like, from a pure criminal defense strategy perspective, and maybe from a reality perspective as well, he's being guarded by Odinists. And people might listen to this broadcast and say, that defense lawyer is crazy. But we have photos. They admitted that he's being paraded around, and these guards wearing Odin patches on their uniform. In Odin we trust. That's what it said. Okay, 2 of them, both wearing in Odin we trust patches and having the symbol of Odinism on their uniform. And that is not a small thing. And I don't know if these guys had anything to do with it, but you could see a scenario where we don't know what's going on inside of that prison, and we don't know what's going on inside of these guards. And let me tell you something that happened in this case that you may or may not know about. While Richard Allen was never videotaped ever for the first 4 or 5 months, when these guards would come and bring Richard to us to talk and to have private conversations, we would go into a room privately and talk, and nobody was watching or anything. We went into I think it was the captain's a conference room or something, and everything was great. But then when Richard broke down, all of a sudden, the very day that he breaks down, April the 3rd, 2023, these guards walk down the hallway with Richard, and he's all shackled up and looking terrible. And they have an old school camcorder on top of their shoulder, and they're videotaping everything. And as they approach, I look on their uniforms, and it says, "In Odin we trust." And nobody's explained how that's improper or improper or anything. Nobody from the Indiana Department of Corrections. Well, then to make it even worse, I asked to go see his where he's living, his living arrangements, because something was very wrong with him. They would not agree to that. Then to make it even more worse, the next time we came to see Richard, and the next few times I think we saw Richard, they put him in a room with a glass wall, and they recorded with their camcorder, these guards that were wearing the Odin patches, they required us to seat Richard Allen facing them. Okay. And the way I interpret it, and there's nothing we could do about it. There's nothing. We're trying to have a private conversation with our client, and they're facing the camera is facing Richard Allen's lips, so they can see what he's saying. And to me, it came off as, "Buddy, we're watching you. We're watching you. You better keep on the party line there." Now, people can say I'm crazy, and that's fine, but everything I'm telling you is true. And when you read the Franks memo, everything is footnoted. Everything there's so many exhibits in there that support everything that I say. So before you just kind of poo-poo it, read it, look at it, and if you disagree with it, that's fine. I get that. But that would be one example. Another one, by the way, of why you should not trust these confessions is he also confessed to shooting the girls in the back. He also confessed to killing his grandchildren. He doesn't even have grandchildren, by the way. He confessed to a lot of things that simply weren't true. This should put some pause into anybody who's thinking that, yeah, we believe these so-called confessions beyond a reasonable doubt.
The guy on the Snapchat video, Bridge guy, I mean, can you admit that it does sound like Richard Allen?
I think it sounds like Brad Holder. I think it sounds like Richard Allen. I think it sounds like my brother Danny. I think it sounds like the guy my neighbor across the street. I mean, to say, if that's what a jury is going to hang its hat on, then shame on them. I hope that's not what they hung their hat on.
Mm-hmm. How's Kathy Allen doing? I mean, as I mentioned earlier, she's compelling in this series. I mean, she really believes in her husband.
Kathy is as strong a woman as I've ever known, and we have a lot of regrets from the trial. One of my regrets is not putting her on the stand.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, why didn't you call her? Because she told him to go to the cops. She said, "You were on the bridge that day, go to the cops."
Yeah. And she would have been great on the stand now. I think those are game time decisions. We saw how the prosecution treated the daughter, Brittany, Rick's daughter, when she was on the stand. And I think Rick, part of that analysis was, I don't think Rick was looking forward to seeing his wife up there going under cross-exam. He loves his wife so much. And, you know, part of the reason I think that there were early on, the judge would not let in a lot of evidence. Obviously, I think people that know the case would know that. One of the things that happened very early on when he was in there is he made a phone call. I think it was to his stepfather, and he said, "I might as well just plead guilty, like to alleviate Kathy of the trauma that she's going to go through right now," because he understood that her husband was being accused of this horrific crime, and he loves her so much. He wanted her to just move on. And he privately would tell us that all the time too. Mm-hmm. So there's that going on, but Kathy's great. I mean, she's a fighter, and she stands by him 1,000%. She knows that he didn't do this. And she's a very, she's a strong Christian woman, and she prays a lot, like I do every morning. I pray that the killers, or those who know who did the killing and have information about that, will come forward to a credible law enforcement officer and to end this nightmare. And we're still prayerful about that and hopeful for that outside of the legal realm.
Do you think that Richard Allen gets a new trial?
You know, we trial lawyers, as I said in the documentary, are superstitious, and for me, I know that we should. And we have a great court of appeals, 15 court of appeal judges in Indiana. It's a group of 3 that will ultimately make the decision. And those 3 people will have to be persuaded by briefing and powerful writing. We have great appellate lawyers on this case, Mark Lehman and Stacey Uliana. They're very skilled, very brilliant lawyers, and they've got a lot. The problem is they've got so much appellate issues to deal with that it's going to take them a while. My guess is it's going to take, if they have their briefing done by the end of the year, I think it would be pretty extraordinary. That means that they really put in the extra time, because there is so much issue here, so many different appellate issues that, yes, I hate saying it because I'm superstitious trial lawyer, but I do feel strongly that this is going to be overturned.
We will wait and see. It's just a crying shame that cameras were not allowed in that courtroom, especially since Judge Gall was part of that pilot program in Indiana where cameras were allowed. I mean, I was very hopeful when we found out about that. And I'm obviously a huge advocate of cameras in the courtroom. I think that would have been a good thing. So I think that was really sad that didn't happen. But Andy Baldwin, we will keep an eye on it. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And that's it for this episode of Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Thanks so much for being with me.
Okay, well, I'm interested. Hack sent me like 638 videos from Erin Hack. She sent me like 5 videos now. I'm not sure if I is this something that I should play on stream, or is this something I should do separately on my own? I'm not saying I'll play them today. Even just saying, is this something that I should play on stream or not? Hippie chick, I'll be sending you 639 videos. I as soon as I heard this wasn't going, you don't need to. Fine. That's what I was asking. I'm sure you've all seen them all anyway. I will watch them privately. So, right, before I go any further, because I've got another thing here. Aaron, check your testosterone. Okay, now. There's another case here I'll go into. Talk about balls and bollocks and testosterone. Here he is. Dana Leonard. How are you? Thank you, Lady Di. Thank you, Erin Hack. Thank you. All Eyes has a good Google. Who the fuck's All Eyes? Is that the same one that lady that I just sent me? That was such a messed up trial. They denied the defense so much, all the Facebook stuff and the Odin stuff. It was an interesting trial. I wanted to, hey fella, I wanted to watch it, but it wasn't televised, so I ignored it. And also, if I remember rightly, it was going to be streamed at the same time as Karen Reid. That's another reason was it? I don't remember. Was it? I think so. All Eyes is on Twitter and YouTube. I've never heard of All Eyes before. But to be fair, I'm not in the weeds like all of you. Hang on, I'll be back. 2 seconds. I'll be back. Oh, so stiff. Unbelievable. Oh, I'm so stiff, honestly. Hiya, Dana. It's like being a kindergarten teacher. Erin Hack. I watched a lot of smaller creators in Delphi. Well, there you go. Yeah, I to be quite honest with you, I don't know many creators' names anyway. If it's not called Turtle Boy or Shawn Potential Criminal, or I don't know many, to be fair. So it's no surprise. The Rupture, oh my God, Dylan's gone. Erin Hack, Jeff is going to come haunt me the amount of times I've yelled at him for blowing my eardrums. Huge on you. What did you make out yesterday? How did you make out? Oh, my pants. Oh. My pants. They're shorts. Bow, bow, bow. Oh, that's too sore. Too sore, people. Too sore. 5 yesterday. I couldn't fit in the machine. I had to put me in the machine. I couldn't fit in it. But my appointment was at 10:30, and I arrived at like 9:45. I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm here early. I was like, no worries, we'll put you in now. So I was literally going to go on my appointment really early, so it's good. I should have warned you about that. Now, I will be honest, Mexitex is the only one that see me in my boxer shorts. Like proper box. I mean, I was walking around scratching my balls, and Mexitex was there watching every second of it. You know, it's unbelievable. Shorts, they look too big on you. What the fuck? How do I get a shot? That's... Oh, I won't pull my pants down. Too big. I don't know. Your shorts are too large for you. You need to stretch. I know why I need to stretch, J-Mark. Lama Mexitexi, she was loving it. Like I've lost a stone, but I'm on tablets now, which means I'm gaining weight again. But I need to lose more weight. Erica saw you in the end. She did. Well, she was on top of the stairs. I was losing my boxers. Going up. Thank you, Robert G. No, I didn't know what was going on. Yiddelan has no ass. I don't have an ass. I got a belly. My problem is I got a belly. I need to lose my belly. But the medicine I'm on the minute means that I can't lose weight. I can't even go outside. I'm not allowed in the sun. I'm not allowed in the sun unless I'm covered up, and unless I got like long sleeves and all that. I burn. If I'm out in the sun, I just burn. The medicine makes me burn. So I put weight on and I burn. So once I'm off that, hopefully I lose more weight. It's about 14 pounds. Thank you, Donna, my darling. Thank you very much. I appreciate you for that. £14. £14. That's flat. I have no ass. You're right. I have no ass. I got a belly. That I got a man bod. So that's my problem. I got a big belly. It's the last place I can lose weight. Do you know what I mean? So I only want to make the brew dance doing a dance. It hurts. Oh, I'm stiff. Downstairs, I'm stiff all over. Let me tell you, bad dazzer. Awesome. Thank you, Robin. You're such a good patient. I love that you do what you're told. Are you taking probiotics like I suggested? What's probiotics? What's that? I don't know what probiotics is. I have pancake for a butt. God made fun of all my... Yeah, but you got nice bods. Do you know what I mean? My bod, I got man boobs. They took my ass. They were like, we're going to take all the fat from his ass. We're going to put him on there, on his man boobs. We're going to put some fat there and some fat here. Like, I got a proper dad bod. Do you know what I mean? Proper. You know, fucking man boobs ahoy. Do you know what I mean? Proper fucking let's go man boobs. Do you know what I mean? But I'm like a teddy bear though, nice and cuddly. He has a Chinese too. Asatol. I don't know what that means. I'm slow. Don't tell MM you're stiff. Try listening when I was driving. I would have full blast to hear the guy, and then Jeff would talk, and I would jump. Erin, yeah, you would yell at him at the time for that. Yes, we all miss Jeff. Love this. Thank you, J Mac. You see, you get some nips and everything here. You know, you get everything here, J Mac. Yeah, what's probiotics? I don't know what that is. I yell at him and then look up and say sorry. It's a made-up word, but you said it correct. There you go. Thank you. Right. Well, before I forget, talking about Jeff Legal Voices, rest in peace, Jeff. Jeff is one of the reasons I'm doing this right now. Well, that and you know who you are pushing me. Obviously, I'm going to Boston in the fall, which, you know, lots of you know, in October to November. I've already booked it. Most of its plan is done. But then he suggested, look, people want to contribute, but they don't want to super chats because obviously YouTube take too much of a percentage. So I do have a GoFundMe, which I created today. I will go on it now and show you. So it is a GoFundMe for anybody that wants to. Wants to help. Hang on. And I know that Rakita started the word grifting and would do stuff like this. Then I remember Jeff said once to me and was saying to people, do you know what? You meet with people, you give them a good time and stuff like that. So why would you not grift yourself? Because so he went to Vegas and stuff like that, and he'd meet up with people and stuff. It's like you're giving up your time, you're paying for yourself. So why not? If people want to contribute, they want to. If they don't want to, they don't have to. So, and the same here. No one needs to contribute whatsoever to this, but I'd rather you did it through this fundraiser than via super chats, because super chats is too much. So this is the Boston Fall trip. There you go. Thank you. And already 2,600. Look at that. Donna Graves, you mofo. Donna, for what the fuck, Donna? Donna Graves, 1,116. And Anonymous, 1,488. I mean, I just opened this literally about an hour ago. No, about 8:30. So thank you, Donna, in chat. I see you in chat here, Donna. Thank you, my darling, for that. You did not have to do that whatsoever. This is basically, for anybody that wants $1 or like some people send $5, brilliant. Thank you, I appreciate it. If you want to do send $5, brilliant. Do it through this one rather than super chats, because I get to keep, I think, 95 or whatever, 96% of this. That's why I do this. Yeah, shout out to Donna and Anonymous. Thank you so much. Absolutely, whoa, nice. Absolutely, fucking hell, that was not what I was expecting. Also, Donna's very unassuming. She will hate this. And I imagine that's a mistake, Donna, because you were so unassuming. You hate having your name out there. So, but thank you, my darling. I think everyone knows you, who you are in chat, but I won't say your name just in case they don't. I know you don't like the attention. There she is. She is. That wasn't mean. I have been hacked. Well, if you have been hacked, tell me. I'll send it back to you. If that's genuinely you have been hacked, I will send it back to you. But yes, because genuinely, if you have been hacked, I'll send it back to you. But that's wow. If it's not been hacked, then thank you so much, Donna. Yeah. Wow. Oh, fine. I genuinely thought that you had. I was like, shit. Let me send it back to you quick then. I would have. No, thank you very much. She's like Texas. Thank you. Did not expect that. So thank you very much. But yeah, that's oops, I was going to close out that. That's the page. Thank you very much, everybody. And yeah, as I say, I'm not asking for any money or anything. If you want to put something in, fine. If you don't, I'm going anyway. And that's why I say in the blurb, I'm going anyway, so it makes no difference. Now you can take me off for steak tips. Fuck, everyone stopped sending money, everybody. Stop sending money. Hippie Chick wants a free meal. Wow, that's amazing. So kind of hate that GoFundMe takes money as well. But yes, it's 100 times better than Super Chats. That's why I did it. I don't like doing these things but then Jeff from Legal Vices was like, shut the fuck up and get on with it. That's what he would be like. If people want to donate, they donate. If they can't, no one's holding a gun to your head. And as I say, I want to try and make sure I get good content for you guys this time as well. So we're going to be vlogging a lot more this time. So I've been known to hack. You have been known to hack. But anyway, there you go. Thank you, Donna and Anonymous. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate that. As I say, the link is there. Josie put the link in. If anybody does want to donate. But as I say, not needed. Does go send go? Yeah, they all do. They all take money. But you know, it's not a massive amount, so you know. But every one of them takes money, yes. So a small percentage of it, you know, because that percentage goes towards running the site and stuff. So basically, steak tips on Hippie Chick. But yeah, but you're only there for a short visit, so I'm not sure what we can do for steak tips this time. You're only there for a short visit. You need to extend your stay, Hippie Chick. Extend it. And quick shout out as well to Tracy. Not to Dana, just to Tracy. Tracy did share it. I did not want to share the fundraiser on Resistance to Silence because I felt it was rude to do so, but Tracy was like, obviously, fuck that, and she posted it. So thank you to my darling Tracy as well. I appreciate you for sharing it for that. So there you go. That's everything. They take 100% less. I think it's like, I don't know how much they take, but let me just tell you, I should have this page open full time because, yeah, you make a ton more money this way. I really don't know how much they do take. Hang on. Does it say? Let's have a look. Guarantee. How much does go for? How much does GoFundMe take from donation? GoFundMe. Great World, okay. GoFundMe offers simple pricing and powerful fundraising. Everything else goes directly to... Right, as mentioned above, there's no fee to start or manage your fundraising. However, there is one small transaction fee per donation that covers all your fundraising. GoFundMe charges one transaction fee. So what percentage does GoFundMe take for transaction fees? They're always free to start manage a fundraiser. To help us cover payment processing, there's a transaction fee of 2.9%. So basically, they take 3%. And then we get 97%. So yeah, 3% and 30 cents. So absolutely no brainer. So thank you again, Donna. I'm running out of PTO. I spent 10 days out there already. You did, but you loved every second of it. Take some sick days. I will be listening for a bit, have soccer try. No worries, Erin. No worries, my darling. Can't turn green because your join membership seems to be disabled. It's not disabled, Dave. I think you might be having issues. Are you on your phone or something, David? If you're on your laptop, it works fine. But if you're on your phone or if you're on your iPad, then just go into Safari or Google and then go in that. Don't do it through the app. Do it through that way. You just go into it that way. Log in on your phone on Safari or Google Chrome. Do it that way, and you have to log in there and not in your app, and you'll be able to do it that way. I believe is a way. So, oops. Soccer Moms doesn't you? So YouTube takes 30% of Super Chats, and then Apple and Google Pay take 10% each as well. If you use that way. So also, if you're from America, then obviously transactions of the price plummets and stuff like that. And then the other side of it is memberships, I believe, is like 50% they take or something. I've heard. I don't know that for sure though. Oops, I know Hippie Chick. I'll only be able to do weekend. Yeah, so Hippie Chick stay for a weekend, Robin. So you're fine. Woohoo! Thank you, Robin G. It's been a long year with you, but I appreciate you. Robin G used to be on the watch list as people we were looking to ban, but she's improved. And I'm joking. Robin G has been great from the start. Thank you, Robin G. Have fun, Erin Hack. I'll be there Thursday through Monday. Thank you, Robin G. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Congratulations to Bad Daza got one. Bad Daza, Janet Devereaux, Over the Top, Michelle. Michelle got one, and I'm Just a Hamster. So there you go. Bad Daza got one. So I could never tag him, but maybe hit Dave. No, you can never hit Dave. Thank you, Robin. My account is old and branded, just like you, Dave. 69 again. Thank you for the gift. You're welcome back. Congrats, Robin G. Robin G. Robin G. Robin G. Riding through the glen. Robin G. Chasing all the
Robin
men.
G. Robin G. Riding through the glen. Robin G. Chasing all the men. All the men can never find. Robin G. G spot.
Right. Okay, let's go from grifting to doing. This is a case that came up, and it's a very sad case. I'm not sure what's going on with it. So let's hear what is actually going on with this. It's just happened. So let's. Okay. Okay, so this is the son drowned in a pool. Hey, lovely. Oops. I had to step out for a short meeting when talking with Mr. Allen's wife, but I'm back now. What did I miss? You didn't miss anything. It's just saying that they regret not putting her on the stand. She would have been a good witness, they said. But you can look at Hulu. All the information's there. I'm not sure, Josie. I'm just going to... So, this fellow... a police report from Chandler PD reveals... Chandler, that's down by you, isn't it, Josie? Reveals the new details about the drowning death of 3-year-old Trig Kaiser in Arizona. This is it, yeah. Earlier this year, documentation showed that Brady Kaiser, husband of social media influencer Emily Kaiser, gave conflicting statements to police in interviews. Law and Crime's Jesse Weber, boo, dug into the 150-page report and focused in with criminal Kurt Altman. So let's look into this case then. This is a very sad case. So let's listen to this, even though it's with Jesse, but still. Robin G. There we go. Right. This is so sad already.
Newly released police records are raising fresh questions about the drowning death of 3-year-old Trig Kaiser, including what his father, Brady Kaiser, was doing or maybe doing in the crucial moments before this ultimate tragedy. And investigators, they pointed to what they say are conflicting statements, discrepancies in surveillance footage, and pool safety lapses in recommending criminal charges. But prosecutors disagreed, ultimately declined to file them. We're going to be speaking with an Arizona criminal defense attorney to break it all down, but also we are going through the details in this new reporting to understand what may have happened. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Okay, we have this newly released information, and it is shedding further light on just the absolute tragic drowning of influencer Emily Kaiser's 3-year-old son, Trig Kaiser. And this includes crucial details about what her husband, Brady Kaiser, was allegedly doing at the time of the incident. Now, before we dive into the new findings, I got to give you a brief recap for anyone who's not fully caught up or briefed about this. So we go back to May 12th. 3-year-old Trig Kaiser was found unresponsive in the backyard pool of his family's Chandler, Arizona home. According to his father, Brady, he had been caring for both Trig and the couple's newborn son while Emily was out with friends. Now, Brady told police he was briefly distracted while feeding the baby, just 3 to 5 minutes, he claimed, and during which time, Trig, who had been playing near the pool, went missing. Brady said he found Trig floating in the pool, unresponsive, and immediately jumped in to pull him out before calling 911. Trig was hospitalized and ultimately died 6 days later. It's horrible. After a 2-month investigation, Chandler Police Department announced on July 15th that they were recommending criminal charges against the father here, Brady Kaiser, specifically 1 count of child abuse, a Class 4 felony under Arizona law. And the statute referenced ARS 13-3623 and implies when someone acts with criminal negligence that leads to a child being harmed or placed in danger of serious injury or death. However, when the case was forwarded to the Maricopa County Attorney's Office, prosecutors ultimately decided not to pursue charges, citing insufficient evidence to secure a conviction. Now, during the investigation, Emily Kaiser filed legal motions to protect her family's privacy, including efforts to redact portions of the police report before its public release. Now, a court ultimately ruled in her favor, allowing the removal of 2 pages from the report. We covered the full legal battle in a previous Sidebar episode. You can definitely go check it out right now for more context. But now, with the release of a 55-page police report on August 8th, we are learning new, potentially critical details that may raise serious questions. And we obtained and read through the entire police report, and we're going to give you and break down the most significant revelations according to authorities. So according to one of the first officers on scene, Officer Tyler Schenk, Brady Kaiser told him he had last seen Trig approximately 5 minutes before the child was found in the pool. Police, they were dispatched to the Kaiser residence at around 6:40 p.m. on May 12, 2025, and per the police report, it reads, the male on scene, this is Brady Kaiser, who led officers inside, was extremely distraught. The male subject would go and pick up an infant baby while I continued to give compressions to the unconscious toddler. Officers attempted to garner further information about the incident from the male. Officers were able to receive that the male subject had last seen the toddler approximately 5 minutes before the incident. That same 5-minute gap, by the way, was later relayed by another responding officer, Angel Halamo, who also documented Brady's timeline in the official report. His finding reads, quote, the RP, meaning reporting person or reporting party, then told me his wife had just gone out with friends. RP also stated there was a 5-minute time gap that he did not know where his son was, to which I related this information to Chandler Dispatch to advise the Chandler Fire Department. Shortly after, the RP found his son in the pool and saw that his son was unconscious. The RP got his son out of the pool and contacted emergency services. Now you have a third officer. This is Nathan Duncan, who began his investigation at approximately 7:45 p.m. From the report, he documented concerns about one specific access point to the backyard, the breakfast nook door. Per the police report, this door was an outward opening glass door. The handle was a lever-style handle that measured 41 inches to 42 inches from the floor. The deadbolt measured 39 inches from the floor. This door was also equipped with an alarm. The alarm did not sound when the door opened. This door did not shut properly and did not lock. The door was not self-closing. It appeared to be malfunctioning at the time. Now, as we talk about this, always remember the knowledge component. Was there a knowledge of a safety risk? And if there was, that is important when we do a legal analysis. Just something to keep in mind. Now, I will tell you, it remains unclear whether this was the door that Trig used to actually access the backyard, but arguably its compromised condition does raise important questions about how the toddler was able to get outside seemingly undetected. As you know, we've been following the story since it broke from the very beginning. We're trying to clear up any misinformation that there is about this case. We want to bring it to you. We want to do a deep dive on it. And one of the reasons that we can do that is because of the amazing support that we get from our sponsor. Officer Shank also made some observations regarding the depth of this pool. And there is even a diagram included that shows the dimensions. And per the report, quote, the deepest portion of the pool was approximately 102 inches deep north end. There was a diving board at the deepest end of the pool. The shallow portion of the pool was located on the south end and was 38 inches deep. The middle area of the pool was 77 inches deep. On the east end of the pool was a large lounge area, sometimes referred to as a Baja shelf. The depth of the water in this area was 17 inches deep. So, those levels are very important when you're thinking about a small child. There were two steps leading onto the shelf, southeast end and northeast end. The depth of the steps was 5.5 inches deep. Now, as we've mentioned previously, Brady Kaiser told police that the pool typically had a safety cover, but on the day of this tragedy, that cover was not in place. Officer Tyler Shank made note of the unused pool covering in the report too. Here's what it says. On the southwest portion of the pool, I observed large netting and a fabric top rolled up onto PVC carriers. These were covers for the pool that were not in use at the time. It was later learned that the covers were in place most of the time, but were recently removed so the family could enjoy the pool. They were never replaced. No pool gate or barrier was in place at the time. As indicated above, safety netting identified as Catch-A-Kid was present but not in use. And as for why this cover was not on, this is what Brady apparently told police. Quote, Brady described a pool cover the family has, but he didn't put it on because the pool service company was coming at noon on Tuesday, so he was planning on putting it on after the service. This claim about the pool service was inadvertently verified on Tuesday, May 13th, when we, the officers, were at the residence. The pool service was there servicing the pool. So there you go, corroboration for what he's saying. Now, Detective Michael Reitz conducted a recorded interview with Brady Kaiser, which the report indicates was captured on body-worn camera. And during this interview, Brady described what he recalled happening after Emily left the house that evening. Quote, after Emily left, Brady made Trig dinner as he fed the child the bottle. Trig finished his dinner and went into the backyard. Brady was sitting on a back chair that pointed out to the backyard, out through the back windows, because while he was holding their infant child, he wanted to be able to see Trig. Trig was seen in the grass area of the backyard near a blow-up slide/playhouse, and Brady saw him walk from that area in the grass up on the elevated portion where the hot tub was at. That was where he had seen him last. After seeing Trig apparently near the hot tub, Brady, quote, thought that he went and got a drink. He then went back to, quote, see where Trig was at. Brady then went outside and saw Trig in the water. He laid their child on the ground, took his shirt off, and dove in the pool. After pulling Trig from the pool, Brady carried him inside and laid him on the ground. There he started CPR, including breathing into the mouth. And Brady emphasized multiple times that he believed Trig had only been out of sight briefly, saying, I didn't have a clock, obviously. I don't know the exact time, but it was moments. It wasn't that he had been out of sight for long. I asked Brady about the 5-minute statement that he made to patrol on scene. He said that he's told different people 3 minutes or 5 minutes, but wasn't sure the exact timing and said it wasn't very long. Now, we'll talk about this later when we bring in Kurt Altman, Arizona criminal defense attorney, that this could be chalked off to just an incredibly traumatic moment and not giving misinformation. But I do want you to pay attention to Brady's mention of the grass area, because this detail is going to come up again later after investigators reviewed security footage. So his claim about sitting in a, quote, back chair with a view of the backyard, that is also questioned in a later interview. Now, both Brady and Emily Kaiser, they were interviewed by the Arizona Department of Child Safety following what happened here. And during this interview, Brady described what happened after dinner that evening. According to the police report, he was feeding their infant son a bottle when Trig got up from the couch, walked out the sliding glass door. Brady acknowledged seeing Trig head into the backyard and said he had told him to, quote, stay close. He recalled, Trig walked over and was playing in the grass off to the side of the yard, and then I saw him walk up onto, it's kind of like an elevated platform. I had seen him there playing around up there, and at that point, I have eyes on him. Brady said he continued feeding the baby and believed Trig had only been out of his sight briefly. Quote, I was in the middle of doing that while watching Trig, and after a moment of being like, I had seen him only a moment prior, and I was like, oh, where is he? Got up, walked out there, and immediately saw him in the pool. And then he described rescuing Trig from the water. So when asked by the interviewer, Dana, how long it typically takes to feed the infant, Brady said 15 to 20 minutes. And he estimated that Trig was outside for about 3 minutes from the time he exited the house to when he was found in the pool. And Brady added, per the report, I was home alone, I had both kids, and so I knew I needed to obviously be tending on both of them. So Trig wasn't ever out of my sight for long, but he abruptly ended that sentence there. Now, something else of interest that comes up in there. Did Trig Kaiser know how to swim? Well, according to Emily, Trig had taken swim lessons, but he didn't fully know how to swim. And she explained that while Trig knew how to swim to some extent and could climb the pool wall, the area where he fell in did not have a wall to climb out from. And the surveillance footage related to the incident is included in this case file too, but it remains fully redacted. However, Detective Reitz conducted a second interview with Brady Kaiser after apparently noticing discrepancies between Brady's account and the video evidence. And while the exact nature of what these discrepancies are is unknown due to all the redactions, the detective focused especially on Brady's earlier statement about where he saw Trig outside. The report reads, I asked Brady about his statement that he looked out when Trig first went outside and what he saw. He claimed he saw Trig off in the grass by the diving board. I challenged Brady about that statement because Trig never went into the grass area. He responded, that's my best recollection of that. I stressed that what he was telling me and what was on the video are different. Brady responded by saying, I truly have nothing that I'm trying to withhold or hide in any way, shape, or form. All I've ever tried to do is recount to the best of my ability what occurred. And he recognized that he doesn't know exactly what happened with Trig outside, and again stressed that he was watching his kids, but at the time was focused on the then infant child. Now, during dinner, before Trig went outside, Brady told police they were watching a basketball game on TV. And the detective pressed on this detail and asked what Brady was doing while Trig was outside. Quote, we spoke for several minutes about the amount of time Trig was outside, about 10 minutes, and what Brady was doing during that time. He insisted that he wasn't on his phone, and even though the basketball game was on the TV, it's not where my focus was, it was on my baby. For the record, the game that was on the TV was Game 4 of the Knicks and Celtics. It was still on the TV when officers arrived and could be seen on BWC, meaning body-worn camera. And we mentioned earlier that Brady had apparently told police that he was sitting in a chair facing the backyard, but it seems like the detective challenged that. The report reads, quote, I told him that he had previously stated he was sitting in the chairs that look out toward the backyard, but he was sitting there. Those chairs are visible on camera D06. He responded, I was sitting on the couch. After being prompted by his attorney, he described sitting on the west side of the couch facing the TV with the sliding glass door to his right. So this arguably calls into question whether Brady's distraction was truly the infant child or the basketball game. That's going to be a question when anybody sees this reporting. Now, Detective Reitz also reviewed Brady's cell phone records from May 12th, uncovering additional details related to this basketball game. And the report appears to indicate that Kaiser had used his phone to place a bet on the game that he was watching during this critical time before the drowning. The report reads, the first file contained a single line. It indicated that a $25 wager was placed on Jason Tatum, scoring more than 40 points. Jason Tatum is a player on the Boston Celtics.
That is fucking awful. It indicates that a $25 wager was placed on Jason Tatum scoring more than 40 points. Jason Tatum was playing on the Boston Celtics. That wager was a winner paying $102.50. This wager was placed at 2014 Eastern Time, 17:14 hours Arizona time. Oh my days. You were betting and not looking after your child.
your child was in front of you and you're there betting and they say he's a winning. Who gives a fuck?
That wager was a winner, paying $102.50. This wager was placed at 2014 hours Eastern Time, 1714 hours Arizona time. Now, this is important to know because there could be a lot of misinformation about this. This wager was apparently made more than an hour before Trig was believed to have drowned. Now, at the conclusion of this second interview, Detective Reitz made a few key determinations. One being that Trig was in the backyard for a full 10 minutes before Brady found him, longer than the 3 to 5 minutes that Brady was telling to police. And per the report, quote, it is clear from the video that he did not go into the water intentionally. Rather, he tripped and fell in while playing with an inflatable chair. Trig was in the backyard from 18:29:42 hours until Brady found him in the pool at 18:39 hours. He was in the water from 18:32:15 until 18:39:07. It is clear Brady's attention was divided and he was not watching Trig at all during the critical times mentioned. During 2 interviews, he did not know what Trig was doing before he fell in, and he did not see Trig struggling to swim. So this...
You're telling me that he was in the water between 1832 and 1839? 6 minutes. Dude. And he was outside for nearly 10 minutes, and the father never went outside. Jeepers. That's just... that's irresponsible. There's a big difference between 2 to 3 minutes and 10 minutes or 9-10 minutes. What that child must have felt being in the pool drowning is unfathomable. There's unexcusable. There's no excuse in the world for that. You don't let a child out for 10 minutes. Accidents happen, of course they do, and you lose sight of your child for a couple of minutes, and most parents that I know panic like, fuck, where the fuck are they? And then go after and look, especially when there's a pool and stuff around. Right, okay, let's listen to a bit more. Be in the pool, yes. I taught many babies waterproofing, toddlers and older children to swim. I just thought it was common sense, Donna, What would Hippie Chick have done? You should have told the son, no, you can't go out without me, and got up and locked the door. Yes. Yes.
What Trig was doing before he fell in, and he did not see Trig.
I'm not trying to judge people and be like, oh, but you talk about 10-minute window where the child was outside for 10 minutes. A child that young, if you don't hear a child for 2 minutes, I know my own experience with my nieces, if I don't hear them and they're quiet for like 30 seconds, I fucking worry. What are they doing? They're causing trouble somewhere. 10 minutes, nearly. He didn't go outside.
Struggling to swim. So this alleged timeline, right? These allegations.
Inexcusable.
Compounded with the pool safety net not being in place, Trig's limited swimming ability, statements that he believed conflicted with video evidence, Detective Reitz concluded that Brady was unaware of what Trig was doing at the time. He submitted the case to the prosecutor's office for review under an Arizona statute concerning child abuse through criminal negligence. And per the police report, that is defined as a person fails to perceive a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the result will occur or that the circumstances exists. The risk must be of such nature and degree that the failure to perceive it constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that a reasonable person would observe in the situation. Now, importantly, while Detective Reitz reached this conclusion, he emphasized that he doesn't believe this was intentional or a failure to act. On the contrary, he noted that Brady responded immediately upon discovering Trig in the pool. And as mentioned earlier, the case eventually landed on the desk of Maricopa County Attorney Rachel Mitchell, where it remained under review until July 25th, when her office announced that it would not pursue charges against Brady Kaiser. And
get the fuck out. They are not pursuing charges.
when you consider all the charges that people are in court for, all the bullshit charges, and this one is not even being charged with nothing. The fuck? He left his child outside for nearly 10 minutes. His child drowned for 7 minutes. I'm not saying it's murder one or anything like that, but nothing. No charges. I am shocked. I am shocked that there's no charge. And again, I'm not talking about murder. I'm just thinking neglect, and there's something out there. He sprung into action 10 minutes after. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I literally just got kicked out. I can't get back in. I get kicked out. I can't go back in. StreamYard seems to be down. I get locked in. On this laptop, I don't know why. It says check your connection. My connection's fine because my other stream is working. So why am I... Oh! Is my other stream gone as well then? Because that... Right, what's the chat? I can't see the chat. Hang on. Still Tuesday here. Lack of supervision. Yes. Dana. What the fuck has Dana done? I want to ask you, Dana, if you're here, what have you done, brother? So, but people, anybody that can you just double check that my other stream is working? I think my other stream's working, so why? Yeah, so it's working though, isn't it? All right, hang on. No, nothing's working here. Hang on. This is so bizarre. Da 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 da. So bizarre. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba, ba-ba-ba. It's so bizarre. Let me check because it was working. Hold on, everyone. As we always say, Dana's fault. What's Dana done now?
StreamYard, 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 dashboard. No, it's not letting me in. No, it's not letting me in. Dana's fuck StreamYard. He's messed it all up. I don't know. I get into StreamYard. StreamYard won't work for me. Dana has messed around with StreamYard. Dana Leonard has messed StreamYard. Dana's messed StreamYard. He's messed it all up. This site can't be reached. Server IP address could not be found. Try checking the connection. Check the proxy firewall. Check your internet connection. Well, it's fine because my other stream's working fine. And let me just double check. Reload page. Is Canva working? Thank you, J-Mac. Where's... Did you not pay the pill? Says at lunch. Do you not see comments? Oops. I saw your comment, Robin G. Oh, I did block Robin G, I think, so maybe that's why. Joking. No, I don't see... I see... So basically what happens when you're on this stream, I see like one comment at a time. So unless I scroll back up. This is my moment. I says I'm offline. The fuck? Running Windows. Right, let me run a diagnostic test here then. Dana, if you can hear me, Dana, what the jeepers did you do? Detecting problems, right? Looking for problems. Well, the main problem is Dana Leonard. Web connectivity. Thanks, Del. No worries, Robin G. Oh, shit. Keith. I see Keith. Oh, shit. Why can't I not see more people? This is ma'am. Has he not seen any comments? They say it's working. Yes, that's working. Other stream is working. Thank you, Chick. Right, what's it? Trouble moved. This tool. What? Troubleshooters has moved, and this tool retired. Troubleshooting couldn't identify the problem. Right. Let me do this then. Hang on. Bear with me, people. Yes, I can do this. Hang on. Hang on now. Oh, mother. Oh, I'm stuck. Hang on. Right. Let me do it this way then. Because I can't get that working. Oh, so the chat in the other one's not working apparently. Right, let me do it this way then. Oh, actually, let me do it this way then. I am trying different things, people. Hang on. I'm putting you in my mug of coffee. My coffee mug. Oh, it's my Boston one, not my Indiana one. Poor Dana. Dana's messed about too much lately. I can't get this to work. Right, let's try this way. Let's try it this way. I've turned my VPN off, you see. So let's see if it works. It does work now. Motherfucker. So my VPN is off and it works. If I turn my VPN back on, this is my moment. Dana's fucked up. He's not here anyway, so it doesn't matter. We can blame him all he wants. Yeah, Aaron Hack had to say something. If Mexi was here, there'd be no issues. I know. Mexi is simply the best. Mexi is better than all the rest. Down, down, down. Mexi is wonderful.
Here we go. Okay. Okay. So all that happened was I had to disconnect. I had to disconnect from my VPN, and then I got open. Scary. $2. Both shots are working for me. There you go. Chapception. Was that dial-up? No, that was echo. Echo. It's gonna be something simpler because there is no way the other stream could be working. So so is the VPN. I've got no VPN on the other one. I have VPN on this one. So I am currently, according to my VPN, in Boston right now. So I've turned it back on. So we'll see if it works. The only problem I got now is I've fucking deleted all my stuff, as in my tabs. Shit. So now we gotta try and find everything again. This is my moment to blame Dana. Dana, it's your fault. Ba-da-da-da. Dana's fault. It's all his fault. We blame Dana. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Everyone blame Dana. Ross is a saint. We love Rossi. 'Cause Dana's a maid. Who remembers this? This guy drinks pee. Who remembers that? How bizarre, how bizarre, how bizarre, how bizarre. Right. What the? Click open a tab, then click right on top. Where? Reopen close window. Mexi, get the fuck out, Mexi. See? I learned something new today. I did not. It's opened. It's opened. The whole fucking tabs came back. Hey! I never knew that. Wow. Thank you, Mexi. The more you know. Yeah, that's fine. Perfect. Thank you, Yaya. Oh, did you all know that then? Did you all know that? I never knew that. Jeepers. Robin knew. Robin G, riding through the glen. Right. Let's get back to this one then. Again, I disagree that the other channel's okay. Thank you, Rhonda, J Mark. Never use StreamYard. No, this wasn't StreamYard. This was just normal. Like thing. This is nothing to do with StreamYard. This is unbelievable, Lexi. Mexi Texi. We love you, Mexi. And if it's quite alright, I love you, Mexi. We'll dance all night. I love you, Mexi. Maxi Taxi. Right, here we go. Let's get back to it.
The case eventually landed on the desk of Maricopa County Attorney Rachel Mitchell, where it remained under review until July 25th, when her office announced that it would not pursue charges against Brady Kaiser. And that decision was based on what they described as insufficient evidence to secure a conviction. And in a public statement, the office said earlier this month, the Chandler Police Department submitted the case for review, recommending that Kaiser be charged with 1 count of child abuse, a Class 4 felony. Kaiser was home alone with his 2 children when his 3-year-old son, Trig Kaiser, drowned in the family's backyard pool in May of this year. Surveillance video from outside the home showed how the drowning occurred and the actual timeline of events. In order to convict a person of this charge, the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt to a unanimous jury that the person failed to perceive a substantial and justifiable risk, and that failure to perceive the risk was a gross deviation from the standard of care a reasonable person would show. Every case submitted to the Maricopa County Attorney's Office is evaluated using the same standard, whether there is a reasonable likelihood of conviction. After careful review of the evidence submitted by Chandler PD, it was determined this case does not meet that standard. And in response, the Kaiser family's attorney, Flynn Carey, told ABC News, "We are grateful to law enforcement and the county attorney for conducting a thorough investigation and confirming that this was a tragic accident. Brady remains in the midst of the grieving process and is thankful to be with his family as they heal together. We appreciate the compassion and support shown during this difficult time. And by the way, this report follows a recent victory for the Kaiser family on August 8th when the Arizona Superior Court for Maricopa County granted Emily Kaiser's request to redact 2 pages of that police report. And Emily's attorney said that those pages contain sensitive details surrounding this tragedy. Shannon Clark, attorney for the Kaiser family, said, "We're grateful to Judge Whitten for carefully balancing the important interest at stake and allowing a narrow but meaningful redaction of the Chandler police report, removing 2 pages that detail the graphic final moments of Trig's life. These redactions do not alter any material facts of the accident, but they protect the dignity of a little boy whose memory should reflect the love and light he brought to the world." From the start, this case has been about protecting Trig and the family's ability to grieve privately. This decision allows them and the public to remember him for the beautiful life he lived, not the tragic way it ended. And before we go any further, let me just say, no matter what you think about this case, this is heartbreaking. This is devastating for that entire family, including Brady, okay? No other way to look at it. This shouldn't have happened. This is horrible that it happened. And now their lives will never be the same. They do have to go through this grieving process. And at the same time, they have to deal with a lot of public attention on this. So one of the things we're hoping to do is, if there is a lot of misinformation about this case, and there's a lot of people making comments on it, we are just looking at what the actual filings say and do not say. All right, so now I want to bring on Kurt Altman. So Kurt is an Arizona criminal defense attorney, former federal and state prosecutor. Thank you so much for coming on. This report's significant. I mean, investigators, they lay out how Brady Kaiser allegedly gave conflicting accounts of where he was sitting, what he saw. If we start there, how much do you think these inconsistencies matter legally? Are they red flags? Are they signs of just a traumatized parent trying to remember a chaotic moment?
Well, Jesse, I think we talked about this before, right? We kind of speculated that the police maybe had a different timeline or saw some discrepancies in the father's statement, therefore thought charges should be brought. In a child abuse case, often law enforcement tries to lock in a statement from a suspect or a parent or whoever it may be, and then kind of work backwards and see if that statement is consistent with all the other physical evidence. It seems here that the Chandler police felt that there were enough inconsistencies to show that he was trying to hide something or cover something up and wasn't totally honest with them.
And the stuff about the wager, I mean, that's pretty significant.
I think it's significant, but if I read it correctly, the wager took place while Emily Kaiser was still at home. But then he indicates that he's watching the Celtics and the Knicks play basketball. So again, I'm speculating a little bit here, but I imagine the police, with the timeline and with the physical evidence they had, concluded that he was watching basketball instead of watching his kids because he made that wager and was interested in the game. And therefore, they felt it rose to gross negligence.
But the prosecutors disagreed.
Right. Proving that is totally different. Great theory, right? But proving that in front of a court, in front of a jury of 12 people, probably impossible. Next to impossible.
Why do you say that? Because let's be clear about something, right? I'm not saying someone should be charged or not be charged, but there's more information that's come forward in this report. We're trying to understand what the prosecution's decision was here. Why is it impossible to prove a case like this?
I probably jumped saying impossible, but very, very difficult, because I think, as we even talked about before, this is a traumatic event for everybody involved. He's trying to make a statement about what happened and what he remembered pretty quickly after he just found his son floating in a pool, which had to be devastating. I'm sure he didn't write down. In fact, I think even in the report somewhere, he says something, well, I wasn't watching the clock, but here's how much time lapsed. His memory might not be perfect. He's in a panic state. He's probably in some sort of shock. So yes, you can rely on those statements to an extent, but they're probably not something the prosecution was comfortable with relying their whole case on. And that's why probably one of the reasons they didn't file.
Well, the surveillance footage was redacted publicly. Detectives, though, they say, in their opinion, it contradicts Brady's version of events. You have this situation where investigators noted that the pool net was off, the door alarm wasn't functioning, the child may not have known how to swim. No one is saying, and potential charges never said, that Brady caused or intended for the death of his son, obviously. But if we're talking about criminal negligence, if we're talking about what the legal duty is for a parent Are those factors significant? But like you said, they don't rise to the level of being able to successfully prosecute.
Yeah, I think that's probably what the prosecution thought here. Even given all those facts, if they're all proven true in front of a jury or wherever it may be, it might be as simple as looking at it and going, yeah, not the best, probably a mistake. That was an accident. This is a tragedy. It just doesn't, in our eyes, rise to the level of criminal negligence, enough so to bring child abuse charges.
This report coming out is obviously going to raise a lot of comments, a lot of questions. Is it going to put pressure on prosecutors to reverse course? Have you seen something like that happen? I mean, she's a significant figure. How much pressure, if any, does all of this put on prosecutors?
I think the county attorney, Rachel Mitchell, will receive a lot of pressure and probably is receiving it right now, saying, now that this report's out, you did the wrong thing. Would she reverse course? I think that's unlikely unless more and significant evidence is developed, which doesn't sound like it's going to be the case. This is the hardest thing for a prosecutor to do, to decline a case, made harder by the fact that this is a child death, right? Horrific. It is the most difficult thing, though, for a prosecutor to look at it, fairly evaluate it, and go, we just don't think there's charges here that we can bring. It's very easy for a prosecutor to go, we'll just charge the case and see what the jury does. That's simple. Takes all the pressure off them. It's not what happened here. And Rachel Mitchell made a very courageous, if I can use that word, decision in this.
So you believe the prosecutor got it right in this case? This is the right decision at this point in time?
Based on what I see, I think that's the right decision. I mean, what comes from prosecuting Trig's father in this? What comes from that? And because it's such a close call and because it's so difficult to present and probably prove, it just doesn't make sense at this point. Let them suffer their grief without this hanging over their head as well. I think it was the right decision.
Kurt Altman, thank you for taking the time. Appreciate it.
Jesse, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, everybody. That's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please.
Yeah, I was just wondering if the defense has started yet or not. I just think there's again, I'm not saying he should get murder or manslaughter. I just think there's some sort of neglect the father should have here. I just don't understand why the father gets away with it. I know you could say, well, the son's died, but I'm like, yeah, but like 10 minutes is a long time. 10 minutes. Yeah, I'm not saying these years in prison. I'm just negligence. Yes. Right. Hang on. What's this about? Lovely. My first course was medicine, followed by supplements, then honey nut Cheerios, which I love. I think my next course would be BJ's. The what? I may just finish polishing my crown. Oh, I think the father got very lucky too. I agree. I don't know. I just know a few witnesses were flying in and having. Okay. Thank you, yeah. Ignore me, Dan. I do anyway, so don't worry about it. You're on the list. Robin G, Lady Di, J Mark, Hippie Chick. You're on the list. Champions Fill on Tips. It's the best. It's not just because of Fill on Tips, Robin. It's just the best food, full stop. I had cheese. Like, to start off with, now we go in again on fucking tangent now, thanks to Robin. But I love it. We had starters with chicken wings, parmesan and fries, parmesan cheese and fries. They were, I forget what it's called now. Buffalo chicken sauce. I didn't like it. It was too hot for me. The chickens were gorgeous. All of that, So I don't know. There's not just the steak tips. Everything is gorgeous there. You get feasted, and yeah, I don't know. What's it called? He will suffer for longer than any sentence he would have got. He'll forever blame himself. 100%, and deservedly so, to be quite honest with you, Badaza. Deservedly so. I just think that we've seen so many cases with very little evidence go to trial and people are in prison for, and this one's a bit of a slam dunk, neglect case, and there's nothing happening. So I do agree with you that he will, suffer. I just think that it deserves something more on top. That's all. I need to get champions as well. They seem like they are lovely people. And, Jodie Mitchell, Phil Mitchell, and the son now runs it as well. Melt in your mouth. Good, Robin. I hope to be able to get it again. So I had the cheesesteak. I was recommended by Phil, who still owns the building, but his son now cooks. Phil cooks every Wednesday. I said to him, what would you have if you were me? And he was like, I would have the cheese steak sub. And I mean, you couldn't fucking fit the steak tips into the bloody sub. It was, and fries as well. And I think Cheating Stacey had like a steak tip salad, and it's great, gorgeous. I've never been either. Over an hour drive for me. Well, fucking hell, it was 2 hours 10 minutes for me and Dennis, because Dennis got lost. So 2 hours 10 minutes, unbelievable. Peabody, yes, Peabody. That is where Chrissy the Crone is from, in that area. Well, she's Salem, but Salem is right next door. Just looked and it's an hour 41. I don't think it's supposed to be 2 hours 10 minutes. I'm just saying it took us 2 hours 10 minutes. I think it's for us. It would be something like an hour from Campton. I was hour 41. Okay, that's a lot. I was just about to ask Peabody. That's about 1.5 hours for me. It's worth it. Dennis even said that he would drive over 2 hours to get it. It's that nice. And also you can, they sell steak tips marinated, so if you want to take some home and grill it, you can as well. That's about poor Dennis. Don't say poor Dennis. Dennis loves it, so don't worry about Dennis. Don't you worry about Dennis. Right, so there's another case here. Josie's here, so let's do this. So this is different but similar case. I want to play this one because I just googled it. Hello, Karen. Doms in Malden are the best. I've never heard of Doms or where Malden is, Karen, if I'm being honest. I just know that from all the eateries I went to, that was the best one, Champions, so far anyway. So how long was the flight? I think it's about 6 hours 20 there and about 5 3/4 on the way back. Flights were great. Flight was not an issue. You're making me hungry. Those Cheerios aren't cutting it. Cheerios are nice. I had Cheerios this morning, actually. Hi, Karen. Two-thirds of a miles north of Boston. There you go. There you go. Right, everybody. This is another case from Arizona. Josie might know if she's still in chat. This is a case, I think, last year. Christopher Schultz. He made headlines last year when he was charged with murder and the death of his 2-year-old daughter, Parker Schultz. He told police in Marana, Arizona, that he left Parker in the car with the AC running and went in the house. Police said Schultz played video games and got distracted. He now faces charges of first-degree murder and child abuse, and recently took a vacation to Hawaii. Fucking hell. No, this wasn't his first time. No. Right. So I'll play this for you, and then we'll see everything that goes on. So 20 minutes from you. Okay. Anything.
A father charged with murder in the death of his toddler daughter gets permission to go on a tropical vacation as he awaits trial. I look at the request and a plea offer as Christopher Schultz awaits trial for the murder of his young daughter. Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. When Christopher Schultz was arrested last year and charged in the death of his daughter Parker, the case was absolutely devastating and shocking. Prosecutors in Pima County, Arizona, said Schultz left Parker napping in her car seat in his car in the driveway while he took his other children in the house and then played video games. It was a hot summer day in July in Arizona. The initial complaint charging Schultz with second-degree murder showed Schultz's wife sent him a text message as Parker was being taken to the hospital. It said, "I told you to stop leaving them in the car. How many times have I told you?" Schultz responded, "Babe, I'm sorry." His wife then texted, "We've lost her. She was perfect." Schultz then responded, "Babe, our family, how could I do this? I killed our baby. This can't be real." Schultz was a stay-at-home dad. His wife is a doctor, and she was at work and returned home and asked where Parker was. It was then that Christopher Schultz realized that he had left Parker in the car. Here's the 911 call.
What are you reporting? She was in the car sleeping. She's unresponsive.
Okay. And who is she?
Please, please.
Who
My
is she?
daughter. My daughter. Please, please, please.
And this was out in the driveway?
Yes.
Is she still breathing?
No, she's not breathing right now.
Okay, we need to start CPR right now.
Yes, we are. We're starting CPR, yes. Oh my God. Oh my God.
How long has it been?
Half hour. It was, but it turns off. I've been checking. Oh my God.
Okay, is she breathing yet?
Is she breathing? No.
Now, medics arrived at the home in the town of Marana and tried to save Parker. The footage from inside the house is blurred.
Anything?
Schultz then questions why police officers are inside his home.
Why don't we have a seat somewhere? What's going on? Why are you with me? Because we were first responders and we were on scene when they called us. Anything like this happens, they call us.
At one point, Christopher Schultz talks about his car parked in the driveway. He said he left Parker in it with the AC on, just as he claimed in the 911 call.
The AC was on. What car was it? You guys all here for me? My MDX. The one parked in the driveway. The black one? Okay. The blue. No blue. Are you guys here for me? Yeah, we want to do everything we can now. That's why you have so many of us. My worst nightmare.
Christopher Schultz is distraught. What parent wouldn't be? But he's hoping Parker can be saved. His wife, though, knows it's too late.
She's dead. Like, I need to be with her when I
Oh my God, my nose! No! Sir, you know that's the kid. Oh my God, No. They're going northwest.
They're going to Banner right now. We're going to keep you updated with everything, okay? We just need to stand by with you right now, all right? Is that your wife out there? Yes. Okay. We're going to make sure she gets down there, okay? All right. We have officers escorting her down there. If we need to, we will drive her down there and we'll make the same accommodations for you, all right? We'll keep you updated with everything they have. Yeah.
Christopher Schultz was in the house with police for quite a while, and then his wife called.
She wants me to try and get her right to the hospital.
Hey, we'll accommodate that for you, all right? We're just going to need to get a statement from you about what happened, what's been going on. Obviously, I know this isn't easy for you, okay? It's not easy for anyone around right now. We're going to keep you updated with everything we hear. Do you want to sit down somewhere? Where would you be most comfortable?
Sure, like.
You want me to refill this for you? Can I sit? Is that all right?
Schultz explained why he didn't park the car in the garage that day.
I'm sorry this is all going on.
We always park that car in the garage usually, but I just got a Peloton recently, and the Peloton is in the garage now, so that's why it's not even in the garage. But
And how long was she sleeping in the car out there?
I want to say it was no more than 30, 45 minutes, and I don't think their air was off that entire time. I think there was a time in between. I had checked on her last; it was still running. She was still sleeping, and then when I went back out, the car was off.
Christopher Schultz then planned to go to the hospital, but there was a bit of a hiccup.
Just to let you know, I don't want to feel like we're intruding, but we're gonna have to stand by with you for a while. All right.
Is there a reason why?
So any death, we have to treat like a crime scene. I know this is extremely difficult for you. This is a normal process that we have to follow through with. I don't want you to be blindsided by anything, but that's what's going to be going on for right now, okay?
So I'm being treated like a murderer?
No.
I just lost my baby.
Not at all. I know that. And I know this isn't easy for you. That's why I'm trying to be straightforward and honest with you, okay? I don't want to keep any secrets. I don't want to hide anything for you. Someone's going to talk to you about what happened, though. All right? We will keep you updated with everything.
My whole family, my whole family's gonna be ruined.
We'll be all right. So we can't let you do that right now. We have to stand by with you. Okay?
What did you say? You wanted a shower? Dude, you just fucking... Your daughter just died. Like, so yeah, this was not his first time. He had a habit of leaving his children in the car with the AC, car running with the AC going. This was not his first time. His wife, who was a doctor, had told him he needs to stop doing that. He cannot do that. He left his daughter in there for an hour whilst he played video games. I have zero sympathy for this guy. He's a piece of shit for doing that. If you can't take your daughter out, fine, take your groceries in, do what you need to do. But, like, she shouldn't be out of your sight. If you got your car running and stuff, then anyone could jump in that car. I know it's a residential area, but, like, there's no excuse. There's no excuse for this. And, yeah, his wife was pissed because he left his children in the car several times. This was not the first time. Yeah, he's a POS. I wants to go for a shower, dude. Get the fuck out.
As soon as you can, we will let you
You
know.
can stay in the room if you want, but I'm gonna talk.
I know this isn't easy for you, but the quicker we get this done and finished up, the sooner you can be with your wife. All right?
I'm trying to put it off so I can go to the hospital and be with my wife.
We're not going to shower or anything right now. You need to stand by with us.
I don't understand why.
Okay.
Days later, Christopher Schultz was charged with second-degree murder. That charge was later upgraded by the grand jury to first-degree murder, not because prosecutors believed Schultz intended to kill Parker, but because his children told police he had repeatedly left Parker in the car to nap in the past. A child abuse charge was also added. Schultz has pleaded not guilty to the charges, and in March, prosecutors offered a plea deal.
Mr. Schultz, are you comfortable reading and writing in English? Yes. All right, you've been able to understand the court proceedings?
Yes.
And have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication in the past 24 hours? Do you feel like you're thinking clearly today?
Yes.
And you've had the opportunity to consult with your attorney concerning the plea agreement?
Yes.
If you had questions about the plea agreement, were they answered to your satisfaction?
Yes.
Do you understand that the state does not have to offer you this plea again after today?
Yes.
The exposure that the attorneys would agree on is that if you are convicted at trial, you would face a possible natural life sentence on that count 1, and for the count 2, dangerous crimes against children, the sentencing range would be between 10 and 24 years. The presumptive sentence is 17 years. Both of those would be flat time sentences. Do you have any questions about that exposure at trial, if you did go to trial and if you were convicted? Okay, the plea offer that has been extended to you is a second-degree murder, which would be an amended count 1. The sentencing range exposure is 10 to 25 years. What is the presumptive, Mr. Travis, I'm sorry? 16. The presumptive is 16 years. That would also be a flat time sentence. Do you understand that that is a plea offer? Okay, and the presumptive is 16 years. That would also.
So basically, he was offered 16 years then, if I got that right. 16 years. What Mexi's here? I can't see Mexi. Oh yeah. No, that's right. Yeah. So he's looking at life, obviously, and he was offered between 10 and 25 years, but with recommendation of 16 years. Is he going to Sarah Boone it and go to trial? Yeah, it looks like he is. I mean, I can't see a world where he does not get found guilty. So 17 was the neglect element of it, or whatever they call it there. That was the second charge. The child neglect was the maximum 17 years. And the count 1 would have been life, basically, if found guilty. So that's what that was 17. So 16 recommended, which she probably would give 16, and he's turning it down. I get that he thinks he's done nothing wrong, but I do not think a jury of his peers will think the same way, especially with the neglect element of this not being his first time doing this, and the fact that he was playing video games. Unless he's strategically playing, thinking, let's do a counter offer of 10 to 12 years or something. I don't know why he wouldn't take that. The thought of going to prison, I imagine it's hell. But there's no way he's going to be found not guilty. No way in hell. The only thing he can maybe hang his hat on is the fact that they could fight the first-degree murder charges and get it lowered to maybe manslaughter. He could be found guilty. The only thing I think they might be going for a manslaughter rather than first degree. First degree might be too hard to prove. I don't know. I've not looked at the charges, so maybe that he knows he's going to be guilty, but will rather be guilty of manslaughter because it probably fits into that maybe a bit more. Which would then be less. So if they offered him a manslaughter charge, I don't know. But yeah, I think he's going to Sarah Boone it. There's no way that he's going to be found innocent of everything. So, here we go.
To be a flat time sentence. Do you understand that that is a plea offer? Okay, and that. There's a maximum statutory fine of $150,000. It can be up to 83% surcharge as well. There is also a requirement that the court order community supervision upon a completion of a prison sentence. Are there any other operative terms that the court's overlooked?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Adair?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Schultz, are you being threatened in any way to reject the plea agreement? Has anybody promised you anything outside of this courtroom or the plea agreement to compel you or help force you to reject the plea agreement? This is your decision? Okay. And understanding the consequences and risks of going to trial, do you want to reject the state's plea offer to second-degree murder? Right, the court does find that Mr. Schultz is knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently rejecting the plea agreement.
And in a move that has made headlines and raised eyebrows, Christopher Schultz asked the judge for permission to go on a family vacation to Hawaii earlier this month. His attorney wrote, defendant Christopher Schultz, through counsel, hereby respectfully requests the court's permission to travel to Maui, Hawaii, from May 1st, 2025 through May 9th, 2025. Defendant, his wife, and their 2 daughters will be traveling to Hawaii for a family vacation and will be staying with the couple's good friends. The prosecutor objected to the request, but the judge approved it. Schultz agreed to check in with pretrial services upon his return. He is, of course, free on bail. So to discuss...
So just to look at this, right? I just got this up here now. Let me get it up. That's what she said. So this is a manslaughter, right? Manslaughter is recklessness, which this fits into. You cause the death of another person. You were aware of the risk of your actions. You showed a conscious disregard for the risk of death. Those 3 are massive ticks. And if proven, it would be basically between 4 and 10 years that he would get. So I presume that that's what they're going for, is manslaughter, which would mean that he's looking for not 16 but less than 10, and they're hoping that he doesn't fit into the second degree element of it. Let me just double check the second degree elements, because remember as well, sometimes they can overcharge and don't meet all the criteria, so that would suck then. Let's have a look here. Vehicle, no, that's not what we want. No, that's all vehicle stuff. Okay, fine. But anyway, you get the gist of what I'm trying to say. I just think that they will. I don't think they can say that he's innocent. I generally think that they're going to try and point towards manslaughter and try and get between 4 and 10 years. Obviously, the 4 he wants. I think if the state offered him like 6 to 8 years, he probably would take it. He'd have to take it, I think. So, and especially with 85%, if that's the case in Arizona. Again, this is just my opinion. I'm just trying to think out loud. As much as I might sound dumb, I just give you an insight into my brain. I think about cases. I think about titties. Trials. And yeah, thinking out loud. But I think that they're hoping the jury will land on manslaughter rather than murder, is how I believe he is thinking. Right. But yeah, he is a totally piece of shit. Right, let's go back to the thing again and play it. I don't know, to be honest with you, Robin. I don't know. It's something I'm interested in, though. We'll definitely try and play it.
All of the hullabaloo
I will try and look it up for you, Robin.
Surrounding this motion being granted, I want to bring in Kurt Altman. He is a defense attorney out there in Arizona. So, Kurt, tell me, if you would, are you surprised that the judge granted this request from Christopher Schultz attorneys to allow him to go on vacation to Hawaii? You know, a lot of people might say, you know, you're awaiting trial for murder and you're traipsing off to a tropical vacation. You're accused of, you know, causing your daughter's death, being so negligent that she passed away. But is this much ado about nothing?
Well, I don't know if it's much ado about nothing. I'm not surprised that the motion was granted. That's to answer your question in a short fashion. It's typical. He's out on release conditions. I would assume he's been perfect on his release conditions. There's no reason he can't travel out of state and come back. I think what the hullabaloo is about is frankly saying, hey, I want to go on vacation with my family to Hawaii. Just it's kind of bad optics. Doesn't really change the law and the judge's decision, but I think the optics are probably what are getting him here, and I don't disagree.
Yeah, it was a little stunning when I first read about it. I mean, I think we need to look at big picture here. I mean, this is, a horrific incident that happened. I mean, this is somebody who is accused of leaving his daughter in the car in the hot sun because the Peloton bike was parked in the garage. He said he left the car on running with the little girl in the car seat because she was napping. He didn't want to wake her and take her out. He said the AC was on, but the car then shut off and she's out there and she passed away because she was left in the hot car in the sun. The police say and the prosecutors say he's in there. He loses track of time because he's playing video games, and that this is something he had done consistently. But his wife, from everything we know, is standing by him. They consider this a family tragedy, which it most certainly is. But, they're all going on this vacation together. I mean, I think optics wise, it doesn't look great. I mean, yes, it's a family tragedy, but a little girl died. And I think people have a hard time wrapping their heads around the person who's accused of causing this, going off to Hawaii while this happened and you're awaiting trial for murder.
Yeah, I think the sentiment out there, probably with most people knowing the facts of the case, would be something along the lines of he shouldn't be able to go have fun, right? But then on the other hand, he's on release. He's innocent until proven guilty of these charges. He's abided with release conditions. So the judge, I'm certain, followed the law and said, sure, you could travel. Now, if I were representing him, I think I would have tried to soften it in some way. Maybe my motion says out-of-state travel on family business or out-of-state travel with family, not to mislead, but I don't think everything has to be out there. And then in court during the hearing, which I'm sure is public, but not as public as a written motion, the court might go, what's going on? Where are you going? And that's where I'd say, well, he's going to Hawaii with his family, between these dates. So there was probably a way to soften it, but legally the judge, this doesn't surprise me, the ruling that the judge made.
And the prosecutors opposed the motion, the request being granted. They didn't think he should be allowed to do this. He went on the vacation. For all we know, he had to come back and check in, with whomever and say, yeah, I'm back, whatever. And he is innocent until proven guilty. If you were this defense attorney, though, do you think you might have said, maybe this isn't a good idea?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think I would have said that. And, frankly, his defense attorney probably did say that. But, sometimes it comes down to the point where we can only advise. And there also might be a faction out there and his wife going, hey, this will look good. We are a family. We're trying to overcome this tragedy. And ultimately, this might look good. I don't know. I would have tried to talk him out of it. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Let's go now to Christopher Schultz turning down a plea offer. He is charged with first-degree murder. He wasn't charged with that at first, but they upped the charges after they got some more information and did further investigation. A lot of people would say, wow, that seems really severe for this type of case. But I think the prosecutors and the police, or at least the prosecutor, went for a first-degree murder charge because they had seen that this had been kind of a consistent thing that had happened over and over again, the child being left in the car. This wasn't a one-off. This wasn't somebody just simply, this wasn't one of those cases you hear about where, it's mommy brain and you're driving to work and you thought you took the baby to daycare. I've covered a couple of those in the past and people weren't charged, and that was controversial. But this is a different type of thing. So he turns down the plea offer for second-degree murder, which he still would have done a lot of time in prison. What do you think of that? What do you think of him turning down that plea offer?
Well, I mean, it's a good deal compared to what he could face, right? And as a defense lawyer, I'd always be like, listen, worst case scenario, you're going to do life in prison. And life, when it's a dangerous crime against children, is 35 before you're eligible. So that's a long time. So this is a pretty good deal. We can get you down to 10. I imagine the reason it was turned down is they just don't, the family unit, whether it's him and his wife or him, just don't think this was murder. And they think that a jury will not find it as murder. Now we have manslaughter. They're going to get a lesser included offense of manslaughter. There are some lesser crimes, even negligent homicide. But it's a big, big risk to do that. A conviction of first degree murder, the judge doesn't have much choice as to sentence.
Yeah, it seems to me that they probably think, they'll go in front of this jury and the jury will see that this was just a horrific mistake. This was an accident and no jury. I can see the family thinking to themselves, no jury will think that this was first degree murder.
I think that's probably right. I also think, and I haven't looked at the indictment, unfortunately. I tried a little while ago, couldn't pull it up, that there's probably a first degree felony murder because leaving the child in the car is child abuse. If death occurs during child abuse, it's first degree murder. They might not have to think about this. The prosecutor's certainly not going to say, hey, this is premeditated murder. They're going to say child abuse or the death insurance, it's first degree murder, ladies and gentlemen. You don't have any other choice. But it's a big risk, but this could go down to, Anjanette, all the way to a negligent homicide, which would be probation eligible as a lesser included offense. So depends on what the jury sees and how well this presentation goes. But man, that's a big risk.
It is a big risk, and it'll be up to the jury in the end. We will see how it all.
That's what I said. I agree with him. I think that's what they're gambling on. They are gambling on manslaughter. And I think they're gambling on the fact that no one's going to convict him based on that. It's going to be difficult. I think we need to look at what the actual charges will be when it all comes down to it. So some juries won't be able to convict, or it'll be mistrial, and they will go lessers. And unless I think it fits manslaughter, I really do. This case, it fits bang on for manslaughter. Whether it fits for murder too, I don't know. We'd have to look at that. But from what I've seen, it would definitely fit that. So it would be a maximum of 10 years. So maybe it's worth offering 8 to 10 years. I don't know. I don't disagree with you, J Mac. I'm not sure how his wife can stand by him, to be quite honest. Especially it wasn't even an accident, in my opinion. So, I mean, he's done this countless times. So if you've done something countless times and you'd be warned about it and something happens, it's like, well, you're irresponsible. How can you trust him with your child ever again? So I don't think, I'm not sure if I could stand by. But I'm not in that position, so I can't really judge it. So every case is different. So it's easy enough for me to say. Sat here with my flat cap on, talking to Mike, or talking shit into Mike, some people would say. So yeah, so there's that. That's another very sad case. Well, either hippie chick and lady die have left, or they're very quiet because they're not saying anything, which is not like them to. They're normally in fucking chat causing riots. Right, what's the next bit? Right, this one I wanted to watch the other day. Oops. I want to watch this the other day, but I didn't watch it. Now, this one is a bit of a trigger one. Did they just say child abuse with unalive is murder one? And two separate counts. It bumps it basically because they're saying it's two separate charges, but because he done this several other times, they spoke to the children, and the children said that this was not the first time that he'd left her out in the car, so which is why he bumped it up, and then they added child abuse, onto that as well. What's next? This is good stuff today. Oh, thank you, Josie. You see, when Josie gives a compliment, you take it. In my car with windows down and can't imagine closing them and sitting there. I know. This one, trigger warning, trigger warning. This is about child pornography. But it's interesting because it's the Florida's principal teen son. So Matt McChesney, 18, from Gulf Breeze High School. After a 6-month investigation, McChesney was charged with 20 counts of possession of child pornography. Now his mother, Kim McChesney, has been placed on paid administrative leave pending an investigation into an allegation that she allowed her son to attend an event at the elementary school where she works as assistant principal, despite knowing her son was under investigation. So this is what I wanted to see how a principal's teen son is treated. So I'll say trigger warning might not be everybody, and it's only 25 minutes long, but yeah. Here we go. Strap it in, strap it on. That's not appropriate to say, especially when we're about to watch this. Dylan, shut the fuck up. Right. Here we go.
Okay, Matthew, I have some unfortunate news. You have a warrant out of Florida. Are you aware of that?
No.
The son of an elementary school principal is charged with possessing child pornography, and now his mom has been placed on leave from her job.
Am I saying that they brought this on? I can't say that they didn't or they did. I'm saying what happened to them was not appropriate.
I'll explain that video of Matt McChesney's mom and tell you why she's now in hot water at work. Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. I'm just going to tell you up front, there is a lot going on with this case and none of it is good. It's really disturbing. And frankly, it's kind of insane when you drill down into the details. So let's start at the very, very beginning. Matthew McChesney, he's 18 and just graduated from Gulf Breeze High School in Milton, Florida. That's in Santa Rosa County in the Panhandle. Last January, the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office started investigating McChesney. Detectives say they found a user on the social media messaging platform Discord. The user was named Literal Loaf of Bread, and detectives said there were 3 uploads. One of those uploads, according to detectives, showed 2 girls between the ages of 7 and 9 who were engaged in a sex act. It's absolutely disgusting. Detectives wrote, the IP address is listed to belong to Extreme in the Gulf Breeze region. The phone number is listed to belong to Verizon to a M. Kimberly from the Pensacola area. Now, that name Kimberly is the name of Matt McChesney's mother, Kimberly McChesney, the assistant principal at Gulf Breeze Elementary School. But back to the Discord account. Sheriff's detectives wrote that the user received a message from Redmere Caddy #0 asking, "Are you here for the stuff?" This user states, yeah, but wanted a preview before he paid for anything. This user also offered to trade 1 for 1 until he obtains more content to trade. Now, detectives said there was also discussion about a site called Megalink, which is a known place where people trade child sex abuse material. Detectives said they tracked the Discord account back to the McChesney's home. So in early May, the detectives go to Gulf Breeze High School to talk to Matt McChesney. The detective wrote, Matthew stated the following. I informed him my investigation was in regards to Discord, and if he would be willing to share his account information, which he was, and pulled out his phone. He pulled up his current Discord account and stated this account name. He did lose access to an account, but could not remember when. I read off his phone number, email, and account name, which he confirmed all the information as his. I asked if he knew why his account was flagged, which he stated he believes it was because he was sharing pictures of young people. The people he shared and traded images with were unknown to him, and he never met anyone in person. He stated there is going to be child sex abuse material on his phone and desktop computer. Matthew's cell phone was seized at this time. Despite the alleged admission from Matt, parents at his mother's elementary school say she allowed her son to visit the school for a walkthrough event. Kim McChesney is now on paid leave. In a statement, a spokesperson said, Santa Rosa County District Schools recently became aware of a July 2025 arrest involving a former student related to serious allegations. District administration is investigating the circumstances to determine what actions are necessary. The district will continue to cooperate fully with law enforcement and prioritize the safety and well-being of all students and staff. Due to the ongoing investigation, the district is unable to provide additional comment at this time. In regard to Mrs. McChesney, I can confirm she is on paid administrative leave pending investigation. So that happened just recently. And later on, I'm going to have more on Kim McChesney, so stay tuned for that. But for now, back to Matt. In late June, Matt was charged with several counts of possessing child pornography. On July 3rd, he was taken into custody in Washington State by Port Angeles police. He was on a trip with his family. Take a look.
Okay, Matthew, I have some unfortunate news. You have a warrant out of Florida. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Well, you have a warrant out of Florida that has a nationwide extradition, okay? So go ahead and stand up and face the wall. You're going to be placed under arrest. So my partner's going to search you. Just make sure you don't have your weapons or anything like that on you, and we'll do our best to explain what's going on. Okay. Okay.
When you ready to go? Do you have anything on this? You know, like stick, stab, poke me, or anything to worry about? No. No. Okay. You go ahead and search your mouth.
I need it back. And Matthew, just so you know, we have cameras running, okay?
Do you need to let somebody talk to us? If there's anything I need to worry about, that's fine.
Need it back?
Yeah.
So Matthew, I have your passport and I'm going to put it in this bag, okay? And I got a picture of it.
I cover a lot of really scary crime stories here on Crime Fix, and if it's taught me anything, it's that privacy and personal safety absolutely cannot be compromised, especially when it comes to your personal data online. You would be shocked at how much of your information, like your name, phone number, and even home address, is just floating around the internet for data brokers to find and sell. Do you ever wonder why you get so many of those annoying spam calls and emails? Well, that's why our sponsor, Incogni, is a crucial tool that helps you take back control by automatically identifying which data brokers have your info and then demanding they remove it. Incogni actually found 50 brokers with my information, and within days, they started getting me removed. It's so easy to use. Just create an account, authorize Incogni to act on your behalf, and let them handle the rest. And now Incogni users can wipe their info from an even wider range of websites with the unlimited plan's new custom removals feature. All you need to do is copy and paste the link to sites where you've noticed concerning data breaches cropping up and creating issues in your life, and a team of privacy specialists will take care of the rest of it. The new Incogni Unlimited feature even allows users to customize their data removals and tackle the toughest of breaches with the help of a team of privacy specialists. So if you care about your online safety, and you should, take your personal data back with Incogni. Use the code CRIMEFIX below on the screen and get 60% off an annual plan. Court records show that Matt McChesney appeared in court and was allowed to travel home to Florida with the promise that he turned himself in once he got there. He did that on July 14th and posted a $115,000 bond. He was booked and released 30 minutes later. I spoke with Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Chief Deputy Randy Tift about the investigation.
Yes, it is. It's a very disturbing case. We received the original tip from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. It goes into our major crimes unit and gets assigned to an investigator to look at that tip that comes in and start an investigation once they review the information.
How long did that take?
Sometimes it is very time consuming, and the time consuming part of that is once we start the investigation, first that investigator has to determine, is there anything there for them to possibly get a hold of to prove that there was some type of violation in that incident, in this case. So the investigator did look at the tip, went to my age, actually 18 years old, went to Matthew and interviewed him, seized his cell phone. Then we did a search warrant. We seized a laptop, computer from his home. And then what happens at that point is all of those electronic devices goes to our forensics unit. And there's a lengthy process that has to be done legally for court purposes, that evidence is handled properly. So that has to go through the forensics process, and all of those images and anything that goes in there that's evidence in the case is captured in the correct way. So that takes time. It depends on how many images. It depends on how much activity there is, of how long that takes. This one took a little over 30 days to be pulling all of the data from that, upload everything that was in those devices, and then the investigator gets that information, reviews it, and determines at that point that there is a violation of law and that there are illegal images contained in those devices.
So they find these images on the phone. They get the search warrant for Discord, and they see all of these different communications. I mean, there's a lot. I'm not going to go through all of these, but they're very disturbing, and there are a lot of really pornographic images of children engaged in sex acts listed throughout this warrant. It's very, very disturbing. So what does this guy say? I mean, does he try to deny it, or what does he say to your investigators?
In the original interview, he admitted to the investigator there was going to be some things from Discord on his devices.
But not what you found.
Didn't go to the extent of what we found. What we found was horrendous. It's difficult to read, and it's even more difficult on these investigators that have to actually review all of this evidence and look at it. And they do an extraordinary job in a very difficult situation, because as you stated, just reading it, it's horrendous. Imagine having to look at all this evidence and build a case against somebody after you have to look at those type of images.
I also asked Chief Deputy Tift whether there were any concerns that Matt McChesney may have had access to children through his mother's school, and whether the investigation into him is ongoing.
At this point in our investigation, no, we didn't have any concerns with that. At this point, with what we have out of his electronic devices that were seized during our warrant, that's all we have at this point. As the state attorney's office continues to process this case and work with our investigator, if some other lead comes up or something else pops up, then of course we would continue investigation. But at this point, we're pretty much done on our part, and it's going over to the state attorney's office for the prosecution phase.
So right now, Matt McChesney is free on bail. Now back to his mother, Kim McChesney. She is the assistant principal at Gulf Breeze Elementary School, and she is on leave. But now a video of her being deposed in a civil case involving a substitute teacher who was accused of molesting 3 little girls who were students has surfaced and raised a lot of eyebrows. It's from several years ago. Take a look.
It certainly would never be your testimony that they encouraged this kind of conduct at that age.
I don't like the question. I don't mean to sound funny. You're asking me if I ask that again?
No, ma'am. It never would be your testimony in this case, for instance, that they somehow prompted this kind of behavior out of Mr. Mack.
I don't think what happened to them was appropriate, but I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Well, ma'am, you are answering it, and you are suggesting, I believe, that you would in part blame the girls for this?
Object to the form of the question.
I would not blame the
If you're
girls.
Well, why can't you answer that question in a more definitive manner then? Because it sounds like you're suggesting that they contributed some part to this happening.
I'm going to object to the form of the question. You can answer if you know.
I don't know.
Attorney Joe Zarzar pressed Kim McChesney further about whether she believed the 9 and 10-year-old girls brought this on themselves.
The girls intentionally went up to his desk multiple times. You know, that happened. But were they doing this to get him to react? I can't say that they did or didn't.
Well, ma'am, how old were these girls at the time?
What the fuck?
9,
Do you
10,
know?
9, 10 years old.
Okay. How does a 9-year-old girl walking up to a teacher's desk entice the teacher to touch them in their private parts and squeeze their ass? Excuse my French.
Object to the form.
Answer that question, please, ma'am. You're suggesting that they intentionally went up to his desk and that he would do something like that? Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm not comfortable answering that question because I wasn't there, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to the question. You're asking me, what do I think the girls wanted to do or what they were looking to get out of this? And I can't answer that. I can only tell you what they told me. You're asking me an opinion. That's what I feel like you're asking me.
Richard Mack ended up serving time in prison for molesting the girls and was released in 2021. I spoke with Joe Zarzar about deposing Kim McChesney.
It was 3 plaintiffs. It was 3 9-year-old girls, right? And 1 substitute pervert teacher who decided he was going to touch these girls inappropriately. And he did so as, I think it was a substitute math teacher. And one day he decided to victimize 3 little girls. And so I sued the employer. And at the time, the school district was using a independent contractor, private company to get their substitute teachers from. And so I sued the private company that basically was supposed to vet the substitute teacher. And then I sued the school district. Okay. And I was basically alleging that both the company and the school district were negligent for allowing this pervert to be in the school. And as part of that case, I was deposing the people that knew something about this teacher. And she was one of the people. So during the deposition, I guess you've seen the clip, but during the deposition, I was asking her if, on behalf of the school, she had any complaints about what the girls were doing, thinking she would immediately dismiss that, right? And say, absolutely not. They're 9-year-old girls. Why would I ever think to blame them, right? Mm-hmm. And she did something very different than that. And I'm laughing now because it's so disgusting, but she basically blamed the girls and said they must have invited this and they must have prompted it and they must have egged it on in some way. And it's really not all the teacher's fault.
So you're sitting here during this deposition, and I'm assuming you are just like flabbergasted, because typically somebody who is working with children would not take that position because they're little girls.
Right. Like, you're either just an idiot and or you're involved in it. Maybe. I guess there's a couple different ways you could look at this. You're either condoning the behavior and think it's okay, or you're a complete idiot, right? Or both, right? Because even if you think that the teacher perhaps is not all at fault for this, why would you verbalize that as an administrator at an elementary school? Because it seems to be you're disqualifying yourself from that position to take the position out loud that you think a 9-year-old can bring on that type of abuse. It's ridiculous. I thought when I heard that, I was like, this lady just announced her resignation. Because as soon as anybody hears this at the school district, they're going to be like, you have to leave, right? Mm-hmm. That did not happen. She's still there. And this is years ago. That happened in 2021. That's how crazy this school district is. Crazy.
So when you hear that her son, Kim McChesney's son, Matt McChesney, is charged with possessing child pornography, he apparently, according to the sheriff's offense report, the warrant for his arrest, obviously, they go to the school in May, the high school, and they question him. And according to the document, he admits to the detectives, yeah, you're going to find child sex abuse material on my phone. Yikes. And now she's under investigation because she apparently knew this and allowed him to attend an event at the elementary school, according to what we know. Your reaction?
Sounds like the same person I deposed, doesn't it? I mean, it sounds like somebody that compartmentalizes these things or doesn't think they're that bad, perhaps. Maybe she's a sexual deviant. I have no idea. I don't know what to think about this woman. I do know that she doesn't have any, she has no business being in administration of any kind of school where there's kids involved. I can tell you that from just the deposition I took. Anybody that thinks a 9-year-old can prompt themselves to be abused by a pervert teacher, it has no right to be in a school, much less in administration in that school.
How was that lawsuit in which you deposed Kim McChesney? How was that resolved?
Well, unfortunately, the shab of a company that PESG was, they went out of business because it was a horrible company. They had a horrible reputation in many states, not just Florida. And they ended up filing either bankruptcy and went out of business. And then they just came up as a different company name. They didn't have an insurance policy that covered these allegations, so they never contributed much of anything to this. I still think the case is open against them because they have yet to be able to come up with a dime to settle this case.
Well, it is very disturbing for sure, and the allegations being made against Matt McChesney, incredibly disturbing.
Well, and there's one more thing I want to add, and this is another thing that'll say something about the Santa Rosa County School District and this company. But during that case, the other thing that was alarming was this. I had asked for the personnel record, pervert teacher, and I said, give me his personnel file. And they gave me his personnel file. And I started getting witnesses that were telling me that he had done similar type things at other schools. And I was thinking, well, wait a minute, I've got his personnel file and it doesn't say anything about a history of these problems at other schools in the district. And so then I started wondering, maybe they didn't give me everything. So I went back to the lawyer for the district and I was like, where is the other instances of bad conduct that are supposed to be in his personnel record? Oh, you didn't ask us for his disciplinary file. You only asked us for his personnel file. And I was like, you got to be kidding me, right? And so I got it. I got the disciplinary file, which is kept, I guess, in a secret location, in a separate file cabinet, different than the personnel files, in a different room. And so I get the disciplinary file, and this guy had been touching kids all over Santa Rosa County for years. And they were just moving him around from school to school to school. And they were, I guess, okay with it. And they were okay with the practice of hiding documents, right? It just seems backwards to me that you got a superintendent at the very top of this chain who is okay with all this. I would have cleaned house. I would have fired everybody. Everybody below me would have been terminated, including the person that said the disciplinary file is not part of the personnel record, right? You're fired. Get out. Why are they kept in a separate place? When the lawyer was asking for the records, you should have given him everything, not just one file from one room.
Yeah, it's very fishy. It should all be in the same record. Joe Zarzar, thank you so.
Like, wow. And to end it on that, being like, personnel file, yeah, but you're not getting his disciplinary stuff. You're not getting all the bad stuff. Like, how thick are people? How stupid are people? Thank you, Hippie Chick, for asking the question, because I didn't actually know until he answered it. Scott McGinnis, hello, sir. How are you? Thank you for the update, Scott. Scott says that today in court, obviously, Krupp is the attorney in court with Rosemary Scarpaccio, the one that is supposed to question Lally and Proctor. Lally and Proctor are not in court today. They might be there next week to be questioned. So that saves us watching that, Scott, which is good, because it can be quite boring. These things can be. So obviously, I'm sure there'll be 1,000 different streamers streaming the same thing. So right, that was, not. It was a bit sick to fucking watch that, but it was still good to see idiots. I mean, how can a head teacher act like that and blame it on 9 and 10-year-olds? 9 and 10-year-olds do not know anything about that kind of stuff. So to blame them is disgusting. Right. Are we enjoying people? Are we enjoying this? I'm enjoying going round, like wheels on the round go, wheels on the bus. Erin's bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. This is why I like to just test stuff to see what's going on. Please believe me, let me go. I'm still stiff, but I will go. Oh, I've lost it. Bollocks. I lost the one I was going to play now. Let me just try and find it. I also have 2 cases that I'm going to be looking at. One's from Mexi, one's from Erin. Hack. So I need to look them up. Oh, and also Robin G sent me another one as well. Robin, I'm not sure when that trial is going to be. But yeah, we've got a few things going on. I don't know what this is. So hang on, No, I won't go into that one. Right, we have got. Let's see a sentencing. Let's see a sentencing, shall we? I've not heard about this case at all, but we'll look at this. This is Shawn Willis, sentenced after pleading guilty to his mother's murder. Shawn was 16 years old when he shot and killed Sandy Willis as she was sleeping on April 20th. Fuck my birthday, April 20th, 2320, so 420, my birthday. According to prosecutors, in a plea agreement, he pleaded guilty to the lesser charge of second-degree murder. So this guy, killed his mother, and this was his sentencing yesterday, I think. So you're okay. I lost the plot years ago. Hey, anyone that's a fan of Mighty Meat lost the plot already. So right, let's watch this. This is Shawn Willis, who killed his mother. Let's see what happened to him. What kind of plea deal he got? I don't even know which state this is in.
All right.
All right.
Criminal court is now in session. Criminal Judge Zach Walton presiding.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please be seated. We are here today in case number C0C00347, State of Tennessee versus Sean Tyler Witness. We were set to begin a jury trial tomorrow, but my understanding is the parties have reached an agreement.
We have, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Mr. Willis, if you please come to the podium. Mr. Willis, will you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Willis, I'm about to ask you a series of questions. I'm going to need you to answer.
Just to clarify, just because this came up, this is not a military. So this is a sentencing period. So imagine, I've never really seen a baby in the sentencing period, but yeah, he's taking a plea deal, so there is no trial. So just in case. But the baby in there is a bit annoying.
Out loud with a formal yes or no, not yeah or that way everything's clear with our court reporter. If you don't understand me, just ask me to repeat myself and I'll be glad to. You can also refer to your lawyer, Ms. Corey, at any point throughout this proceeding. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Please state your name for the record.
Shawn Willis.
Mr. Willis, do you understand that you are now under oath and that I'm going to ask you questions about your involvement in the offenses you're charged with? And you will have to answer those questions truthfully, or your answers could be used against you in a prosecution for perjury or aggravated perjury.
Yes, sir.
You were charged in this indictment in count 1 with first-degree murder. That carries a minimum punishment with imprisonment for life with the possibility of parole. Because you were a juvenile at the time of the offense, the parole eligibility would be between 25 and 36 years. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
I'm now going to go over your rights with you. First of all, you have a right to plead not guilty, persist in that plea, and have your case tried by a jury. And that jury must unanimously find you guilty in order for you to be convicted. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
You have a right to subpoena witnesses that would testify for you at trial. Do you understand that right?
Yes, sir.
Additionally, you have the right to confront and have your lawyer cross-examine any witness that testifies against you at trial. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
You also have a right to testify on your own behalf. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
You also have a right to not testify and remain silent, in which case I would instruct the jury that your silence could not be used against you at trial.
Yes, sir.
You have a right to appeal any verdict that a jury may return against you. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
You also have a right to appeal any ruling that I've made that's adverse to you. For example, we've had a couple of motions in this case. Ms. Corey filed a motion for me to remand this case back to the juvenile court and a motion to suppress your police interrogation. Do you understand that you can't appeal my ruling on those motions?
Yes, sir.
By coming here today, going through this procedure and entering into this plea agreement, you are giving up all of those rights and there will be no trial in this case. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Today's convictions may affect you in the future. If you're ever charged and convicted with other offenses, you may be subject to enhanced punishment because of today's conviction. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
You'll be entering a plea to a felony today. As a result, you will lose the right to vote and the right to run for public office while the judgment is in effect. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Additionally, by pleading guilty to a felony, you may not own, carry, or possess a firearm. And if you're caught with a firearm, you can be charged with a crime. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Also, by being convicted of a felony, you will be subject to impeachment if you give sworn testimony in the future. In other words, if you ever testify at another court proceeding, you may be asked about your prior conviction. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Your plea of guilt today may affect your immigration or naturalization status if you're not a United States citizen. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
How old are you, Mr. Willis?
21.
How much formal education do you have?
High school diploma.
Can you read and write? Can you read and write?
Yes and no. I had trouble reading.
Okay, you say you had some trouble reading. Your signature is present on this form.
Yes, sir.
Were you able to read this form?
My lawyer's read it to me.
Your lawyer read it to you. Do you have any questions at all about what's on this form that you've signed?
No, sir.
So you feel you understand your waiver fully?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Correa, did you read his form to him?
I read it verbatim and I also paraphrased it in more layman's terms that he could understand as well.
Thank you. I see that you've signed this form that sets forth the rights that you and I have discussed here today. Do you understand that by signing this form that you've indicated for the record that you've had this form read to you, which includes the rights that we've gone over, you understand those rights and you're waiving those rights here today?
Yes, sir.
Are you under the influence of alcohol, drugs, medication, or any other substance today to the point that you don't understand this process?
No, sir.
Are you under the influence of any mental illness today to the point that you don't understand this process?
No, sir.
Has anyone forced you to enter this plea agreement?
No, sir.
Has anyone threatened you to enter this plea agreement?
No, sir.
Has anyone made any promises to you to enter this plea other than the promises contained in the written agreement that you've signed?
No, sir.
So you're entering this plea on your own free will, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And your willingness to enter this plea is based upon prior discussions between your lawyer and the district attorney's office, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
There may be recommendations as to punishments in your case. I'm not required to accept those recommendations. If I reject the recommendation, you may appeal my decision or you may withdraw your guilty plea. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with the work of your attorney in this case?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied that your attorney has investigated the facts and researched the law to the point that she would be ready to defend you at trial if called upon to do so?
Yes, sir.
Has she filed every motion you wish for her to file?
Yes, sir.
Has she interviewed every witness that you wish for her to interview?
Yes, sir.
Has she sought to receive every piece of evidence you wish to see?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything that you've asked her to do that she's not done?
No, sir.
Ms. Coria, are you satisfied the procedures we are following today are technically correct and that this agreement is in your client's best interest?
I believe it's what my client wishes to do and to avoid a trial.
Are you satisfied that you've investigated the facts and researched the law to the point that you would be ready for trial or to make a recommendation in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm only interested to see what the plea deal is, how much it is for killing your mother, how much they deal for.
As to count one, which has been amended to second-degree murder, how do you plead, Mr. Willis?
Guilty.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, sir.
The court accepts your waiver and calls upon the state for evidence. How will you proceed, General?
Yes, Your Honor. On April 20th of 2020, police and emergency services were dispatched out to a home at 159 Andes Ridge Road in Anderson County. When they arrived, they encountered a female later identified as Sandy Willis, deceased in her bed with massive head trauma. The scene was preserved for investigators to come and process as a crime scene. Interviews were done on the scene and photographs were taken. The investigation yielded the following information: that on that morning around 11 a.m., Shawn Willis had called Sherman Riffey, a volunteer firefighter and the father of his girlfriend at the time, to come to his house because he could not wake his mother, Sandy Willis. Sherman Riffey came out to the residence to assist. When he arrived, he found Sandy Willis with no pulse and massive head trauma. Mr. Riffey was the one who called 911 to summon assistance. Shawn Willis was interviewed on the scene by law enforcement, and he initially said that he had woken up that morning and the front door was open and that he had noticed his mother's phone wasn't charging. So he went upstairs to put his mother's phone on the charger, which is when he discovered her unresponsive. That story later changed multiple times upon questioning by law enforcement and members of his family. These stories were inconsistent with each other and the evidence at the crime scene. This defendant's change in behavior and demeanor was also alarming to his family and raised suspicions of the family and law enforcement. On May 5th of 2020, this defendant was interviewed by Detective Don Scolia at the Anderson County Sheriff's Office. Initially, this defendant gave the story that he had initially given to law enforcement about him waking up and the front door being open and going upstairs to check his mother's phone. After being confronted by the officer about how his story wasn't making sense, the defendant broke down and admitted to shooting his mother after an argument about a cell phone where she had taken it away from him that morning. He also spoke to his father, Jeremy Willis, at the conclusion of the interview, where he cried and admitted to his father that he had killed his mother and that he was sorry. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation assisted in this investigation, and experts were prepared to testify at trial that the fatal bullet came from the defendant's own, or that the victim's own gun, and that this defendant's clothing tested positive for gunshot residue. The Regional Forensic Center's autopsy report, as amended, yielded the information that this victim was initially shot in the back of the head as she laid in her bed asleep. And that shot did not penetrate her skull, causing her to move, and she was shot again in the temple, which was the fatal shot and cause of death. All of these events happened in Anderson County. The state of Tennessee, via the District Attorney's Office, would like to thank the Anderson County Sheriff's Office, the Anderson County Child Advocacy Center, and the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation for their hard work in this case. Members of the Willis family are present here in this courtroom, And some members will be giving a victim impact statement in this case, Your Honor. And this agreement has been approved by the family.
Thank you. Mr. Willis, do you agree that those are the facts that the state would be able to prove if we proceeded to a jury trial?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Corey, are those facts consistent with your investigation?
Yes, Your Honor.
This time I'm going to ask you to take a seat, Mr. Willis. The state's indicated that they're going to present some victim impact testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
How do you wish to proceed? Do you want them at the witness stand or to read statements from the podium?
I think that they could come up and just give it from the podium,
That'd
and
be
there's going to be 3 in total. Why don't we start with Jeremy? The first impact statement is from Jeremy Willis.
Your Honor, I'm sitting here in this courtroom broken, hearted, and torn. You were very selfish in so many ways. You took my wife, the woman I was supposed to grow old with, and I'll never get a chance to experience that with your selfish act. You took your brother's mom away with your selfish act. JJ doesn't have his mom no more. He always called her for advice, vent to, or just to talk to. JJ will never hear "I love you" or "have a good day" from his mom again. Dylan can't go and hug his mom for comfort. Dylan will never hear "I love you" again from his mom again. He will never hear his mom's voice again. With all that said, I won't be able to finish raising my son, Shawn. And JJ and Dylan both won't be able to play or grow with you. Not only have you taken my wife, you've taken your brother's mom, a sister, a daughter, a sister-in-law, a daughter-in-law, a best friend, and a wonderful, loving, happy, caring person. On April 2020, we lost 2 family members. I love you, but I do not agree in any way, shape, or form on what you have done. Mom didn't deserve what you have done. She battled cancer and beat it for all of us. I hope at some time you realize what you have done, how much you have messed up, not only JJ, Dylan's, or my life, but all the other lives I was impacted with this. And you've also messed yours up too. At the start of this, I said I was brokenhearted and torn because I say that this is a bitter and sweet moment. I am glad justice is being served for Mom. I am sad because of who done it. I have no words to close the statements. All I can say is that I love you. I miss who you was. I love and miss Mom, and I hope you understand who you took away and what you have done.
Thank you. General.
State calls Lucas.
My name's Lucian. I am Shawn's older brother. You will never grasp the pain that you caused. You didn't just take a life, you took our mother, the strongest woman I've ever known, and my best friend, my anchor, the person that I needed most. She fought through so much, including breast cancer, just to be here with us, and you took her away. You took away the future of any of my children that I might have, their grandmother. You took away a mother, a wife, a friend, a daughter, a sister, all in one moment. Every day I ask myself, what gave you the right to choose who lived and who died? What gave you the right to take her from us? I stand before you in court, not for closure, but to make it abundantly clear that the brother I once knew is gone. The person you are now is a stranger, and that bond is broken forever. There will always be a part of me that remembers the good times because that's how Mom raised us. And the person you became and the actions you took has forever changed my view. Again, you took more than a mother, you took the family's peace, and that is something you will never undo. With all that said, and after everything she did, not only for me and everyone else, but especially for you, Shawn, what reason do you have for this? I don't want excuses. All I want is the truth from you. Why?
Oops, sorry, my bad. I spilled coffee all over my keyboard. Sorry. Let's get back to it.
Eddie Willis.
This is a victim's impact statement for Darlene Fields, who couldn't be here today. Darlene and me and her sister, your mom, we all grew up together, knew each other our whole lives. She just ended up having to marry my brother and have children with. For 27 years, Sandy was more than just my friend. She was my sister in my heart, my safe place in this world. We grew up together, weathered every season of life side by side, and shared a bond that only comes once in a lifetime. Losing her has broken me in ways I can't fully explain. Losing her in such a violent way at the hands of her own son has left a wound that will never heal. Sandy loved her children more than anything. Excuse me. She would have given her own life to protect her children, and tragically, one of them took it from her. That truth is devastating. She didn't deserve to die, especially not like this. She deserved peace, love, and the chance to grow old with people she cherished in her life. Sandy was a light in a dark place and stood by me through my hardest moments, lifted me when I couldn't lift myself, and gave me friendship that shaped who I am. We shared laughter, tears, secrets, and dreams. And now all I have are memories and pain, knowing I will never get another moment with her. Her death has shaken everyone who loved her. The betrayal, the heartbreak, and the silence left behind is more than grief. It's a daily struggle to accept that someone so full of life and love is gone forever. I will carry her memory for the rest of my life. I will speak her name, honor her love, and never let the world forget the beautiful soul she was. She deserves so much more, and I will miss her more than words could ever say. Signed, Darlene Fields. John, this is for me. Something that can't never be taken back has happened. 1 John 1:9 says, if we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and cleanse us from all unrighteousness. I don't agree with what you did, but I love you and I forgive you. And take care of yourself. Thank you.
Any other victim impact evidence, General?
Nothing left from the state, Your Honor.
These moments are difficult, and in a plea agreement, both sides feel like they've given up something. For people who knew the victim in this case, sometimes you feel like you lost something because you didn't proceed to a trial to get perhaps the worst possible punishment. This courtroom is not a place for closure. Jury trials do not provide that. I wish that they did. I wish our justice system could provide people with the closure that they need. The reality is, if we had proceeded to trial in this case, it would have lasted weeks. The lawyers would have presented only glimpses into the life of Ms. Willis, only glimpses that would be blocked out by evidentiary rules. into the family life, the trial would have been very painful. The proposed resolution is just. So even though you all may feel like you've given up something by consenting to this agreement, you all made the right decision. There's a value in the certainty that comes with a plea agreement. Trials last a long time. Things can go wrong in the course of a trial, and you never know what a jury's going to do. And then it creates a pretty lengthy appellate process. So there's certainty today in what you all have done. And I do appreciate getting to hear more about the life of Miss Willis. At this time, when he's ready, I'm going to use him to come back to the podium. Mr. Willis, the court finds you guilty and imposes the recommended sentence as follows. You will be sentenced to 30 years on the charge of second-degree murder. This will be served in the custody of the Tennessee Department of Corrections. There is no parole eligibility in this case. You may earn up to 15% good time. You are being sentenced as a range two offender, even though you are not a range two offender. Based on this agreement, you have agreed to be sentenced at a higher range in exchange for agreeing to a lower charge. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions at all about your sentence?
No, sir.
Additionally, we're imposing court costs. Anything else from either of the parties?
Yes, sir. And I have one thing to say.
Go ahead.
First and foremost, I want you to know that I love y'all and I miss y'all. Today I'm taking responsibilities for what I did to Mom. I could not imagine what a trial would do to y'all. To every single one of y'all. And Dylan. I just couldn't put y'all for that. I made a mistake in life. And I'm sorry. I know y'all want to know why. Here and now, I can say I'm sorry. I will write to y'all and talk to y'all about why. I hope that you are open to a relationship in the future. I am so sorry for the pain I caused, and I love all and miss y'all.
Oh, fuck, you know. All this fucking sadness. I mean, all of it. Right. I just remembered this. You got 30 years. I don't remember what they said about range, J Mac, if I'm being honest. Right. Do you remember this case, people? I'll show you the. He'll be. Well, he was in jail when he was 16, I believe. So he's in 4 years. He's got. He's going to serve probably 85%, which is. Hang on. Let's do the math here properly. So 30 divided by 100 times. He's going to be in do 25 and a half years. He's done roughly 5.5 years. So he's got 20 years left. At least about 20 now. So he'll be out when he's 40. So he'll be out when he's 40 years old, if with good behavior, that is. So, right. Do you all remember this case? This officer.
We start with that new
I don't believe he got sentenced when we watched it, so we'll watch it now.
body camera video of an officer slamming a handcuffed woman to the ground while inside the Ormond Beach Police Department. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Luann Sorrell. Good evening. I'm Marlisa Goldsmith. That officer is now off the force and facing charges. Fox 35's Randy Hill. Take a look.
This is the moment a DUI.
Do you remember that? Let's go back a second. She was a DUI She was arrested for DUI, and this what happened.
Take a look. This is the moment a DUI crash investigation by Ormond Beach Police turned into an investigation into one of their own. New video shows the moments former Ormond Beach police officer Jacob Cannon threw a woman down, causing her to slam into the chair and a wall before she hit the floor. He's since been charged with felony battery and resigned from the police department.
So there you go. That's that. No, I don't. Lovely. I don't believe so. No, that is his punishment now. So, so that was it. So this is his sentencing. I know we watched something, but I don't believe he was sentenced during it. So let's watch this then. His full sentencing. Everybody.
Regarding any departure, I just want to make sure I got this right, that they are moving for departure pursuant to an isolated, unsophisticated event for which he shows remorse, and that he's amenable to treatment. Specifically, I think the anger management, I'll let that on the record, that he's amenable to treatment. And for those two reasons, they are saying that they are able.
I can't get the help he needs. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you.
All right, here we go.
Mr. Cannon, would you please stand up with your attorneys? So I do agree with the defense that permanent disfigurement doesn't always necessarily mean moderate injury. I don't find the Lynn case or the citing of the Lynn case by the state to be disingenuous. I think it is helpful. And in that case, the court pointed out that scarring, along with the potential HIV issue in that case, was enough for moderate injury.
So the prosecution and the victim were looking for him to get jail time. Just as a reminder, they were looking for jail time here, and the defense was looking for probation. So just as a reminder.
Points, and I do think moderate injury points are appropriate in this case here, and I think that that's within my sound discretion to decide. And the reason for that, the reason I'm making that decision is Ms. McCree has a 1.5 to 2 inch scar right across the center of her forehead. She had 7 stitches for that. And then I think we're 7 months after the injury when she sat here next to me, just a few feet away from me. It's glaringly obvious, and that's something she's going to have to live with unless she gets plastic surgery to get rid of it. But it's red, it's raised a bit, and it's readily available to anybody who looks at her, readily visible. So I am scoring the moderate injury points. That unfortunately means that the defendant scores 19.1 months DOC unless I find grounds to downward depart. Obviously, this is a tough case. And let's talk about the grounds for downward departure. And I saw Mr. Lambert nodding his head when I was saying that I thought one of the grounds was that the victim, Ms. McCree, was somehow an initiator or provoker of the injuries that were caused to her by the defendant. And I've watched all of the videos. Ms. McCree was highly intoxicated. She was verbally abusive. But that's your job in law enforcement, to deal with all sorts of people, including people that are hostile, verbally abusive, and highly intoxicated. She was, in fact, screaming and combative at the hospital and had to be given medication and restrained, as your attorney argued. That was after the injury, though, after she had lost a significant amount of blood and had this huge gash across her forehead. I don't find that there's grounds to downward depart. I don't think that has been proven, and I don't think it would be appropriate even if it had been proven. Unlike the state, I don't think that this was committed in an unsophisticated manner. I do think it was an isolated incident and the defendant showed remorse for it. But the reason I'm finding that it wasn't committed in an unsophisticated manner was because after the victim was injured, she was placed in a holding cell. I think ignored as best I could tell. Nobody attempted to tend to her or give her any kind of aid. And then there were lies to the supervisor about how it occurred. So I don't find that was committed in an unsophisticated manner. I do agree with the state, though. The defense has proven
that the defendant suffers from a mental illness that's unrelated to substance abuse or addiction, and the defendant is amenable to treatment. One of the mental health providers, I think, saw the defendant, it looked like only one time, and diagnosed him with PTSD based solely on his 7 years in law enforcement. I'm disregarding that opinion. I think that opinion it is not specific to the defendant. The other treatment was more ongoing. It started in January and continued through June. There was a diagnosis of intermittent explosive disorder, and I find that is appropriate under the circumstances. I do find that you suffer from a mental illness that's unrelated to substance abuse, that you are amenable to treatment. I am going to consider, in addition, your lack of any criminal history whatsoever in the 7 years of public service that you've done through your job. And I want to be very clear, I am not downward departing because you are a police officer. I am downward departing because you have no criminal history, and I'm trying to treat you the same as I would anybody else under similar circumstances in a similar situation. So I am going to adjudicate you guilty. The reason for that is, as a convicted felon, you will not be able to own a gun, buy a gun, possess a gun, and that's important to my sentence. I'm going to sentence you to 6 months county jail. Madam Clerk, how much credit does he have? 11 days. Okay, you have 11 days credit. That's going to be followed by 2 years of probation, during which time you need to undergo a mental health evaluation and any recommended treatment. You will be required to surrender your law enforcement certification to the state of Florida, but I believe you've already done that, sir. And then I am going to order restitution to the victim, Ms. McCree. I'm going to reserve for 60 days to determine that amount. And so if it wasn't already done, Madam Clerk, I'm going to revoke his bond today. And then the court costs are $770 plus 100 costs of prosecution, 100 costs of investigation, and that'll be a condition of your probation as well. Like I do with everybody else, I'm going to waive your cost of supervision for 1 of the 2 years of probation. And that's to encourage you to try to complete the terms of the probation and terminate early at that halfway point. Your attorney knows that you can file a notice of appeal within 30 days of signing the judgment and sentence. And then the other thing I wanted to mention is that any of the items that were submitted and taken into evidence are public record currently, and defense may want to consider whether to seal the medical records. Okay. Anything else the court needs to address today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
There you go. That was the verdict for that. So you know. So, right. Which one's this one? There you go, lovely. This one is Love Triangle Murder, if you remember this one. Let's do this one here. Share. Hang on. Let me move that. Move that. Shit. Actually, move everything. Gotta move that as well. Well, play this one. I will be back. I'm just gonna grab dinner quickly. I'll be back now.
At least 9 teenagers are now charged with murder. They're accused of being part of a plot to lure a fellow teenager to a place where someone he knew was waiting with a gun. And all of this was allegedly over a girl. Right now, we know the names of 5 people who are facing charges in this story. And when we were researching the newest names to be added to the list of suspects in this case, we were shocked with what one of the teens now charged with murder had apparently posted on her social media not too long ago. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. I have an update for you today on a story that we have been following out of South Carolina. It is a story of a group of young people who allegedly, according to police, came together to lure a fellow teenager to a place where he would be murdered. And all of this was allegedly over something that I think we can all agree in the grand scheme of life does not really matter, and that is teenage romance. This story has become even bigger since our first episode on this case, which was back in June. And it involves the man you see here, Trey Wright. He was just 16 years old. On June 24th, police say they found him with multiple gunshot wounds around 11:30 p.m. along a country road in South Carolina. Before I get to the new suspects in this case and what one of them allegedly posted on Facebook, let's get you caught up to speed on how we got to this point. This is Devin Raper. He is the man who police say fired the bullets that killed Trey Wright. Raper appeared to try to put on this bad boy persona on social media. He has a TikTok that's still public, and you can see some of the pictures like this one here, where he's flipping the bird at the camera, and he has the caption, "I wish we never met. I wish you would have stopped giving me missed signals, but can you stop? Because I'm trying to get to know your friend right now." Now, Trey, it appears, knew his alleged killer. They both followed each other on TikTok, but they were not friends. According to police, they were reportedly at odds over a girl at the time of Trey's murder. Now, it's unclear if this is the girl that they were fighting over. Her name is Gianna Kirstenmacher, and she was reportedly Trey Wright's girlfriend. The 17-year-old is charged with orchestrating his murder. The Florence County Sheriff's Office says that Kirstenmacher knew that there was a rivalry between Trey Wright and Devin Raper, and deputies say that she drove Raper to meet Wright on the night of his murder, quote, knowing that Raper was armed and that there would be a confrontation for violence likely to lead to death based on statements made in her presence. Now, she was initially facing a charge of accessory before the fact, and she was denied bond at that time, but her charges have been upgraded. She is now facing a charge of murder in connection to the death of Trey Wright, yet she's now out of jail. She was released on bond under strict conditions. Now, Raper is being held without bond. He is the one who allegedly fired the shots in this case. At his first court appearance, he tried to argue for himself in front of the judge. This is how it went down. This video per WBTW.
I did not do none of this. There was 4 more people.
All right, I'm not here to try.
I understand that.
I'm not here to try your case, but you can speak to law enforcement and you can also talk to them.
Before I get to the new suspects in this case, it's important to know that Raper was known to the criminal justice system. He was arrested in August of last year on a charge of being an accessory after the fact to felony or murder, and he was released from jail in November, and then the charges were dismissed in February of this year, according to WBTW. Now, you heard Raper in that court video claiming that other people were involved in what happened, saying that there were 4 more people that were in the vehicle with him. Now, it's unclear who he specifically is talking about, but this week, police arrested 3 more teenagers. Here are their mugshots. Their names, Corinne Belviso, Hunter Kendall, and Sydney Kearns. All 3 are now facing charges of murder. Now, it appears Belviso and Kirstenmacher were members of the same cheerleading team at a high school in Myrtle Beach. Arrest warrants that we received from the Florence County Sheriff's Office show that these new teenagers to be added to the list of suspects are accused of bringing Raper to the scene, knowing that he was armed and knowing there would be a violent confrontation. And Trey Wright was apparently no stranger to these new suspects. And what one of the new suspects posted on social media about Trey Wright really shocked us. Here it is. We found the social media of Corinne Belviso, now facing a charge of murder. On June 25th, which is the day after Trey Wright was killed, this is what she posted on her Facebook page. It is a link to the GoFundMe page for Trey Wright saying, quote, they've made a GoFundMe to help Trey's family. If you're able to donate, anything will help. Trey was one of my friends. We're heartbroken. To know him was to love him. LLT. That stands for Long Live Trey. That has become a battle cry for people who are remembering him, honoring him, and calling for justice after his death. Before I get back to this episode of On the Case, I need to take a moment and talk about our partner and sponsors at Morgan & Morgan. This is a law firm that is the largest injury law firm in the country. They have more than 1,000 attorneys, and they win a lot. They've recovered over $25 billion from more than 500,000 clients. In the past few months, a client in Florida received $12 million after the insurance company offered just $350,000. In Pennsylvania, a client was awarded $26 million. That is 40 times the insurer's $650,000 offer. Another client in Pennsylvania received $29 million after being offered only $500,000. Now, even if you don't think your case is worth millions of dollars, why not fight for what you deserve? Morgan & Morgan makes it so easy to start a claim. You can do it with just 8 easy clicks on your phone. So if you've been injured and you need to start a claim, go to www.forthepeople.com/OTC. You can also scan the QR code on your screen or click the link below. Now, Belviso has a lawyer who is not holding back in saying that she's innocent. He told WPDE that his client is innocent, saying, quote, "It's really simple. She's not guilty of anything. We've hashed through the stories. She's talked with police. I'm shocked she was charged, and I will defend this case with every breath I have. She's not guilty of anything." Belviso and Kearns, 2 of the new teenagers who were just arrested and charged in this case, they have been released from jail. They were granted $20,000 bonds. Hunter Kendall was denied bond, and he is still in jail at the time of this recording. According to WPDE, in South Carolina, 4 other suspects have been arrested and charged with murder in the death of Trey Wright, which brings the number at the time of this recording to 9 people who have been charged in connection to Trey Wright's death. We have reached out to the Florence County Sheriff for the names of these new suspects and information on their arrests. At the time of this recording, they have not gotten back to us. Joining us now from South Carolina to talk about this case is Tyler Bailey, civil rights and criminal defense attorney. It's always great to have you on Law and Crime. What do you make? 9 suspects in this case, all charged with murder in the death of Trey Wright. What stands out to you in just how law enforcement is going about this investigation?
Well, first, just on a human level, it's a tragedy, especially when you have young people involved in gun violence and loss of life like this. And the first thing that went to my head was that this is kind of an unprecedented way to use the hands of one, hands of all jurisprudence, which is something that's used often in South Carolina involving gun crimes or possession of drugs, but I haven't seen it much with murder, especially when you have 9 young people. And it also appears to be a way for the local government and sheriff's office to probably combat youth violence, looking at a way to send a message that, young people and kids, teenagers, school starting back, don't assist people who have firearms and are about to engage in altercation, because you have 9 kids or young adults, some teenagers, some 18 or older, who actually helped the accused get to the victim, and the victim tragically lost his life. So it's really unprecedented on those fronts. And then the bail also seems to be low because these are serious allegations the kids or young people, let me rephrase that, are charged with, but the bond does not seem indicative of the seriousness of the crime, which leads me to believe that this could be a way or a tool to get them all involved in the case by law enforcement, and then possibly work out deals south from there.
Yeah, because it's from what we know, several of the suspects have been released on $20,000 bonds. The man, Devin Raper, who is accused of firing the shots, he is still being held without bond. What will prosecutors have to prove in these cases of the associates of the person they say fired the shots? What will they need to prove if they were to take these to trial?
They'll need to prove that the associates knew that the accused was going to the location with the intent to commit murder of somebody. And they're using the fact that they assisted him. They knew that he had a weapon, and they knew he was going to the altercation, but they're going to need to prove there was intent on the front of the associates that this was going to occur, which is tough. Providing assistance, accessory before the fact of the crime is easier to prove than it is actually that they all participated in the murder with the intent, knowing that the accused was going to go there and he was going to commit a murder by shooting the victim who tragically lost his life. And that's a steep hurdle for the prosecution to make here.
Because Gianna Kirstenmacher, who is reportedly the girlfriend of the victim, and she was the first co-suspect with Devin Raper, who was arrested, and it was believed that she was the one, according to law enforcement, who orchestrated this, knowing that the 2 of them were at odds, that Devin Raper was armed, and that she was bringing Devin Raper to meet Trey Wright. And then it ends in sadly, Trey Wright's death. And originally she was charged with accessory before the fact, and now she is facing a charge of murder. What is the difference between the two?
Accessory before the fact means that they provided assistance to the defendant or the accused here to further his ability to commit the crime. Accessory after the fact is when they provide assistance afterwards with knowledge. But accessory before the fact means that she knew that he was going to go there and he wanted to, use his firearm to engage in murder, attempted murder, or something like that, and she helped him do it by orchestrating the whole thing. Murder, which is a lot of a steeper hurdle, means that she went there and actually helped him commit the murder. It's a little difference. It's a legal distinction. I think that the sheriff in the interview that I saw, he said that he was very methodical in speaking with the solicitor's office and investigators before upping the charges to murder for her as well. Accessory before the fact to me seems easier. And also is something that this case could be pled down to maybe if they dismiss the murder charges later.
Because you think of some of the other people involved, and we don't know, we have arrest warrants that kind of say the same thing as Gianna Kirstenmacher's arrest warrant, where it was they knew, according to this, that Devin Raper had a gun and he was going to go to Trey Wright, and they knew that there was going to be an altercation that was going to lead to his death. And then there's also reportedly video of what happened, which that hasn't been released to the public as of yet. But in the case of Devin Raper, and he's accused of being the person who fires the shots, how much do the other cases, the 8 other people, does their case kind of hinge on Devin Raper? Because let's just say if he was able to be found not guilty in this for whatever reason, how does that impact then the other people who have been charged with murder if they're not the ones who are accused of firing the shots?
It'll be nearly impossible to charge the others with murder if the accused is acquitted at trial, or if this case is dismissed. I mean, the evidence seems to be pretty strong that, he fired a gun and he killed the victim here, but the other ones are being charged for what we can see based off the warrants right now for, providing the assistance and helping orchestrate the murder. If he's acquitted, then there's no way that his associates or his friends or whatever you want to call them, who are also charged with murder, could be charged, because the main culprit, the shooter, would be found not guilty, acquitted, or have the charges dismissed.
At the beginning, you said kind of I forget what particular the phrase was, but when as someone who knows the law in South Carolina, how does this, and I know in a lot of ways this is unprecedented, but what are some of the similar situations you've seen where it has been a case like this has been prosecuted in the way that the Florence County prosecutors and the sheriff's office seem to be going about it?
Hands of one, hands of all typically goes like this. You'll have somebody, let's say, driving a car and there's marijuana in the car. The officers pull over the driver of the vehicle, and everybody in the car is charged with, possession with marijuana with the intent to distribute or trafficking marijuana. It can also be used with gun possession, where there's a gun in the vehicle and somebody is not authorized to be carrying the gun in the vehicle, and everybody's charged with, being in possession of the firearm. This is different. This right here is a murder that's committed, and they're saying the hands of the one shooter who committed the murder is sufficient to be the hands of all of his associates who helped orchestrate the murder. That's why it seems to be unprecedented, where this appears to be more of a case of providing assistance before committing the crime for the actual accused to commit the murder, who's the shooter, versus all of them being there. We don't know what all the evidence they have. It could be text messages. We could see the video. We don't know how they all assisted in committing the murder. I do think that law enforcement probably would not want to overcharge in a situation where, they risk the chances of an acquittal and not being able to prosecute all of these individuals, and there's still more who could be charged. So there must have been some strong things that we, as members of the public, do not know about. And I do think I think the sheriff is looking at the public policy here and trying to curb this type of youth violence, whether it's social media, text messages, different communications, and getting or luring somebody to a place where a violent crime occurs by charging everybody with the severe charge of murder here versus something a little lighter, like accessory before the fact.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely sends a message because, I mean, just on a human level, to know that all of this was allegedly over some teenage girl dispute, I mean, it's just not worth it. And you think of the lives that have been impacted. Certainly, Trey Wright was somebody who was beloved, and he lost his life. He was just 16 years old. There are some suspects who are under the age of 18, but it appears have been charged as adults. How does South Carolina typically go about cases where you have very serious charges, but people who are technically minors under the law?
In a case like this, where you have allegations of murder, it's all but certain they'll be charged as an adult. The prosecutor's office has discretion to charge minors as in juvenile proceedings, which are handled in family court, versus as adults, which are handled in our court of general sessions, which is felony criminal court. And here, because of the allegations of murder, the loss of life, and what they did in going about orchestrating the crime, the prosecutor's office, in conjunction with the sheriff, elected to charge everybody as adults here, which seems appropriate given the nature and loss of life.
How common is it that you see someone charged with murder? We were talking about bond a little bit earlier, but to get specifically into it, for someone to have that murder charge in South Carolina, but be released on a $20,000 bond?
Not common at all. That's why it seems like this is almost, I'm not going to say slap on the wrist, but a show of force, but not the actions that follow it regarding the bond doesn't seem appropriate. $20,000 bond on murder charge usually does not happen. You'll have bond being denied more frequently, maybe after several bond hearings. If the trial is taking longer to get to a jury, you may have situations where they may grant bond or set a speedy trial with things like a GPS monitoring, home confinement, periodic check-ins. But $20,000 bond is something that you see on drug cases, maybe even some bad DUIs, not on a murder charge. So I do understand that the others who are also accused of or being charged with murder here may have not been the shooter, but they've been charged with murder. And so just given the seriousness of the allegations, chance of being a flight risk, just because of the nature of the allegations, I know they're young, I'm pretty sure they have parental involvement. You would still think it would be more appropriate to have a bond that seemed more in line with the charges that they're accused of.
Because if even someone doesn't have great financial means and you're facing a $20,000 bond, I mean, what would you typically, I mean, the least amount that you would have to post to be able to get out of jail if you're facing that type of bond?
I mean, with a 10% surety bond, you can get a bondsman to put up, 7%. The family could put up 3%. So you're looking at that 10% of 20,000. I'm not a mathematician, but I believe that's 2,000 and another 10% of that, 200. You can have a situation where somebody puts up $600, and then the bondsman puts up the rest, and then you have payment plans on it. So a $20,000 bond is really nothing for a murder charge. It's easy for somebody to take care of that. Something more appropriate could have been a $250,000 bond if you're going to give one, just because their age that they are. And even then, in most counties, people, the phrase of catch and release is something that's big here, where people are accused of violent crimes, but they're out on bond quickly. And that's something that seems to be the case here, because you have murder charges, although they're young, although they may have not been the shooter, the state elected to charge them with that high crime. So it's a little odd here, and we'll see what that looks like regarding the local community, how they feel about it moving forward.
Yeah, I know that there was, just from some local media reports, some criticism of the bonds being so low. I don't know if you saw it. Devin Raper, who's the man accused of firing the bullets, at his first court appearance, he started pleading his case in front of the judge. It was just an arraignment. The judge told him to stop. He had said something like, "Oh, there were other people there," and the judge said, "Please talk to your lawyer." Generally speaking, why is it that it is not a good idea and it's not advisable for a suspect to do that in open court?
Early on in the way our South Carolina criminal cases go, you'll have a bond hearing, which is the first time that accused is before a judge. And that's simply to look at what type of bond should be set. It's not to go into the underlying allegations of the crime. And then the accused has the right to remain silent. Anything that could be used against him could be used at the trial of this case. And a bond hearing is not the time for the defendant to start testifying about the facts of it. Everything that he said then is on the record about there being others there, or it wasn't like how it's being portrayed to be, and that can be used by the prosecution later. And the judge was trying to caution him of that, to listen to your lawyer, let your lawyer do the talking, because you could jeopardize your case, even if it's something that you think is insignificant that's said before a judge, when you're testifying under oath, and you don't even know what's all in discovery yet. So it's always advisable for, accused to listen to the counsel, the lawyers, only talk when and if you take the stand later on, and let your lawyer do the talking for you.
Yeah, and I'm sure a good amount of heartburn for a defense attorney if you see a client start speaking in the middle of a bond hearing, like what we saw Devin Raper do, knowing that all these other cases hinge in a lot of ways on how his case would play out. What does the timeline look like if these were to keep going forward? What does the timeline look like for how this could be prosecuted?
It's going to take some time. We have a lot of co-defendants who are charged with murder. Of course, the shooter is actually the number one. If this was a organized criminal case, who they're going to be looking to be prosecuted, but everybody else is also charged. There could be more evidence that's collected. You could have plea deals with the associates who may agree to plead to something less, with the condition that they will provide assistance to the government and prosecuting the shooter. So a timeline on this case, easily I could see 2 years for this case going to trial, if it ever goes to trial. This could be a situation, just given their age, there's several options that they could have, with whether it's a lengthy probation, charges being reduced to lower offenses of some of them, depending on what role they played. But I doubt that the state is going to want to make this case seem like a slap on the wrist. I think the $20,000 bond that they got early on, the case hurts them later on, because the public is not going to be pleased if this is just something that seemed to be an overreach by the government, where they charged them with murder, slapped them with a $20,000 bond, and then later gave them probation of like 4 years. That seems like a injustice for the loss of a life, if they're going to make charges like this so early in the case.
And what is the process typically? I mean, you as a criminal defense attorney, if you have a client who says, hey, look, if one of these teenagers is ready for a plea deal, they want this to go away, what is the process of how that could play out?
The prosecution is going to be the one who controls it. Criminal defense attorneys are defense for a reason. They don't control everything regarding scheduling, regarding when all the discovery is ready for the defense lawyer to review. Even if you have somebody who's rushing there and saying they're ready to plea out, things are going to be done on the prosecution's timeline. Now, that doesn't mean it could drag on and on forever. 5-6 years or something of that nature is a very long time. And the accused does have a right to demand a speedy trial if they believe they are ready to go to trial quickly. But ultimately, there's a timeline of, they're out on bond. The lawyers are working with the state in reviewing and receiving all the evidence, going over that evidence with your client, and then entering plea negotiations from there. They can reach out to see if the prosecution is ready to talk, or the prosecution will reach out on their own time. And if a deal can't be worked out, then you prepare for trial.
All right, and we'll see how this case plays out. Definitely, 9 people at this point. We'll see if any more people are charged. Tyler Bailey, always great to have you on Law and Crime.
Okay, so I did not see that case, so I don't really know what happened there. Yes. So we've had some interesting cases already today. We've got more coming. I just wanted to chat to people and see what's going on. A lot of people seem... Oh, we got 13 in here. Okay. 14. Okay, that's good. So, yeah, as I said, I don't know anything about that case. I was going to cover the one in Norfolk County, like Scott said, but because no Lally, no Proctor, no nothing, I can't be asked. Do you know what I mean? Just loads of nonsense, the judge and stuff. So we might cover it tomorrow. We can zoom it then, rather than watching it. Oh, there's a few interesting ones. Now, there was one interesting case here that came up. Devil's Den murder. Have you heard that? Wisconsin, Minneapolis, as Aaron Hack would say. But Wisconsin. So this is in Arkansas, but there was a death in Wisconsin that they are looking at about this guy. Andrew James McGann, his name is. Actually, do you know what? I won't cover this right now. We might cover this another time because there's more we can do with that one, actually. What's for dinner? It was chicken drumsticks and bread. We bought like chilled barbecue chicken drumsticks, and I'd not had chicken drumsticks for ages. And I was like, you know, I fancy chicken drumsticks. I don't fancy a heavy dinner. So I had like 4 chicken drumsticks and a few slices of bread, which I know bread's bad, but I needed something to stock it up. Do you know what I did today, though? I'll be honest with you. I juiced watermelon, big watermelon, 2 pineapples, grapes, mangoes, 4 mangoes. Yeah, that's it. And I got enough there for like, you know, a couple of weeks. That I made that will be nutrition for me for the next probably week. Big glasses, and I think that'll be nice. Looking forward to that. That's funny. I am making chicken leg quarters in. Oh, I actually made these in the air fryer as well. Air fryer is fantastic, isn't it? One of the best purchases I made. Between that and my filter coffee. Now, those that don't know me or you know what weren't here right at the start, I was always like, no, I don't do filter coffee. I don't do filter coffee. So when Erica to show me how to make filter coffee, that was genuine. I've never made filter coffee before. So I'm obsessed. Dunkin's filter coffee, obsessed. Leafy greens. What do you equate as leafy greens? What is in the leafy green? What? Because obviously watermelon, mango, and all that, they're not leafy greens, are they? So it's like me going my hair. So girls, tell me what's leafy greens? Hey girlfriend, what's in a leafy green? So yeah. That sounds delicious. Good job. Yeah, it is quite nice. The mango didn't quite work, if I'm being honest. The mango wasn't quite. I wouldn't do the mango next time, but the watermelon and the pineapples turned out nice. 2 big bucket for spinach, kale. I mean, you disgust me sometimes. You do. You disgust me sometimes. Spinach and kale, fucking get the fuck out, J-Mac. What the fuck are you talking about? I'll stick strawberries there next time. And I put blueberries. Gentile loves a bit of blueberries. Look at the hair colour. I'm green. Gentile with her green or blue or pink, whatever hair she feels like. How are you doing, Jen? I love mango, but I'm sure it didn't juice well. It did not juice well. I wouldn't do it again. It did not juice well. I love mango, but I wouldn't juice it again. I would do the watermelon and pineapple, and that's it. And probably strawberries. Probably do strawberries. So, and thank you, Genty. I did see popped up that you became a member again. You renewed your membership, so thank you, Genty, for the renewed membership. I appreciate you, my darling. So, you need your leafy greens. They are good. If you won't eat it, then toss it in. I mean, let's not have dirty talk on stream, J-Mac. Toss it in your juice and drink it up, motherfucker. So, I'm not a massive fan of green. Like, I like broccoli, but vegetables, not fruit, if that makes sense. You should put it in the fridge too. Then you. So it's in the fridge. It is in the fridge. I'm hoping it's just like juice, you know. So, but it is in the fridge. My card was hacked, and I had to put in. Oh no! Sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that, Genty. That sucks when that happens. When you get a card hacking, not good. Freezer, that's different, lovely. That's different. Now we're talking, lovely. Now I can see that. Yes, I can see that. Sorbet. That's a very, do you know what? That's a cracking idea. No worries. Hey, Donna, thank you again. My dad, I will email you back. Don't you worry. I need to go lay down. I'll check in a bit. Thank you, my darling. We'll be here for a little bit longer. I just want to chat with chat. And we'll show everything in a little bit. Thank you again, Donna, for your generous donation. Thank you, my darling. I appreciate you, Donna. She's like Texas from. Hey, y'all, from Texas. That would be delicious. Sorbet. I hadn't thought about that. That's a really good idea, lovely. That's a really good idea, lovely. We will look into that. Because what I'm worried about is that it will go to waste, drinking too much. Not drinking, leave it in the fridge because I maybe won't drink enough of it, The mango is very pulpy, so it didn't quite work out. But yeah, it is what it is. So no, I'm in with the juicing. I need to make Saturday. I'm going shopping. I need to make some ginger shots again. So I'm running out. I think I'm going for 4 more days. So that's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Oh, so I've got enough for Saturday. I can juice on Sunday because I've got enough till Saturday. So I've got that sorted. This juice. Once I'm off my antibiotics, hopefully, then I won't eat as much. Put as much weight on. That's how I do it. Yeah, I will have to look into that because I always worry that the juice will go to waste in the fridge because it's just too much of it. You know what I mean? I juice so much of it, it might go to waste. I used it on the same machine I make my ginger shots, and maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should just use a normal juicer. I think that should be more. Would probably be more efficient. But it's trial and error, people. So I'm not sure with all of you guys. So in the UK on Thursday, we have our A-level results, which is for children, well, adults now, who are 18. They get exam results. So my niece is getting her exam results on Thursday. So excited for her. Hopefully she does well. And these grades will then dictate where she goes to university. So I think she's going to call over. I think we're going out for dinner Saturday night. Saturday night at the movies. So it's all go. All go here. Right. You and me were meant to be walking free in harmony. Just a reminder, Chappie's going to Boston. If you did want to donate, there you go. That's a link. That's the same link. Go to Boston. If anyone's interested in helping with a meal, some dunks, or a ride. Now, different kind of ride to what some of you thinking. Please consider a small donation. There you go. Thank you. And Donna was very generous. Right, I've got a couple of things here now then. Let's see what we'll do. What tickles my fancy? Which stream tickles my fancy? I don't know. I need to look at this. There's an interrogation one that looks spicy. There's a lot. Do you know what's popular in the sex scandals? Sex scandals. I knew there would be a dirty motherfucker in here. J Mag always takes it to the extreme. That is funny. I love it. Always. Most of these are like there's a load of female teachers as well, abusing children. That's right, Robin G. Not Robin G. Daffodil. Remember to be good. You try your best there. Robin G. You probably won't be able to, but you try though. Fake Florida nurse. Oh yeah, do you remember the fake Florida nurse one? Do you remember that one? We covered it when she was arrested. That one was weird. Treated over nearly 4,500 patients, and she's a fake nurse. Yeah, I don't know what to watch. It's been a good morning. I just I don't want to overdo it either. Hang on. Let's do a search here before I do anything. Oh, hang on. I need to test something out. Right. Let me test this out, right? Because I want to see if this works or not. So let's see if you can hear this. Can you all hear this, right, when I play it?
It's crazy right here.
Is that? Oh, you can hear it. Happy days. So, right, this is a 30 people hurt in New Jersey transit bus trapped after PSE&G truck flipping crash. So, this happened not long ago. Crime scene unit is on the route to the investigation. So here you go. This is what happened.
Dang. Driving with no fucking conscience, man. Only top dog law.
Look at that.
Sick the dog on him.
Shit.
Top dog law. Top dog. This is crazy though.
That is crazy, dog.
New Jersey Transit.
Hello. This happened a couple of hours ago. This was live a couple of hours ago. I just bought Brussels sprouts. I love Brussels sprouts.
Look at them. The mommy's always cashing out. Yo, this is good. Damn, 8 years, bro. God damn. People gotta hope they could live long enough to see that money. Like, damn, she's leaking though. Man, this is crazy. Only in North. I don't even know. I'm
Oh no. Reconnect, brother. What's going on? Let's see if I need to do anything. No. Oh no. Oh wow, we lost him. Oh, we're back.
sure though. Your boy probably ran everything. Cause look, he's coming across this way.
Oh, he could have already been going.
That too, and she didn't. Yeah, I think that's what. Cause look,
He keeps going. Anyway, we've seen it.
and in the back, so she's going already. Yup. Yep. Yeah, the stop sign, man. Oh.
Okay, it keeps exploding, going offline. So this one, I'm not sure if you heard about this, right? But there's a coke plant, Clariton coke plant explosion. 2 dead, 10 injured. This happened half an hour ago. So let's go into this. Did you know about
Today is a terribly sad day here in Allegheny County, as all of us mourn the loss of 2 steel workers here from the explosion that occurred yesterday at batteries 13 and 14. Our thoughts and prayers and hearts are with the employees here at U.S. Steel, with the members. This time we do have an ongoing investigation that is
Delphi.
active, and further hydrogen.
There you go. That's the scenes of it. Whoa. Right, something's got off of my hit. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay. Now I got it. Now I understand what it was. Right. Hang on. You and me were meant to. It happened yesterday. I did not know that. Walking free in harmony. One fine day, I can't get the app. It won't let me sign up to Citizen app. Hey. Bastards, hey. Why do they not let UK people do it? That is bullshit. Anyway, there you go. Oh, hang on. Let me read this. New trial happening today. What does it say? What does it say? Tomorrow, Delphi, tomorrow, Delphi likes away. So there's a trial. Oh, this, right, hang on. Let me get it up. Oi. Stop it, you dirty. Right. Kathy Russon says, new trial, Georgia v. Christopher Wolfenbarger. Jury selection begins today. On Thanksgiving Day 1998, 21-year-old Melissa Wolfenbarger called her family in Tennessee to make plans for Christmas. That would be the last time her family spoke to her. Neighbors said Melissa, her husband Christopher, and their 2 children had moved away, but no one knew the new location. April 29th, 1999, year later. Well, not a year later, sorry. Thanksgiving's November, so December, January, February, March, April. 5 months later, a severed human head was found inside a black trash bag near the workplace of Melissa's husband. At the time, investigators were unable to identify the victim. On June 3rd, 1999, more human remains, also in black trash bags, were found nearby. The remains were incomplete and a torso was never recovered. For years, the identity of the victim was unknown. In 2003, investigators used DNA from Melissa Wolfenbarger's father, convicted serial killer Carl Patton, to confirm the remains were hers. At the time, Patton was serving a life sentence for unrelated murders he committed in the 1970s. Given his violent past, he was considered a possible suspect, but DNA evidence ruled him out as being involved in Melissa's death. The case remained unsolved for over 2 decades. Melissa's husband, Christopher Wolfenbarger, became the main focus of the investigation. Melissa and Christopher had met in high school, married, and had 2 children. According to Melissa's sister, Melissa had left Christopher in the summer of 1998 after a reported incident of domestic violence, but later returned. Christopher acknowledged having a criminal history involving family violence, but denied involvement in her death. In a 2021 interview on August 6, 2024, following renewed investigation efforts, authorities arrested Christopher Wolfenbarger. So that's him being arrested, and that's her. I am not covering it, but I just thought that some of you might be interested in the trial, and there's that. As I say, I will not be personally covering it, but that will be coming up tomorrow on Law and Crime, or as Law and Crim, as some people like to call it. So yeah, interesting. Right, let's play Interrogation, shall we? This is something about just graduated high school. Life is over. Blake Linkus. Let me get it. Let's get this up. Right. Delphi, I might need your help to get this up. Share. No bullshit. Here we go.
Now,
So hang on. Yep. In today's No BS interrogation, we take a look at a case out of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Back in June of 2023, 18-year-old Natalie Martin from Roseville, Ohio, and some friends went to the beach for their spring break. Sadly, Natalie would never return home alive. 18-year-old Blake Linkus is the ex-boyfriend of Natalie Martin, and even though they had been broken up for 2 weeks prior to the trip, they went together with friends. Natalie would be discovered by her friends on the morning of June 7, 2023. She was cold and blue. Blake Linkus was put in the hot seat today. Here is that interrogation. Okay. So that's the case, and let's watch it now.
one with status the emergency.
Hi, my name is Addison, and I'm out in Myrtle Beach right now for our senior trip. And our friend is passed out on the floor right now, and she's ice cold, and she's very blue. Her lips are blue, and she's
Okay, what's
not
the address?
moving
Where are
at
you
all.
at? Where are you at?
Where are we at?
Is this a place at the beach?
Yes.
Is she breathing? Is your friend breathing?
I do not think so. I really cannot tell. She is ice cold.
How long
and
has she been
won't
that way?
move. I don't know. Some of us just woke up.
Okay, I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line. I'll tell you
Okay.
exactly what to do next. I need to know how
Okay.
old she is.
She's 18.
You remember me from yesterday, Detective Jones, Detective Skeller. Gonna go back over things from yesterday. We're at the hospital, okay? Anytime we talk to you, I'm gonna do one of these things, okay? Understand that? It's your birthday again, Blake. All right. Blake, you're not under the influence of any alcohol or drugs, are you? You know how to read and write. And you graduated high school. When was that? This year? A couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. This year? All right. We slide. Just to you quick. Just look over it. Same thing we did yesterday here. Go over it. We'll do it as we do it here. Says you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk with a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. You cannot afford to hire a lawyer. One will be appointed to represent you at no cost to you before any question if you so desire. If you make a statement or answer questions, you have the right to stop at any time. You understand these rights. All right, I get the initial each one of these. And yes, you understand it, and print and sign. Just take it out of the way. Gotcha.
I'm just grabbing some coffee. I'll be back now.
Just want to go back over, like I said, stuff talked about yesterday. To get everything clarified, make sure there's no misunderstandings on anything anywhere, okay? You guys, you and several of your friends, you tell me who all they were that they came here on the senior trip deal.
Brady Fox, Dakota Hall, Addison Shearer, Ashton something, Lee Bernard, Dylan Watson, Taylor McCormick, and Natalie.
All right. Tuesday night, All you guys were planning on going to the House of Blues, right? Okay. And just start from there and walk me back through everything again.
We all got Ubers to go there. And then I was talking to other friends that I knew there, and everyone else was like about towards the back of the line. And they were saying Dakota was getting kicked out, so I walked over there and just wondering what was going on. And then he was going to get an Uber back, and I didn't feel good, so she's going to go back. I wanted to get Dakota to come back and Natalie, so I went with them. And then got back, kept bringing more. Me and Natalie, done stuff together. Dakota took a little bit of a nap, just kept hanging out with him. And then later on, the whole situation happened, which I didn't mean to. It just happened. I would never harm her anyway. I thought it was a dream. I didn't even know it was true.
Okay. So you, Dakota, and Natalie are the ones that went back to the rental unit y'all were at? All right. Do you remember about what time that was? Or have an idea, maybe?
It's just one thing I'm never.
Okay, was it dark?
It was dark the whole time.
All right. And you said the whole thing happened. All right. Tell me what that whole thing was. I mean, you go back through it. And you talk very softly, so I'm struggling to hear you.
Sorry. I'm pretty sure we were watching TikTok or something, and I got mad over something on her phone. It's hard for me to exactly remember what it was, and I thought I'd choked her for a little bit, and she fell off the bed, and I thought she said something to me. Like, I didn't think she was just dead, so I just decided to go to bed because Dakota, it seemed like he didn't want to even go to the club. I should have checked on her.
All right, I'm going to back you up. You said you got an argument over something over the phone. And what was that?
I'm sure it was like other dudes or something. I don't know.
Okay. Now, what led up to you choking her? I mean, tell me excruciating detail about that.
Like, we were beside each other, and
how were y'all on the bed? You said you were beside each other, so I'm guessing y'all were on the bed?
Yeah.
How were y'all on the bed?
It's like, she was on her back, and I was on my side, like, towards her, and I'm pretty sure, like, I was just, like, saying stuff to her, and I just reached, and she was saying stuff back, and I just reached over, and she was at the edge of the bed, so I just choked her for a little bit, not meaning to just try to kill her whatsoever.
Yeah, how were y'all on the bed? Were y'all say this is the bed that's up against the wall here? Were y'all like feet this way or feet this way, or
feet towards the end of the bed?
Feet towards the end of the bed. Okay. All right. Which side of the bed was she on? Was she on like this side or that side?
The side that she was on the whole time.
Okay.
So, like, I was right there.
Okay, you said you reached over and like choked her. How did you do that?
I just put my hands around her throat and
how?
Just one and then two, and she like went sideways and fell over, and I just said, all right, I'm just gonna go to bed. Like, I'm not dealing with this right now. So I rolled over towards the middle of the bed, and I thought she just wanted to stay down there. I thought she was going to leave the room or something.
No, you said you reached over and grabbed her one hand and two. What happens there?
She starts to like go up a little bit, and then like she just fell over because we were so close towards the end of the bed. And then she fell, and I just rolled back over to the middle of the bed.
Okay, did she like try to push you off of her, grab your hands, or try to say anything? I mean, what was the content there?
She got up like that. Yeah, she was pushing a little bit, but I mean, that was really it.
Well, what was your body position? I mean, where were you at?
I mean, first I was laying on the bed, and then when she got up, I got up a little bit. I think we were just on our knees. Like, I don't know, like never on our feet at all.
You said she was on her back and you were kind of laying on your side. I'm assuming you were kind of laying like, hand propped up on your head.
He's too young for you. He's only 18, J-Mac. J-Mac's like 60. He is called, what's his name? Blake Linkus from Myrtle, case from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. He's accused of, well, we'll see, but it's this guy. Blake Linkus from 2023. This was Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
And whatnot. Was it one hand over at first? At that point, when you said you put your second hand, is it going under the side? You're still on your side, or are you actually getting kind of up on top of her now?
Not on top, but like that's when she obviously, she didn't stay on her back. She went up a little bit, and then that's when I did that. And I just, like, it didn't feel long at all. Like, it wasn't and then she just fell right onto the ground.
So you said that, I'm trying to get my mind how this happened. So she's laying on her back, you said you're laying on your side, so you reach over one hand, and she kind of like arches up, I guess is what you're saying. Is that when you reach over with the other hand? All right. Now, at what point in there did y'all end up on? You said something about being up on your knees. Where did you?
When she arched up, that's when like I basically arched up with her, and then that's when she like fell back. I mean, she maybe pushed a little bit. I don't know. It just didn't feel long at all, like, honestly. And she fell back. I didn't think anything of it. Again.
When she kind of fell back, you said she kind of fell off the bed a little bit?
Yeah, she just went straight back.
Okay. Were you still holding on to her when she was off, almost kind of like going like around? Okay.
When she fell off the bed, how did she fall off? She fell off like sideways or backwards, or?
I'm pretty sure it was just backwards, and like she rolled over. I don't know. I didn't check up on her. I'm really sure.
Did you hear anything, any noises? Or?
I thought she was saying something. I thought like I heard something. I don't know. After that, I just didn't want to talk. I should have just left the room or checked on her and called 911. I wasn't in my right mind.
You said you guys were arguing after whatever you found on the phone. You said you said something or she said something. Do you know what she said to you?
I don't remember what we both talked about at all. I just know that I said something, which I never get mad over that stuff. It's just she'd get mad, and it just, I don't know, the alcohol, it just escalates, I don't know, worse than I would ever be if I was sober. If I was sober, I'd just storm off or something. Plus, we've just never had anything like that happen to us before.
He said something that like that never happened to us before. So what happened? Like, what are you talking about? What happened after the fact? Or are you talking about what happened that night that led up to that?
Like, we've always just been a good couple. We've never done anything like that towards each other.
Nothing ever physical before to each other.
No. And people prove that.
All right. So after Natalie falls off the bed, you said you thought she said something or something of that nature. What was that? I mean, what did you hear? I guess is what I'm trying to get at.
seemed like just breathing in a word, like a word come out. I don't know. It didn't seem like she was like dying, because I've never heard anyone die. So,
All right. So, I guess at that point you went to sleep. Is that what you said?
exactly what I did.
Huh?
That's exactly what I did. I don't know.
Text anybody or anything at that point?
Text my parents. Like, I messed up. That was really it. And then I moved in and stuff.
What was that about?
Just because, I mean, I've never done that to a woman before in my life. Not even checked to see if she was on the ground or if she did. Like, it was just right. I was really tired anyway, so I just went to bed. And I woke up. All that happened. It's wild.
Alright. When you woke up, tell me what happened then.
I woke up, I first seen her there, I thought she was sleeping. I noticed something was off. She looked, and then I went to the shower and I got naive and stuff, because I thought like that she actually was dead or something, because she was still in the same position, and she.
Alright, I'm back up a little bit because you lost me. You got, excuse me, you saw Natalie still on the floor. Where was she at?
Same, like, just on the side of the floor. She didn't move anywhere. She didn't.
Under the bed or
beside it a little bit. I don't know. Under it, I don't know.
Okay. Cool. Alright, so you got up, you see Natalie. What's the first thing you see you do at that moment?
Like, I kind of checked on her a little bit. Like, I just like moved her arm a little bit, and she was like cold and blue. I'm just like, this is really happening. Like, this is really happening. And like, I walked outside, people were sleeping, and I wanted to end my life because I didn't want to live without her, and I just did that. And I just stood in the shower for a minute, and I just for help.
Okay. What made you at that point go, I really did that? You said because you come back and you say, okay, I really did that. What was that thought process about?
Because I didn't think I was she was actually dead or anything. So that's why I wanted to end my life. I didn't want to. I didn't want to live without her. I didn't want to know that she was dead.
Again, let me rephrase that because I'm coming across the right way. You said you just did that. What did you just do?
Like, grab the name.
Realization. I just did that. What was that realization? What did you do?
That whatever I did last night ended up killing her.
Mighty Meat has to bring the tone down, as always. They will love him. I mean, J-Mac loves him. He's 18, J-Mac. Jeepers. J-Mac's nearly 60. And I'm joking. I was listening while getting the eggs from the coop, but I'm still far behind. That's fine. That's fine. It's, J-Mac likes it when she's behind. But does a Mighty Me trust you? I know, he's a dirty bugger, isn't he? Lovely, guilty, not guilty, zip it and lawyer up. Anything you say can and will be used against you. Absolutely. Sage advice there by J-Mac, yes, absolutely. And his name is Blake. I was thinking Blake Lively, but it's Blake Linkus.
And then I'm guessing you assume that's what exactly did you do that night for?
My arms around her.
I guess here's where I'm having a little bit of a block, I guess, on it. I guess the next morning is the stark realization that this is really bad. But that makes me think that there was some thought process the night before. And here she is, that she's dead. And you think, I just did that. She's choking her. So was there some thought process the night before of, I have harmed her?
I mean, not the night before. I just done that out of like anger. I didn't obviously, like I said before, try to kill her. She hit the ground, and I just thought that was it. Either her room. I literally, my phone was already across the bed, so I just got on the bed, rolled over, grabbed my phone, texted that. So I knew, like, she would have complained about it to her friends or leave that next day.
All right. Where was your phone at?
Like across the other side of the bed, like where I slept at. I wasn't.
Okay, so you had to get up after that whole thing happened to go get your phone.
I mean, because I was on the bed the whole time, so I just kind of rolled over.
Okay. So you said you were in that direction. You had to get up and go get it.
It was like where we were laying, like my back. It was just like I'm like right here. I'm like leaning this way. It's just like over here.
So you would have turned away from where she was at to get the phone, or had to go across from her to go to your
turn away.
Turn away to go get your phone, and that's when you texted that.
And that's just what I slept.
All right, let me square something else away here. I was trying to get to. I know you said you guys had sex earlier, right? Right. You weren't into the whole choking thing where you were having sex or anything like that, were you?
I mean, we've done it before, but all.
So, so when this incident happened, with this choking incident, you guys weren't engaged in any kind of sexual activity or anything?
During the choking incident?
Yeah. That's because you all got in an argument about some stuff on the phone. All right. Now, one other thing you said something I got to clarify. You said you went back, you laid that because he was kind of hitting around at it, but had you gotten off after she fell off the bed? Did you get off the bed? You didn't get off the bed?
Because she fell off the bed. I never got off the bed.
Okay.
No, she probably her leg or something. I'm pretty sure it moved the lamp was right there beside the bed. Moved up a little bit because we had our phones stuff charging. She did or something. That's where the outlets were at.
Okay. Earlier, when you guys were fooling around having sex, was there any choking that took place there or anything? Okay. Do you remember? I'm trying to think of who it was. Is there there's another Blake with you guys, right? Mm-hmm. Do you know about what? You remember about what time they got back to the unit? Mm-hmm. Had you gone to sleep before they got back, or do you just not remember, or don't know, or
don't know if I was asleep, stuff like that.
So you don't know. You don't know what time they got back.
I don't know when really anyone got back besides Dakota being there, and what Dakota told me, like Brady got back at like 6 or 7, like really late. Everyone was already asleep.
Okay. Alright. So, again, I guess the one thing I'm just having some trouble understanding is, well, for lack of for lack of a better way to articulate it or put it, I guess the next morning you kind of had this oh crap moment. Is that when you realize that, you know, Natalie's dead and I choked her last night and that's what caused this, or was there some thought from last night? Maybe she's not okay, but I don't care because I'm mad at her.
It's the first thing you said, because, like, I really, nothing was really going to my mom like that at all. Like, I didn't think that she was, like, hurt that bad at all. So, in the morning, that's when I was surprised. That's why I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what to do. I was suicidal. I should have just went to the inn, got 911, called just a little bit earlier. I should have just checked on her when she did. You know.
Okay, so I guess here's the thing I'm getting at. So you get up, you check on Natalie, you realize that she's deceased. At that point, what you're telling me is you went into the kitchen area, got the knife, and came back into the bedroom, and then went into the shower. Was in your Natalie's bedroom, right? Is that it? Is that correct? All right. My question is literally this: why did you do that at that point versus go ahead and saying, "Hey, Natalie's in bad shape. We need to get some help"?
Because I kind of just wanted to die with her.
Well, is it
just stupid a little bit?
Was it maybe some stark realization of what had happened and what you had done at that point?
I mean, a little bit, yeah. That's why I just thought that, like, I knew I did that. I didn't think it was a dream or anything. But I just didn't think I would kill her. I didn't try to kill her. I was just mad. We've been together for almost 3 years, and there's never been anything, even the whole trip. I didn't know thing. I've never been in this position before. Never been in trouble. I've seen her on the ground. I just wanted to end my life. I didn't see the way. If I try to get help, I would not have lived through it.
See, you guys been together for 3 years? So you guys met when you were both 15? Or she younger or same age?
Same age.
Same age?
Do you guys go to the same high school?
Is she the only girl you've been with? Are you the only guy that she's been with?
Basically, yeah, she's got boyfriends.
And you guys been together for 3 years, so. But you've been with other people. Did you cheat on her before, or was this before you guys even started dating?
It was before.
Okay.
Ask you something else, Blake. Do you have any doubt what you did caused her death?
What do you mean?
I mean, do you doubt what you did caused her death? Is there any doubt in your mind what you done caused her death, caused her to die?
Well, at the time when at first I didn't know, but now I do know. And there's no other way. I mean, it was me, and I remembered that happening. I didn't think it was actually true. And when I seen it that morning, I was just hyper. I didn't know what to do. I wish I could explain, but I've never been in that position before.
All right, so, and you tell me right or wrong if I'm understanding this the way I put it. I'm going to kind of paraphrase it. The next morning, you kind of had that moment of, oh crap, I choked her last night and I've killed her. Is that the thought process the next morning?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
You guys ever had any bad arguments before?
I mean, nothing that led to that, no.
Well, obviously,
I mean,
nothing that led to
nothing
that.
like it was just me touching her either. I mean, you've always like, I mean, for the first 2 years, I mean, that's why everyone thought the most of us, because people could barely go through months or anything, and we were so perfect. I mean, the family loves me.
No, well, here's another thing I'm gonna ask you, because I'm gonna have to talk to them.
Talk to them.
Natalie's parents. I'm sure you've been there. You guys been dating for 3 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you've been to their house. I'm sure they've been quite hospitable to you. I'm sure you probably eaten dinner, lunch, and stuff at that house. What do you want me to tell them? What would you tell them? I mean,
I've already thought about it. No. They would not do that, obviously. Great person. Strong, independent woman. I mean, we've done so many favors for each other. I've done favors for their families and her. She's done way more than that with ours too, and not me. She's a great woman, and I've always loved her and cared about her, and they've loved me. They've always known that. They've always known my protection I had for her. I've fought over people for good reasons, and then this just happens, and I didn't know what to think, because this is actually true.
Okay. What do you mean you fought over people for?
Well, a year ago, so this is when we both went to Mid-East. We went to Philo. Well, she went to Philo freshman, sophomore year, or high school. I went to Philo freshman year and went to Mid-East. It's a trade school. I've done power line and stuff up there all the way until I graduated. She went there her junior year, stayed with me, obviously. And which it wasn't even true. There was rumors going around saying that, like, I don't know, this dude was messing around with her and stuff, and she was denying it. And this whole senior power line group, I was in junior power line, talking crap. They wanted to meet up at this car wash, and everyone was saying this dude could beat me up and stuff. And I fought over her, for her.
Just there were some rumors?
Yeah, but there was a whole situation over it. I mean, group chat just texted me about it. And other of my power line kids, they even like confronted us in power line. I was on this transition pole, came down, and I didn't know what else wanted.
Has that always been kind of a constant with you guys, so that situation getting brought back up, or?
No, but
trust issues.
I mean,
stuff like that stays in the back of your head, man. We're all guys.
I mean,
yeah.
But this thing, like she really hasn't done anything, and it's just like, even that's what I'm saying when I'm sober and I just hear about stuff or like see stuff. It is what it is. I'm not controlling. I'm not insecure. I'm like, all right. I mean, it sucks, but I mean, that's why I kind of do my own thing too. But I don't know. I don't know. That was not that bad about that name. I didn't think it was true. I felt like a dream, a nightmare. And I wasn't even, I mean, I was a little bit mad, obviously, but I wasn't trying to, like, completely harm her, even though, I mean, that's...
Well, I mean, what did you get mad about?
Whatever I seen on the phone, it was just like...
What did you see on the phone? You know what you saw.
It wasn't nothing like... The dude was, like, trying to meet up with her that was there down at, Myrtle Beach and Corner Bay and stuff, and she wasn't even, like...
Oh, she gave out her number to some dude?
No, this was through Snapchat.
Oh, through Snapchat, okay. I got it.
It's just all the Snapchat.
Gotcha.
I don't know, I just kind of got mad about it. She was saying, I don't know, stuff like, I don't know. She showed me her text.
Right. What happened to your hand right there?
This,
Yeah.
I'll stop and say, like, this was a year and a half ago at a party. I mean,
Were you drinking then?
that's why everything that I do when I drink, it just leads into something bad.
So,
my parents told me, just enjoy it. And I just can't ever do it again.
You said your parents said what?
Like, if I want to do it behind their back, they said to, what my dad has always said, control the alcohol, don't let the alcohol control you. His grandpa's always told him that. And sometimes I'm usually good at it. I used to be great at it. I used to enjoy it. And I don't know, this senior years, I mean, there's just been a lot of stuff I've had to face and stuff. And
You're saying it's more of a problem when you're drinking than it is when you're sober?
yeah, drinking's not good for me. I can't do it anymore.
You said something earlier, you and Natalie. I mean, have you guys ever got anything that was not necessarily what you would call physical, but kind of a grabbing each other or anything like that?
I mean, grabbing each other, I mean,
like shoving, pushing, punching, even you grabbing her by the neck at some point.
Well, this was a while ago, but it wasn't nothing insane. Brady was there, his ex and stuff, at my house, and my parents, and even Natalie's parents would say they know about this because it wasn't nothing major, but at the same time, it still happened. And I just jumped up. I was sleeping. It was really late. Like, I was actually, not really drinking much, and they still were. They were being loud. My parents were getting really mad because they were still being obnoxious and stuff. I even went back there. I'm like, hey, y'all please, quiet down. Came back, and I called them, and then I was telling them to quiet down again, and then they hung up. I'm just trying to sleep it off. It's really late, like 6 in the morning, and then they're still being loud. I went in there. I'm like, all right, y'all need to leave and stuff. My parents are even getting mad at me, they gotta go to work in the morning and stuff like that. Natalie, they were all I was actually more mad at Brady, in the situation, because he wanted to stay up the most, and Natalie kind of shoved me a little bit out of the way, and I just completely pushed her in the on the ground in the living room, and I just completely, I was just oh my god, I felt really bad. That's the first time I've ever I don't consider that putting my hands on her. But just me pushing her to the ground. I'm not gonna lie. My buddy Brady, he's actually, that's why his ex is not together with him anymore. Is because he's done a lot of stuff, and I'm glad he's not together with her anymore. Because it wasn't good. Me and Natalie were always good, and they were just always getting into crazy arguments. Brady going psycho. I don't know. But nothing really has ever happened.
Is that the only incident like that?
Yeah.
Obviously there was some rumors and stuff and all that. I guess, is there any other issues where you may have felt like she'd been paying some other fella too much attention or whatever? Because
we were saying that the other time, but it really wasn't like that. She always she snaps tons of people and stuff. I kind of do it myself, but it's not really a big deal.
I'm just kind of wondering at what point it seemed like a good idea to just grab a hold of somebody by the throat.
Well, it's just, I don't know this dude. Actually, that's what I'm saying. Some of my friends didn't really like him too either. And I've seen the other time. I'm just all right, whatever. That was at the beach. That's when I was more sober. And then at night, he's just still when he get mad, I'm trying to then I was calling him her bae and stuff, but she wasn't giving her off that same vibe. And then when I would ask her, she just get all mad and stuff, even though I knew there was nothing going on. Just because, I mean, I've always kind of trusted her. Yeah, I don't know, but it just kind of made me sweat. That's kind of how what happened. I just pushed her down that one time, even though, yeah, she kind of shoved me, but it was just a little switch, and like it's not like, and I just stopped. It's always I stop, and I don't know.
Do you wear any kind of necklace or anything anytime?
Yeah, my necklace got snapped off. My favorite necklace.
When did that happen?
That's when we both came up, and she like kind of just like ripped it off the neck, and scattered. And I remember just grabbing the pendant around with me, like
What kind of pendant?
my Jesus Christ.
What?
My Jesus pendant.
Okay. Is it like a crucifix, or is it like a crucifix with the Christ on it, or?
I have the gold Jesus, silver cross.
Okay.
And the silver chain.
So is that when you had the one hand, she started kind of coming up?
And that's when it just came
So
off.
she snaps at you. Is that when you went with both hands to get her back down?
I mean, yeah, I just had both hands on her, and then that's when she came off the bed. And then I'm just like, I'm not doing, like, I yelled at her, so I'm not doing this tonight. I'm going to bed. I rolled over, I texted my mom. Obviously, I was even more mad. I mean, he had my chain, and just her making me mad. I just texted her, and I just texted them. Just went straight to sleep, basically. I mean, I don't know, I was kind of out of it anyways, especially when we weren't going to cover nothing anymore, so.
Where did your pendant go? Did the pendant on
I carried it around with me. Like, when I went in the shower and stuff, I decided if I was going to do that to myself. No, it's just another thing about killing yourself to sin. And I really didn't want to. I just didn't want to live without her. I keep saying that, but I carried that pendant with me in the shower. I don't know if it's still in there. I just carried it around with me.
Okay. I know I touched on that with you a little bit the other day, or yesterday. You text your dad as well. You remember what you text him?
I keep forgetting. I know you'll show me a couple times, like, I messed up. And I love him and stuff, because, I mean, just the fact that.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what it was. I think maybe you texted your mom and your dad, didn't you?
I did. I texted my mom that I always love her, and then something like that, dad or something like that. Because when I knew I messed up, I just knew that in that next morning or whatever, like, she ain't gonna want to stay there, and she's gonna tell everyone that. And the fact that I put my, I messed up, and obviously my parents are completely against that. I knew I messed up. I knew the trip was gonna be ruined or something. And the morning came around and all that happened.
Well, let me ask you this. The night before, was there any doubt in your mind that you had hurt her?
I mean, I'd say a little bit. Like, just the fact that not hurt her, but maybe when she fell down or something, I know I should have checked on her, but I kind of didn't care yet. I'm just like, I'm going to bed. Like, I don't care what you do. Like, sleep there or walk out, and maybe that should have been a sign for me to check on her. Maybe none of this would have been happening. I don't know. I don't know. I was so confused about it all when I seen her there. It just made no sense to me, but that's why I just don't even know what to think. Like, I don't want her gone out of my life. I want to live the rest of my life that we've talked about all the time.
All right. Let me see if I can summarize this thing up a little bit. You and Natalie are laying there in the bed. You guys are fussing about some Snapchat with some guy. You reach over and grab her by the neck. She goes to kind of arch out and set up. You sit up. You guys end up on both of you on your knees in the bed. You got both hands on her neck. Is that right? Or is that when she grabbed your chain, your necklace, and pulled it off?
Yeah.
I'm sure that made you mad.
I mean, yeah, a little bit, but not that bad, honestly. It was not the first time my chain's been ripped off, not by her, but I mean, it was placeable.
So what was being said at that point? Were you saying anything, or she tried to say anything?
I wasn't saying nothing at all, and she wasn't either at all. And I thought she was just like, I don't know, like moaning and groaning on the ground and like trying to get a word out, not trying, but like saying something that I just didn't care for it at all. I really didn't.
He means before that all started happening.
Yeah, before she fell off the bed,
No, that's like, none of us said nothing.
Okay. When she did fall off on the floor, I mean, was it?
It kind of did something loud, honestly.
Do what?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of was loud.
Well, did she try to catch herself in any way, or?
I feel like the back of her like hands went back, you know, like sideways. I can't do it with these, but yeah, that's what it seemed like.
But when you let go of her, was it because she like forced herself away from you, or was it like?
It was kind of like, that's what it felt like, that like her kind of like her arm went on my side, and I just kind of like pushed her or whatever, not too hard. I just like, I don't know how that whole action was, but like I just felt her arm, maybe because the chain got ripped off either my shoulder or somewhere on this side, and still had it on her neck a little bit, and I just like kind of just pushed her down. But she's like kind of pushing off me. That's why when she went down, I kind of seen her arms go out. I just thought she was going to lay there and leave the room, or no, she wasn't going to come back to bed. I don't know. I also thought the kid would get up or something after hearing her hit the ground, and I just wasn't. I just told her, like, she can get out of the room, I don't care.
Was there a little bit of tussling around with the bed when all that was taking place? I mean, like, obviously, you know, you got two people getting up on the knees in the bed that's kind of beating around some.
I mean, a little bit. It was also a big bed, so it was just that kind of like that section of the bed. That wasn't the whole bed at all.
Do you remember your hand placement on her neck?
No, just one, two and stuff. I mean, I don't know. Not exact hand placement.
Is there anything else that you need to tell me that helped me put all these pieces together?
I mean, that's just what we've talked about and that I know and what I figured was going on at the time.
Do me a favor.
Yeah, hang tight for just a minute.
No, I'm just trying to size a few things up. Just to get the reference here, can you kind of show me with Detective Skellett here what you're talking about as far as your hand placement and how that was?
My hand placement?
Yeah, on Natalie, like he's Natalie.
Okay.
Well, saying like you're talking about laying on your side and whatnot. So I'm assuming would she be on that side of you, over there on this side?
This side.
So she'd be on this side.
Yeah, on my side.
Okay. So she's laying, down like this, talking.
Not like flat down. She had a pillow.
Got like, oh, so she's kind of perched up a little bit. Okay, so if you're gonna do that, like you said, when you had your one hand for, your left hand free. Your left hand was first, I'm assuming, that got put on her first. So you're saying that?
Wait, hold on. So she's on your right hand side?
Yeah.
And you were laying on your side? Yeah. And how did you reach over and grab her to start with?
With this hand, because I was like this, and she was like propped up, and then I looked at that, and we were just like, I was going at it, I kind of leaned up a little bit, and then she like kind of like scooted up a little bit more, and I grabbed her with this arm.
Grabbed her with which arm?
This one.
Your right one?
That one, that's
your left one, okay.
Yeah. Grabbed her, and then she kind of like got up a little bit, and so when I switched, I mean, the necklace came off at some point, and just a little bit, and then we basically just pushed each other off or whatever. It felt like maybe it was more me, I don't know. Like, I wasn't completely aware of what happened. I just had, that's the best way to put it. Because, I mean, I wasn't in my right mind.
And the reason why we're asking you that, too, is just, with injuries sustained on there, just, she's propped up. I'm assuming your hand would have been a little bit more left hand, a little more up because she's already propped up.
I mean, yeah.
So if we were engaging in an altercation right now, and you'd almost go like center wise if your hands are going out further. For this case, you think your hand was going a little bit more because she's already propped up. Your hand's going up.
Yeah, first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tools to kind of paint the picture for us on that. And we understand it's difficult on that. But for when we do explain to family and whatnot, we want to try to be able to at least explain, hey, this is what's going on as best we can. And it being from you, at least we know that we're starting off with everything on the truest base too, so we can give the right answers for that.
You were there, we weren't.
No.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I mean, when you have you talked to her mom or just your dad?
I spoke to her dad briefly yesterday. Obviously, I'm going to have to talk with them a lot more over time.
Yeah, well, if you don't mind, if you're allowed to, like, what all did you say?
Pardon?
What all did you say to him?
I just told him that his daughter was deceased and that there was some suspicious circumstances and it was under investigation right now.
What do you say?
Well, he was quite devastated. This is his daughter. This is his baby girl. He was a little angry, wanting to know what happened and everything else. I said, well, in times to come, we'll be able to tell you more. I'm pretty sure you're probably not going to be their favorite person in the world for a long, 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 long time.
I would argue that when everything kind of settles down, though, if you talking with us and telling us everything to give them everything that we know to the best of our knowledge, though, that's at least the best thing that you can do, just to at least giving that to them.
Yeah.
And that's why we're asking these things.
I understand. I mean, I don't lie over someone I've loved more than anyone my whole life. That's their own daughter. They're the best parents in the world. I just want them to know that I didn't mean to do that. And my intentions were not to do that at all. And now everyone's going to hate me, and I didn't even mean to do that. I mean, I do got anger issues, but never towards her. I mean, it's got to get it from my dad. He's got to take medicine for it, which he's been doing better. But
Well, except like I said, this is the first time I've met you today. At least we can say this, though, for what has happened. Hey, you're manning up now and telling the truth with it, though.
I just want her back.
I do want to know. I want to know what she did say to you though, because it had, like you said you weren't saying nothing. She was going off talking about. I mean, there had to have been that spark of.
I mean, she got mad over what she gets mad over that, and it's just I just take it so much differently when I'm drinking every time. That's why I can't be doing it anymore. My parents have even telling me like, if you're gonna do it, then enjoy it. And we've been having such a good vacation, and we've been good together.
I got to get a couple of what they call buckle swabs from you, Blake. That's nothing more than a couple of Q-tips. You stick them between your cheek and your gun and rub them around. Let me go grab those real fast. I think I asked you this already. I'm pretty sure I did. When you grabbed Natalie by the neck, it was kind of like grabbing her, choke her or whatever. Did she say anything at that point?
She didn't. She didn't say
She didn't. Okay. All right. Let me go grab those swabs real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. Give me a solid. What's up? Yes, please. I'm not scratching the back of that out for me, too. What's that? Yeah.
My parents been contacted at all.
I'm sorry, buddy.
My parents been contacted at all.
Yeah. I think your parents actually reached out to the lieutenant yesterday. He's trying to run. Then he spoke down. All right. We We're going to do 2 sets of 2 of these things, okay, Blake? All you need to do is take that, the long Q-tips is all they are. Just take them, either one time or both of them, and run them back and forth between your cheek and your gum, okay? Drop right in there. Okay, that's it, and do them on the opposite side. Rachel. I don't know if you signed these ones, but pardon? I usually don't even do the fact sheet for those, but I did that anyway for you.
I don't think there's any much more there. Let's go down for spoilers. So Blake Linkus trial was set to begin on Monday, 3rd of March 2025, but on the previous Friday he put in a guilty plea to avoid trial. Linkus was sentenced to 45 years in prison with no possibility of parole for the murder of 18-year-old Natalie Martin. So he received 45 years. Whoa, okay. That's Georgia for you. South Carolina for you. So that was in South Carolina, and he received 45 years. So, I'm not sure if that's 85% on top of that, but he's not going to be much younger than 60 coming out of prison. Wow. That's a young life gone, wasted. 60 years old to come out of prison. Fuck. If he survives that long. Imagine that, you're 18 and you are going to go to prison for 45 years. Like you're 18, not even 20 yet. So that's 20, then 20, 20, and a 5. 18 through 6, 8, 9, 41, 2, 3, 4, 5. Literally, he's been on this earth for 18 years and 2.5 times that he'll on top of that he'll be in prison. No worries, lovely. Mighty Meat with a weird comment. Mighty Meat calling anyone else weird is just weird. Right. I know there's not many of us, but fuck him. We'll still get the party going. He's a good-looking kid. Prison will not be fun. Like, luckily Mexi's not there, otherwise it would not be fun. Well, it would be fun, I suppose. But yeah, no, it's not going to be fun. What happens in the bedroom stays in the bedroom. Right, this just came in a couple of minutes ago. This is a case I've not heard of. Pregnant woman's body stuffed in plastic tote. 2 hikers in Jackson Township, Ohio, discovered the body of 28-year-old Brittany Fu Storms, who was pregnant, sealed in a plastic tote along a rural road. Police say suspects James Rothenbusk and Rick Shepard kept her body in a shower for days before wrapping it in towels and a tarp, sealing it with screws and dumping it. Oh, okay. So Lone Crown just posted this. So let's look at this. Oh, so all these sad cases, people. Where the Lady Di must be out there doing something. I don't see Lady Di at all today. Lady Di keeping the streets going, probably. I've not seen her at all. Right, J Mac. You need to message me as well, J Mac. Right, hang on. Let's hear this then.
Road in Ohio, 2 hikers made a gruesome discovery.
Call was reference a cooler with a bad smell coming from it.
The smell lingering from that cooler was the body of a 28-year-old, but that's not all.
It was also discovered that she was pregnant and the baby was also deceased.
Who could be behind this horrific crime? Well, police arrested 2 men, but you'll never believe what they claimed happened to 28-year-old Brittany Fur Storms. Thanks for joining us on Law and Crime. I'm Elizabeth Milner. Investigators traced Brittany's last known whereabouts to a home where one of the suspects lived. And from the description police gave of that home, you might liken it to a drug den. But if this case wasn't shocking enough, police say she was likely dead a week before her body was disposed of, as if she was just trash.
Everybody dropped everything, as they should when you find out that a mother-to-be was just dumped on the side of the road.
That was Jackson Township Police describing the moments their officers found Brittany Fur Storms dead in a closed plastic tote. According to reports, 2 hikers made that discovery while walking along the road in Jackson Township, Ohio. One hiker called it into 911 and reportedly said, "I didn't want to open it. The smell was so bad, you know. I know there's a difference between dead smells, and that is not a normal dead smell."
There's a lot of people that are down there on foot. It's adjacent to a Metro Park ground. There's a creek there as well. So they were walking allegedly down the roadway when they smelled something, and that's when they called 911.
Or will you go back to the map just so they know? When we keep saying you won't see this on some of the maps, but this is Manning going into Anthony. But the right side going up on this gravel is still considered Fort Anthony Road. So when you guys keep hearing Fort Anthony Road, that's what we're talking about. And this is the area or approximate location where the body was located.
And whoever put Brittany inside that plastic tote went to great lengths to conceal her body.
Sunday, August the 3rd, 2025, approximately 1937 hours, Jackson Township Police Department was dispatched to a suspicious circumstance on Fort Anthony Road in Jackson Township, Montgomery County, Ohio. The call was reference a cooler with a bad smell coming from it. At that time, they called for German Township because one of our crews was tied up. German Township got there, was able to get the tote up over the dirt hill that was behind. And at that time, they were able to get the lid off of it and noticed that there was a nude female inside. Once the tote was open, she was wrapped in towels and a tarp. The plastic tote had screws keeping the lid down tight. And that's at that time we secured the scene and called Montgomery County Sheriff's Office for their evidence techs and homicide detectives to come up and assist in the investigation.
This case was a little tricky too. It led investigators across different agencies. First, Jackson Township, where Brittany was discovered. That's about 30 miles south of Akron, Ohio, by the way. Then Montgomery County, Ohio, 3 hours southeast from Jackson Township. And then finally around the corner to Middletown, Ohio, where the 2 suspects were arrested, James Rothenbush and Rick Shepard.
James and another person of interest, Rick Shepard, left Brittany's body in the shower of the home for several days before putting her body in the tote and driving it out to Fort Anthony Road located in Jackson Township and disposing of the body.
There's several questions here already running through my mind. How did a pregnant Brittany find herself in that home? Who were James and Rick to her? And the obvious question, what happened? Here's what we do know. Investigators say Brittany died of suspicious circumstances while at James's home. But so far, neither James or Rick are charged with murder, just gross abuse of a corpse and tampering with evidence, plus other charges.
Mr. Rothenbush, he was later booked on the following charges, which is corrupting another with drugs, which is a felony of the 1st degree, tampering with evidence, felony of the 3rd degree, gross abuse of a corpse, felony of the 5th degree, trafficking in drugs, felony of the 3rd degree, possession of drugs, felony of the 3rd degree, fair reported crime or death, misdemeanor 4, and possession of drug paraphernalia, which is also a 4th degree misdemeanor. A second person of interest, which is Mr. Rick Shepard, was located later at 608 Baltimore Street in our city. Shepard attempted to flee from officers, but he was quickly apprehended and detained.
Let me ask you guys something. How much time do you think your business team is wasting buried in spreadsheets, chasing down receipts, and reconciling endless rows of bank statements? Yeah, probably a little too much. That's where Odoo Accounting steps in. Odoo gives users a clean, modern accounting dashboard that shows you exactly what you need. Your bank balances, cash flow, vendor bills, customer invoices, all of that is in one place. It's intuitive, easy to navigate, and for anyone managing their business's accounting, it's invaluable. You want to know why Odoo will give your business a cutting edge? Odoo uses smart financing with Odoo. Rick Shepard allegedly told police he and James didn't kill Brittany, but that Brittany died from a drug overdose. James allegedly told investigators in his police interview Brittany died under suspicious circumstances and admitted to keeping her body in his home for days, meaning no calls to 911, to police, to no one. They just left her body until they allegedly decided to put her in a plastic tote, seal the tote, and dump it on the side of the road. And if that isn't bad enough, police say both men knew she was pregnant. When police executed a search warrant on James's home, police reportedly found a horror scene. Bloodstains on the carpet, screws, a blue tarp, and towels that matched the description of the ones wrapped around Brittany's body. But so much right now is unknown. And it's not the first time either Rick Shepard or James Rothenbush had brushes with the law. According to a report by Dayton 24/7, James had 33 criminal charges in Middletown going back the past 20 years. And most charges stem from burglary, theft, and drugs. Rick Shepard had about 25 criminal charges, many of those also drug-related. But could murder be added to their rap sheet? It depends. Investigators are waiting for the autopsy results to come back before deciding if James and Rick will face more charges. I'm joined now by former homicide detective, that's Sergeant John Rappa. Thank you so much for joining me. What's your reaction to this case? I mean, a young pregnant woman, she's found in a plastic tote. The two suspects claim she died of a drug overdose, but do you really buy that?
So, first of all, it's horrific when you think of the way they discarded her like trash out there by the, where they found her, and then the way they found her. But following the case, honestly, it's a little too hard to tell whether it's going to be a homicide or whether it's going to be a drug overdose. When you look at the history of these two guys, it really seems like it's plausible that it could have been an overdose.
Mm-hmm. And it's interesting, too, because I think one of the suspects claimed that he was guilty of drug trafficking. Allegedly, he has said that to police, but then he kind of was mum in terms of whether or not that the victim was killed or not. And, it was interesting, the circumstances kind of surrounding the scene at the home. There's blood stains in the home. There's screws found. There's towels. The victim obviously found inside that tote, and she was found nude inside that tote. In your opinion, if this was a drug overdose, why go through the lengths to dispose of her body in just such a horrific manner as opposed to just calling the cops and telling her something terrible happened?
That's a good question. And one of the things that I've noticed, I've worked narcotics in the past. I worked undercover. I was assigned to the DEA task force, and I worked homicide for many years. And one of the things that I noticed is when people overdose, the drug dealers are afraid of getting in trouble for selling drugs. So obviously their drugs, their narcotics enterprise was more important than this poor girl's life. And so if it was in fact a drug overdose, it's not uncommon for people to try to cover that up.
Tell me a little bit about an investigation like this. It spanned different counties, different areas up in Ohio. What's it like working kind of in this kind of cross-directional or promotional way when you're working with all these different agencies to get to the bottom of what happened to this poor girl?
Sure. First of all, I got to tell you, I thought the interagency cooperation was phenomenal. The limited knowledge I have on the case, because it's coming out and we're learning facts as it comes out, I thought they did a phenomenal job. One agency is speaking to the other agency. And what I found interesting was that one of the agencies was already investigating these two for drug trafficking. They were in the middle of an investigation when this came up. So talk about putting all the pieces of the puzzle together. Sometimes it's hard to work with other agencies. Sometimes egos get in the way. And then, other times just, with the training, there's different levels of training. There's different levels of experience. I find that, I'm very fortunate in the kinds of investigations we've worked in the past. I find that when agencies can really, put the egos to the side and work together. And I think that happens more often than not. If you watch the movies, they're always fighting, right? They're always arguing, bickering. Absolutely. But I think what happens is more often than not, the agencies do come together because there's one common goal, and that's to find out what happened to Brittany and get justice for Brittany.
And, while investigators are still kind of going through the details, one thing that also stands out to me is that both of these men knew that Brittany was pregnant, but I'm curious kind of how she came to know these men. Maybe it was because possibly and allegedly. Again, we don't know the full extent of the investigation right now and what investigators know, but in terms of maybe she went over there to possibly purchase drugs, maybe she knew them as friends, maybe it's kind of unclear. But with the information that we know now, do you think that it's possible maybe she was lured there, she went willingly? What are your thoughts on how she even arrived to that home, knowing that both of these men, both of these suspects in custody, knew that she was weeks along in her pregnancy?
Sure. Again, that's an interesting question, and that's hard to determine at this stage. One thing that I found interesting was the police did not call it overdose just yet. During the press conference, they called it a suspicious death, right? It hasn't been deemed an overdose yet. It could be a homicide. It could be an overdose. They're still waiting toxicology reports. So without speculating too much, I think it's feasible because of their lifestyle, because of what the police found in the house, that they are drug dealers. If you look at their history, there's history of drug trafficking, drug sales. I think it's very plausible that she did go over there, whether as a friend or whether just a party or whether to make a purchase. And obviously drugs were consumed in the house. If in fact she did overdose. Now, of course, something more nefarious could be at play here, but they won't know that until the toxicology comes back and the death report and so forth.
And how important is an autopsy report in a case like this where, investigators and police are obviously waiting until they get that autopsy report back to decide whether or not more charges will be added to, their rap sheet or anything like that. But in terms of how important that autopsy report is, how important is it?
It's one of the most important things right now, because you can't charge somebody with overdose if they don't have high levels or, overdose levels of drugs in their system. I know there was fentanyl found in the house. So if they find that she died of a fentanyl overdose, well, that could back up the claims of the two suspects. But if there's not, well, then there's something more nefarious at play. So right now, I think that toxicology report and the full autopsy report is paramount to finding out what happened.
And in terms of just the seriousness of the allegations they still face at this point, and that being having to deal with drugs, tampering with a corpse, all of that stuff, I understand that for the most part, it's not as serious as it sounds as maybe murder, but it is still pretty serious charges. Talk to me a little bit about like tampering with evidence, tampering with a corpse, and how that kind of compares and contrasts to like a murder charge, for example.
Sure. So from what I understand, and I don't work in Ohio, but from what I understand, in Ohio, tampering with a corpse, I'm not sure the specific name for it, but I believe it's gross abuse of a corpse. That's a 5th degree felony. Obviously, that's not going to carry the same punishment weight as murder would or manslaughter charge would. I believe it's punishable, and I could be wrong here, but I believe it's punishable by a few years in prison. It's a 5th degree felony. I think it's one of the lowest felonies Ohio has. So it's not even close to the spectrum of what they're going to be charged if they get charged with a homicide or something to that effect. Now, just because she overdoses, it does not mean they can't be charged with a homicide, or manslaughter for that fact. Oftentimes, states are now prosecuting drug dealers for supplying drugs to somebody if they can connect, if they can show a nexus between the drugs that they supplied and that person's death, that person's overdose. They can't upgrade the charges to manslaughter. So even if they don't find that they purposely murdered somebody, if in fact they can connect the drugs, if they can show that she did have an overdose and they can show that nexus, there's a strong possibility they could upgrade the charges to involuntary manslaughter.
And are you surprised how forthcoming the suspects were in their police interview in terms of just kind of copping to the whole drug trafficking aspect of it? But when it came to whether or not they had killed Brittany Fleer, it was always no, she died of a drug overdose. But then you have that other aspect of them disposing of her body just like common trash. I just can't get over that part. But what are your thoughts overall on that?
So oftentimes in interviews, suspects are going to minimize their involvement. And whether they're being honest at this point or not, when I say honest, I mean honest to the point of did they murder her? So let's just assume at this point they're being honest. It's a lot easier to say, yeah, she died of an overdose and we discarded of the body rather than we murdered her. So obviously they know the police are there for a reason. They know they've been caught. And one reason why people confess, guilty suspects confess, is they know they've been caught. That's why showing evidence is so strategic and so powerful during an interview or an interrogation. And so I think at this point, when they sit down, and I haven't watched the interview, I'd love to, but when they sit down and they watch and they conduct an interview with the suspects and they say, hey, this is what we have. We have A, B, and C. Sometimes a suspect has no choice but to say, okay, this is what happened. Now, whether it's true or not, it's easier to minimize their involvement. It's easier to say she died of a drug overdose. And as horrific as it is to put her in a storage tote, to nail it shut, to discard her on the side of the road like trash, it's easier to admit to that than it is we murdered somebody and then did that to her. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's truly just horrible overall what she went through. I think in any possible scenario, it's just a horrible case overall. But I want to thank you so much for your time and your insight into this case. Now, if you had a crystal ball, do you expect murder charges to possibly be coming down the line?
That's all dependent on the district attorney's office. I'm not sure how that DA works over there. I could say that I would expect it if they're on the ball and they're doing their job, at least an involuntary manslaughter charge of some sort, if in fact there was an overdose involved, and they can show that nexus. I do believe that.
I guess we'll have to see how that all continues to play out, as we'll be following this case pretty closely. I want to thank you so much.
Okay. So there you go. That's another one. Right, we got another one here. Right, this is a bit older, but I remember watching this, and it was like, yeah, he was a police officer. So like Mighty Meat, basically, this cop realized he's going to jail for being a pedo. So because Mighty Meat's here, I thought I'd play this. Obviously, hang on, let me get this. But yeah, all these, like, it's so bizarre, some of these cases. I can't multitask. Don't multitask. Right, get off that for a second. J-Mac says they look like two stand-up guys. I mean, they look like the type of guy that you would go for. Might be if you hire a pro and she dies the second hour is free, just say, don't compare me to a pedophile, you dick. I wasn't you idiot. I say, because you're a cop, ex-cop. This guy's an ex-cop. Oh, Mighty Meat, grouchy meat. So, this is, where is this case? PDS. San Diego County Crime Stoppers. Some presume San Diego. Yeah, okay. We needed to clarify that one a bit then. Someone says, yeah, okay, fair. But Mighty Meat's an ex-copper. So that's why I thought we'll get some corrupt police officers. Not saying Mighty Meat is a corrupt police officer, but he is from Michigan, so Detroit. So make of that what you would like, you know. But this one in particular, yeah. So this guy is, I think he was sacked for being a PDF file. Is a baby considered life or not because not born yet in Ohio? Oh, I don't know. Mighty Meat might know. Yeah, I don't know. Because OH. I-O. OH. I-O. Right. We'll go with this one now. It's me, Josie. He's one of the good guys. There you go, Josie. Right. Let me get this here. Share screen. Here we go. Let me make it. There you go. Right. Here you go.
What happens when a good cop goes bad? Or rather, when a good cop was never good to begin with? This is a picture of Jaylen Fleer in 2011, a star athlete at the time, showing a promising future in both baseball and football. And this is Jaylen Fleer in 2020 in an interrogation room being confronted with some very serious allegations. How exactly does a man with such an all-American personal history, with a wife and a baby on the way, a new house, and a long career in law enforcement, end up in such a drastically different position staring down the barrel of over 20 felonies and the end of his life as he knows it. Thanks to a San Diego County Crime Stoppers tip in early April 2020, Chula Vista, California investigators were able to narrow their focus on Fleer, uncovering multiple victims and mountains of evidence along the way. On April 30th, 2020, less than a month after the initial Crime Stoppers tip, detectives pulled Fleer into an interrogation room at the correctional facility he was employed at. It was time to confront him with the laundry list of allegations against him and to see what he had to say. This is the interrogation of Jaylen Fleer.
Hi. Thank you very much.
This is San Diego County Sheriff's Deputy Jaylen Fleer, and his life is going to completely change the moment this interview begins. Just 3 weeks prior to this interrogation, an anonymous Crime Stoppers tip was submitted about some of Fleer's off-duty activities, namely his disgustingly inappropriate and very illegal behavior with some local underage girls. We'll be covering the facts and the outcome of this case, but our primary focus will be on his baseline behavior compared to his stress behavior for indicators of deception and guilt. Thanks to 5-0 Patrol for sourcing this footage, and thanks as well to the Behavior Panel for providing portions of the detailed behavioral analysis. Links to both channels are in the description. Interrogations and body language fit hand in hand to one another. Body language is more about deviations in pattern and behavior, and interrogations are about exploiting those patterns and deviations until you know if there's significance behind them or no significance. We'll interject briefly every so often to point out some specific behaviors to take note of. Keep your eyes and ears open and see if you can catch key moments ahead of time.
This story with us, of course, in regards to the report that we're investigating. Okay. You're not under arrest and you are not being detained. Okay. Do you understand?
Yeah.
As introductions and paperwork are taking place, Fleer's hands are down, indicating receptiveness and a willingness to converse. As soon as the actual interview begins, Fleer crosses his arms, and they will remain there for almost the entire duration of the interview. Fleer's stature when first entering the room will be considered his true baseline, but in order to better highlight his change in behavior as the interrogation progresses, we will use deviations from his arms crossed position instead.
I'm going to go ahead and read what you did initial. So you understand that you're not under arrest and you are not being detained. You understand that you're free to leave at any time. There will not be any locked doors keeping you from leaving. As you notice, that one doesn't have a lock behind you. Yeah. You can choose what questions you want to answer, and you can choose to leave or let us know, and we will assist you with the exit. Although you're probably going to be the one assisting me because I don't know my way around here. Okay. So you understand, like, if you, as far as like leaving, you have access points and you know how to leave or where to go. Okay. Very cool. So I know that I have a lot to delve into, but I really want to get to know you first, if you don't mind. Definitely. Okay. So I'm going to lean back and get comfortable. Just because, are you comfortable? Do you want to take off your duty belt?
No, I'm good.
Okay, because I understand that, the duty belt gets pretty annoying pretty quickly. So if you want to take it off at any point, you let me know. So of course I've done my research and investigations and everything, so I've learned a little bit about you, but I'd like to learn a little bit more, if that's okay. I found that you went to Santana High School?
I did, yes.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about your upbringing?
Yeah, so grew up Santana High School. Played sports, football, baseball. Went to Grossmont College for a little bit, played baseball there. And got a job here. Worked at Dick's Sporting Goods before this. So this is my second job. Okay. Started working with this department for coming up on 5 years now.
Okay. So baseball seemed pretty important to you back in high school. Fun, what position?
Pitcher.
Cool. How's your arm holding up?
I mean, soreness every once in a while, but I haven't thrown for a while. So.
Yeah, no, it still kills me. I played softball.
Okay, that's right.
So I was, third, short, center, and pitcher.
Here in San Diego?
Yeah, down Hilltop, Bonita Valley kind of area. But I know, like, back when, I don't know if it's the same for you, they had no idea, like, about icing and massaging. And
yeah, I knew about icing stuff. Yeah.
I did not, so I am paying the price for it.
Hand, so.
Yes, and it's brutal, though. Let me tell you, I'm paying for it still. But so did you ever play any other sports in high school?
In high school, no, just football and baseball.
Football, baseball?
Yeah.
Cool. Anything else in school that you enjoyed doing?
Hanging out with friends, just typical high school stuff. I mean, it's pretty sheltered from my mom, so I
Okay.
don't get out much, but yeah, just sports and stuff.
Okay, how come you say
Keeping me squared away, keeping me in line.
very cool? And have you always worked corrections?
Yeah, I attempted to go out to patrol, went to the academy. Things didn't work out there, so I came back here.
Did you have fun at the academy while you were
Oh
there?
yeah, I enjoy it. It's good. I mean, camaraderie and stuff like that. So,
Okay. Married? How many kids?
oh yeah, married. Recently got married this last year in September.
Okay.
We have a kid due on the way in August.
Oh, okay. Boy, girl?
Boy.
Very nice. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Were you like hoping for?
Oh
a
no,
girl?
I said looking forward to
Oh, looking forward. I thought you said unfortunately. I'm
No,
like, oh,
no, I'm excited.
Okay, good. Okay, that's cool. And your wife? How long have you known her?
Actually preschool. Yeah, we met in preschool, went separate ways. Met her back in high school. Things like I was trying to date her, but she was playing it hard to get again.
Yeah.
Then college came around, tried again, and actually ran into her in PB about 3 years ago.
Okay.
And then yeah, we reconnected then and got married,
Sparked.
had a family, bought a house.
It's nice. You don't hear stories that go that far back. So you guys got married just last year, already expecting baby number one.
Yeah.
Are you still living in Santee?
Yeah.
Okay. Where are you living at?
Right across from West Hills new community, Western community.
Okay. So you're gonna have your kid go to West Hills?
Probably, yeah, over Santana.
Are they
yeah.
viral? Are they
Rivals?
rivals?
Yeah.
Okay.
West
It's gonna be
Hills
hard.
now, so.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard combating everybody else and doing that. So do you do anything else as far as for fun? Do you do sports still?
I'll do softball with the guys here at work and stuff like that. Other than that, mountain bike once in a while.
Cool. How about video games, computers, anything like that? Do you ever?
Yeah, I'll play video games every once in a while and stuff like that. But not too often. My wife's not big on the video games.
Cool. And I hear your schedule recently changed. How do you feel about the schedule
it's long.
change?
Yeah. 12 and a half in a row. Kills you. 7 off is nice, but it flies by. So
Yeah, and then the 7 drag once you're here. So at least you're on your last day today, right? We communicated with some of the people who are going like, hey, when does he work? Thank you for meeting with us here. We obviously, given COVID, there's not a lot of places you can meet up with people right now. That's one comfortable, gives us enough space, and makes you feel like that you're not at your home or randomly out in the middle of nowhere. So
To add to our baseline, take note of Fleer's breathing method and rate. Fleer is exhibiting little symptoms of stress, and as such, he has abdominal breathing. Body language expert and analyst Scott Rouse often says, quote, breathing comes with feeling. Humans breathe naturally by pulling the diaphragm flat, drawing air in from the abdominal region. When experiencing stress, we'll begin to do what's known as chest breathing. We'll be able to see this process take place by keeping an eye on Fleer's arms as his chest begins to move up and down, as well as a visible increase in his rate of breathing.
I know RPD is like refusing to let anybody in the doors, so I can understand. How about social media? Are you active on social media at all?
Facebook and Instagram. Had Snapchat back in the day, got rid of that with my wife. We got caught in the academy with her and some stuff, but
Can you tell me about that, or?
it was with another recruit in the academy, but
Okay. So you're communicating with another recruit.
I was back in. I stopped. Everything got cut off. Got rid of. I didn't delete the Snapchat. I just deleted the app. So I haven't used it for a year and a half now.
Okay. So on Facebook, just because I like to jot down everybody's social media when I can, what's your Facebook login? Like your username?
I think just under Jaylen Fleer.
It's your name?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then you said Instagram?
Instagram, yeah.
Okay. What's your Instagram username?
I think.
Okay. And then you said you got rid of Snapchat, but when you did have it, what was it?
Just Jaylen Fleer.
Jaylen Fleer?
Yeah.
Okay. So the one that you had there, and has that account since been deleted or just deactivated?
Just delete the app. I think it's still there.
Okay. And I know when it comes to Facebook, you connect it to an email address. Do you know what email address is connected to it? And then your Instagram account, what, same email?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. And I know sometimes with Snapchat, they'll have you either sign up with a phone number or an email.
I believe it's my phone number.
Okay, very cool. So,
At this point, Fleer knows that they know something, and chances are he knows exactly what it's about. We can see a moment of internal focus here. His eyes are looking at something, but he's not seeing anything. At this time, take note of Fleer's mouth, his blinking rate and eye movements, and the back and forth swaying in the chair. Before we continue, a quick message from our sponsor, PTS Stat. How many of you wish
for me, before we kind of...
I will ask what this is about.
Yeah, so we're looking into some allegations that were made. We're kind of, it started with a Crime Stopper report, so we're just kind of going from there. We did receive a picture that, when we looked into it, it looks similar to you. So I don't know if you can take a look at the picture and just tell me if you've seen this picture before. Oh, I have like 15 million things here. Okay.
pulsating jaw muscles show clenching of the teeth and is a clear indicator of increased stress. It's important to note that showing signs of stress is not an indicator of guilt, but there is a clear distinction between the stress and pressure one would expect when innocent and when guilty.
So this picture right here.
Yeah, that's definitely me with the gross one.
Okay, so this picture right here, how old were you when it was taken?
I don't know, 20.
20? Have you ever used this picture on any social media site?
I think it was Snapchat back in the day, yeah.
Okay. All right. Have you ever shared this picture with anybody on Snapchat?
Yeah, probably with my wife, to be honest. I mean, obviously I talked to other girls back in the day too, but I can't remember.
Okay. If you had to guesstimate how many times you may have shared the photo, how many times?
That one, maybe just a couple times, once or twice.
Okay. So definitely to your wife.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've used that photo for your wife and you were about 20 years old in the photo. You did share it on Snapchat, and then maybe some other girls you were talking to?
I mean, yeah, this was a long time ago, so I don't really remember who it was.
Okay. Have you ever posted it as like your profile photo or posted on Instagram? Oh, I forgot to ask you, are your accounts, is your Instagram and your Facebook, are they private?
When recalling factual information, Fleer looks to his upper left. This is known as eye accessing. It's a subconscious behavior that we do when trying to access information that we know but is not immediately recallable. Fleer's eye access behavior is almost always up and to his left.
They are.
Okay, and I know Snapchat is all private, right? I mean, you have to add somebody.
Yeah, I believe I had to, yeah.
You can't just
request a friend.
Yeah, you can't just be anyone. So that one's at least a little bit better where it's like you have to actively search for somebody, right?
Fleer is now showing external indicators of stress-induced mouth wetting, lip licking and retraction, as well as lip and mouth compression.
Okay, so you in the photo, and is that a gross font? Is that gross font?
Yeah, it's
emblem?
gross font.
Okay, cool. That makes it very easy. So as far as like the picture, so this photo came up in connection with some allegations about you communicating with a younger female on Snapchat.
Okay.
Have you ever communicated with any females that we have already recognized that yes you have with your recruit from the past? Is there anyone else you've communicated with on Snapchat?
I mean, back then, no, just close friends and coworkers and stuff like that.
Okay. Anyone recently?
No.
Is there any reason why your phone number and email might be linked to a different Snapchat account?
Another one? No, I never had another one. Just the Jaylen Fleer one.
Okay, so that phone number and email wouldn't be attached to any other account. Okay. All right. And your schedule. I know that you work every 7 days on and 7 days off. What is your wife's schedule?
She's every Friday, Saturday off. Day shift, so typical 9 to 5.
Okay, so she works 9 to 5 and you work like the complete opposite schedule?
Depends. Every 3 months we rotate days and nights.
Okay. And how long have you been on nights now?
Nights now, probably a little over a month now, a month and a half.
Okay. All right.
Can I ask, is this something I should have lawyers on?
So right now, and I'll go over the behavior with you, we're investigating allegations that were made that you were communicating with a younger female on Snapchat and potentially some material might have been shared.
Okay.
Some photos, some images, stuff like that. So we, of course, want to be able to.
We can now see Fleer move from abdominal breathing to chest breathing, the first solid nonverbal sign of stress and pressure. Fleer is a trained officer and will actively try to retain his composure and to stay calm, but his biological instincts and reactions to stress are something that he cannot control. His blinking rate will begin to fluctuate now, and he'll have eye lock with the detectives when looking directly at them. This is partially because his instinct is to keep his eyes on the threat, the detective with the allegations, while stress hormones will lower the blink rate in order to not miss anything.
Hear what happened from your side, if that in fact did occur, or if it didn't occur, we want to obviously
Everyone that I
determine
talked to, was about my age, I remember.
Okay. So who have you talked to?
My wife. This was back then when I had Tinder.
Fleer gestures with his hand when he brings Tinder back into the conversation. Having his hand out towards the detective with the palm facing up can be interpreted as Fleer offering the detectives a potential source of the picture's origin.
So I did meet people on Tinder and stuff. But everyone should have been older than that to know of because Tinder's 18 and up.
Okay. Did you ever meet up with anyone that you met on Tinder?
On Tinder, my ex-girlfriend, yeah. And we dated for like 3 years.
Okay. What's your ex-girlfriend's name? So you met her on Tinder, but you dated for 3 years after Tinder?
So I met her on Tinder in college when I was playing baseball and we dated for about 3 years.
Well, you clearly don't know the.
Fleer now displays his first signs of mouth grooming, which is another indicator of stress. However, this could be due to excessive lip wetting, but mouth grooming is indeed a behavioral exhibition of stress. Fleer's hands are now visible, grasping at his abdominal region. This is a common behavior for self-comfort, but look closely. His other arm doesn't match. This is an indicator that he's experiencing an internal struggle between being stressed and trying to look how you're supposed to look if you're innocent.
Concept of Tinder.
I was on Tinder, yeah.
Okay, so how old were you then when you dated her?
Shoot, maybe like 20, about 20 or yeah.
And how old was she?
Same age, she was my age, yeah.
Okay. So yes, on Tinder, when you were on Tinder, and forgive me, I'm not very well versed on Tinder, do you have a username there as well?
Shoot, I can't remember. It might have just been Jaylen or Jaylen or something like that.
Okay. So Jay.
Yeah, probably Jaylen, to be honest. Jaylen.
Do you ever go by Jay?
Friends call me Jay once in a while.
All right. Okay, so Tinder, Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook, any other social media sites that you've delved into or used?
Like, she's super nice to him, but like, he knows she's got the goods, so she wouldn't be questioning unless she had all the goods. Or am I missing something? Do you know what I mean? Would she still be doing this if she didn't have all the goods? I don't know. She just seems too cheery for me. I'd be a little bit uncomfortable.
No, other social.
Okay. All right. Of course, we've spoken to, obviously the other parties involved and kind of gotten some of the information. And so the reason why this particular photo was kind of brought up is because this photo was sent to this female, which is why I wonder if this photo would be in anyone else's hands.
I mean, for someone being younger, no, it wasn't anyone I sent younger.
So this photo was sent within the last 3 weeks. Have you sent this photo?
No, definitely not.
Not to anyone within the last 3 weeks? Okay. And you've only shared it with a select few people?
Yeah, that was a long time ago, so.
Okay. So I want to make sure to get all the people you have shared it with just to make sure they wouldn't try to send it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I know there's like screenshots and stuff. I don't remember that one being screenshotted on Snapchat.
Yeah, because Snapchat lets you know when you're screenshotting.
Yeah, it'll tell you. So that was a long time ago. So I don't know.
Okay. So you don't know who I might be able to connect with this photo as far as
that one? No, that was a long time ago.
Fleer's swaying is progressively increasing in frequency and intensity. Swaying is often a sign of nervousness and is the body's effort to provide some sort of stress relief. In addition, swaying or rocking is often seen as a direct sign of discomfort, which Fleer is undoubtedly experiencing quite a bit of.
You said you've only shared it a couple times?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a basic photo. I mean, I want to save that one or anything like that.
So it was either your wife or whoever the other person you might have shared it with that might have shared the photo again? My question is...
I doubt my wife would do that.
Yeah.
We've been together and stuff for so long.
Well, so you dated this girl for 3 years, and when you were 20, that's 23, you kindled your relationship with your wife about 3 years ago?
Like literally, it was about a month apart from my
The
ex.
other one. So you've been with her for 3 years, so you like the long-term relationships?
I've always been in long-term.
3 to 3. All right. So, this, like I said, this photo was sent to this person, so they were in possession of it. And we can't find any connection or reason why this photo would end up with this particular person if it wasn't shared by someone you may know or yourself.
I agree, yeah. My wife would have done it, so I don't know why she would share that. So, I don't know. That's a long time ago.
And maybe get your attorney now? Maybe? I don't get it. Like, Mighty Meat, if you're still here, why would you not get an attorney at this stage? I mean, he knows he's fucked. Why would he not get it as a police officer? Why would he not get it? Is it because he thinks he'll make him look guilty or what? I don't get it.
My ex, it was a bad breakup with my ex, but she wouldn't have saved something like that either. I mean, I don't know who would have.
The detective pauses for roughly a minute from her last question. If you've paid attention to her speech and demeanor throughout the interrogation, it might seem as if they're unskilled or asking the wrong questions. Interjecting a conversation with silence is a tactic often used by interrogators to insinuate that the question hasn't been answered yet and that they're waiting for more information. This creates an uncomfortable gap or lull in the conversation, which is often filled by the suspect continuing to divulge information. Sometimes, in an interrogation, less is more. By saying less, interrogators are hoping the suspect will inadvertently divulge more information. The detective's language and tactics aren't by mistake, but rather they're a product of years of training and design.
So, I mean, I met girls on Tinder and stuff back in the day. And yes, some save stuff, but I don't know who would save a picture like that. I mean, a nude, maybe, yeah, they would save.
Thanks, Mighty.
Not that one.
And there's nothing wrong with this photo, right? It's just
No,
you.
I agree. I don't know how it would get in the hands of a younger person.
Okay. There were also some conversations that were exchanged between you and this person.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I didn't talk to anybody younger, though.
Not on Snapchat?
No.
Not recently?
Not recently, no.
Fleer says, I haven't talked to anybody younger on Snapchat, and the detective responds with, not recently? Fleer answers, not recently, no. This is known as an accidental denial. His defensive strategy and the overall desire to deny trips him up into accidentally denying that he hasn't spoken to someone younger, quote, recently, which indicates that at some point he has spoken to someone younger. Recently is a subjective descriptor. Recently can be 1 year or 1 day, depending on the perspective or preferences of a person. Fleer's not recently response inadvertently implies guilt, or at the very minimum, implies that he...
So just as a reminder for people, I got this today from Potentially Criminal. His mug. And in the back it says, nobody talks, everybody walks. So if he doesn't talk, see you, Robin. See you later, my darling. If he doesn't talk, he gets to walk. And then obviously get back in with an attorney and stuff. But see you tomorrow, Robin. Robin G, she's going on the horse. She's going to ride through the glen.
has indeed spoken to someone younger on Snapchat.
Now, you said all of your social media accounts are private, right?
Yeah.
And I know you're a law enforcement officer, so I know that you've also taken the time to make your plates confidential.
I mean, back in the day, I don't think my current ones are though.
I mean, obviously, I ran your plates. So you're still driving the Ford Fusion?
Yeah.
And is it black or gray?
It's gray.
Okay. And you got tinted windows on it still?
Yeah.
And so, when it comes to the photo, I really want to understand why this person would be in possession with the photo. But the only one who could really help me with that is you.
Yeah. No, I couldn't tell you that. I don't know.
Okay. Well, along with the photo came some additional information about your personal life.
Okay.
And based on some of the information you shared with me today, it seems to add up.
Okay.
So is there any reason why the person would say they're you and share your information?
Sounds like it'd be someone that knows me then, obviously. I don't know who. I don't have any enemies that would be doing something like that. Can I ask what information was shared? What they know?
We know that you're a baseball player.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people know that.
Yeah. So that information was kind of shared.
Okay.
Your work schedule?
It's been 5 years that I've worked here.
Specifically the transition to 7 days on, 7 days off.
Really?
Fleer is once again eye-accessing, but this time his attempt at deception is undeniable. He goes completely against his previously indicated pattern of up and to his left, and at this moment, he looks down and to his right. Remember, body language is about deviations in pattern. Fleer's eye-accessing patterns have changed completely with the response he has given.
I haven't shared anything like that recently. I couldn't tell you who that would be.
So let's take it back a little bit. You said you played football in high school, right? What position did you play?
I was a defensive end.
Defensive end. Did you have the same jersey the whole time you played?
My last 2 years were, A2, and then first 2 years changed up.
And what year did you graduate?
2011.
Okay. So I know as an athlete, sometimes when I would do my usernames and stuff, I would kind of use a combination of my things that I know about myself, right? Mm-hmm. So that way I wouldn't forget it. So this particular picture came from an account with this username, right? J178211.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I recognize that your jersey name in college was 17.
Yes, it was.
And then high school was 82. And it was 11. In 2011.
I never had 11.
No, as far as you graduated in 2011.
I did, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it goes by Jay. And it is a Snapchat account that has some links to you.
Okay.
Okay. Jay, I'll be very honest. I want to know the truth.
I mean, fucking hell. That's very clever of her. Like, what the... Whoa. What did she say right there? What the... Okay.
Okay. Jay, I'll be very honest. I want to know the truth.
Yeah, no, I never even heard of that account.
Okay.
Fleer drops his arms as it's becoming more and more aware that he will not be escaping the scrutiny. Switching from crossed arms and leaning back to having his arms uncrossed and leaning forward indicates that Fleer is listening very, very carefully and is likely attempting to think of answers ahead of time, especially ones that will not implicate him any further.
Have you ever shared any images of your penis with anyone?
Yeah.
Okay. And how many times would you say you've done that?
A lot.
Can you kind of explain that a little bit more to me?
I mean, my wife, my ex-girlfriend, back in the day, Tinder and stuff, yeah. I mean, I'm sure you know how Tinder is. High school, even, junior high, I did.
Did you ever share any videos of you having sex with anyone?
getting one? No, I've always had personal videos of me and my wife. That was it. And my ex actually had one, but
What does your ex look like?
she's blonde.
She's blonde. Okay. So you've never shared any videos?
No, I have not. No.
Just still shots.
Let's go, Mighty. Yes. I mean, that's a scary thing, isn't it? They're all out there.
Can you, I know this is kind of personal, so let me know if you get uncomfortable at all. Can you tell me what some of those images look like?
Video I had. I used toys. It's awkward, but yeah, I used toys on my wife and stuff.
Okay. Can you explain the toys?
So
She's your wife, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's your wife. It's intimate. We
It's
totally get this.
uncomfortable,
Yeah.
Dildos. A vibrator. That's really it. That's all I had.
Okay. You and your wife haven't been in that house too long, right? When did you guys move in?
About a year and a half ago.
Okay. And you guys, how many bedrooms are in the house?
4.
4. Do you guys live with anyone else?
No.
Okay. Do you guys have a master bedroom?
We do, yeah.
All right. Can you tell me about your master bedroom?
So, I mean, just big white room, big king bed. I mean, there's nothing really special to it.
Okay. Just because it gives me kind of some insight of
Yeah.
what your home life is like. Do you guys still sleep in the same room? That's a good marriage. I say that because people have been married a long time. Obviously, we come into contact with a lot of them. Do you guys have a TV in the room?
We do, yeah.
Okay. What kind of a TV?
Just a Samsung TV.
Okay. Is it like a large room that has like one of those double door entries? Because I know some of those houses have them.
No, it's just single door.
It's a single door? Yeah. Okay. Any dressers or?
Yeah, we have one dresser. Actually, we have two nightstands and a dresser.
Okay. Can you describe the dresser to me?
Yeah, it's like a tannish brown, I guess.
Okay. Is it newer?
Somewhat, yeah. Yeah, quite a bit.
Because you never know, like sometimes when people move in, they have like that chic style look or like the modern look. So it just helps me to get an idea of what home life is like. It must be hard for you guys though, because your schedules are complete opposite.
Yeah, I mean, we still see each other at the end of the day.
So going back, and I'll give you a little bit more information, then I'll let you chat for a little bit. I don't like chatting a lot, so I already feel like I chat too much. So when it comes to the Crime Stopper that we're investigating and the Snapchat account, and of course your phone number and everything in connection with it and some of the combinations of numbers and everything there, you can understand why obviously we have a growing concern. And of course your picture is attached to it, right? Which is even more like either someone's...
Can I ask what you said? You got new ones too?
There were images that were shared, yes, that...
Ask, I'm sure you got them here. Can I ask to see what they are?
You want to see the picture?
Yeah, so I can get an idea.
Never even not to. Yeah. So I don't actually have a clear shot of one. Yeah, so I did not
Okay, I understand.
print out those
I went to a
pictures.
lawyer because I'm uncomfortable with this. This is weird. So
Of course, like you definitely have the ability to do that, and of course, you know this is completely voluntary. And so
I just don't want to get caught up on something. I work in this career. I don't want to get caught up on something.
I fully understand. Yeah. So you can, yes, 100% elect not to speak with us. You are not under arrest at this time.
Yeah, I understand.
Obviously, given the fact that we're here and the fact that we're speaking to you, I know that your bosses are going to want to speak with you afterwards. Yeah. So we'll go ahead and allow them to speak with you after. Obviously, since you don't want to talk to us anymore, my partner here may have
Well, I just wanted to clarify. I have a couple of questions that you don't want to answer, or can I ask you the questions? Because you can choose to answer or not answer. So if I ask you a question and you're like, I don't want to answer that, you can tell me that. Just so that we understand, just based on the admonishment she read you, okay? One of my questions was, I think I missed it, but when was the last time that you had Snapchat? Because I know you said you deleted it, but I didn't hear when you deleted it.
I just deleted the app. I deleted that when I was in the academy.
In the academy. When did you go to the academy?
It's like a little over a year ago.
A year ago,
Yeah.
so in 2019?
Yeah, right at the beginning of 2019, January.
Okay, and then what years did you go to college at Grossmont?
2011 to about 2013, 14.
And then I just want to make sure that we all understand each other. When my partner says a younger female, you understand that we mean someone under the age of 18?
Yeah, that's obviously why you're here.
You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any siblings?
I have a younger sister. Yeah, she's 19 right now. 20, sorry.
Oh, okay. And then my last question was, she was asking about the house and the decorations of your house. In any of your rooms in your house, do you have that new look where they have like the barn door outer rail type thing? It's like a country, I don't know what you would call it. I see it a lot on like those DIY shows.
Yes.
Do you have those in
I
your
do have
house? Okay. That was the extent of my questions.
Okay.
So, do you have any other questions? I mean, can we still ask you questions, or do you want to stop?
No, I want to wait because I'm uncomfortable with this. So
Okay.
I'm going to talk later.
Okay. So then, I want to thank you for taking the time to speak with me for this long. I can imagine that obviously being confronted with any level of questions can be uncomfortable. So I do appreciate that you've allowed us to speak with you even for this long. Okay. So with the next step, however, I'm going to go ahead and pull some documents here for you. So there are a few steps that we're going to be taking after this. Again, you are not being detained by us or anything, but we are acting on behalf of the court moving forward. Okay. So I will give you a chance to read through this. This is a search warrant that was granted this afternoon by a judge. The warrant does allow us to grab some DNA swabs from you, as well as any mobile devices that might be in your possession or potentially in your locker. Do you have your personal phone with you here?
I do have them.
Okay. Is it inside your locker?
It's on my person right now.
Okay. So if you want to go ahead and hand it to us, we definitely don't need to go in and grab it from you. But the search warrant does require that we take it from you. Okay. Additionally, it does allow us to have access to your vehicle. Is your vehicle parked here?
It's parked a few blocks away.
Okay. Do you remember exactly where you?
It's over across from Cap's Pizza over there.
Cap's Pizza?
Yeah.
And is it like in a parking
It's in a parking lot.
Okay. Is it like one of those paid parking lots?
Yeah.
Okay. So Cap's Pizza. I'll put a note on that. So the warrant does allow for us to also process your vehicle.
You guys are going to take my vehicle?
No, we're going to process it here. So that we actually have someone here that's going to help us take some pictures and just go ahead and do what needs to be done so we don't have to. We recognize that warrants are a part of our job, but we don't like to inconvenience people unnecessarily. So that's why we actually brought our technician with us here, because we obviously want to take your DNA with the least effort possible. So that's why we're using the swabs. And the same goes for, of course, your phone, which you stated is on your person. We don't want to put hands on if we don't have to. And
obviously, I'll give it up.
Like you said, as a law enforcement officer, you're willing to comply. With that being said, after that, we will also have access to your locker. Are your vehicle keys inside your locker?
My vehicle keys are in my vehicle right now.
They're in your vehicle?
Yeah.
So you have a code?
I have a code.
Okay. Would you mind sharing that code with us?
I allow a lawyer to say no to that.
Well, the warrant allows for us to have access to your vehiego.
Okay. Yeah, so you bring it. Yeah, that's fine. I'll give it up to you.
Okay. I'll jot it down. Thank you.
I don't even know the number. I know the
Would it help if you drew the keypad?
Yeah.
Do you want to draw the keypad?
Yeah.
I'm the same way, so.
It's I don't know how many buttons are, but it's the top, bottom, left, top, bottom. I believe it's that one. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Like, so it's straight down. So 1, 2, 3, then back 2, then down to 5.
Okay. So they're just basically.
It's straight down.
Like this? other buttons like this?
Yeah, there's a few more down, but I don't touch those. The first three. 1, 2, 3, up.
So 1, 2, 3.
Then back to 2 and then 3.
2 and then this
3. No, 3.
Okay. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 2, 3.
Yeah, it should be that one.
1, 2, 3, 2, 3. Okay. Wonderful. And just for the warrant that you see here, just verifying, of course, this is your name, this is your date of birth. We recognize that you're approximately 6'4", you look very tall. And then we just use your approximate weight there. And I know you have more blondish reddish hair, but we went with your DL. And just if you know your DL number, we can verify that.
Yeah.
As you see here, it does state here that we have premises as well to enter your home at 8621 Chaparral Way.
Okay.
So we are going to attempt to do this in the quickest way possible and the way that is obviously going to, this can't be an easy process. We recognize that.
Yeah,
and we don't, yes.
Okay.
Is your mom at your house right now?
She's not.
Okay. Your wife, she is at home?
She's at home.
Okay. Is it just your wife at home?
Just my wife, yeah.
Okay. And her name is?
We won't be sending any black and whites over to the house.
No.
Okay.
Just so that
you
puts you.
Is it going to be tonight right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So we're going to do this kind of systematically. The very first thing that we will do is, of course, the swab and the phone.
Yeah.
Do you have any other USB drives, anything like that on your person? I know sometimes for work we carry them around with us.
I might have a USB in my locker, but that's just a work locker USB.
Okay. So we'll get that started.
Okay.
And then after that, we know that your employers want to speak with you. Again, we are investigating allegations. So they recognize that, but of course, you know, they have to take their action. We can't speak to that. But of course, they obviously want the opportunity to speak with you.
Yeah.
Then of course, we'll process the locker and then process your vehicle.
Okay.
And again, we'll do it systematically and as quickly as we can to alleviate any additional stresses that this already is causing. And then we'll go ahead and go to your home, and we hope to be in and out fairly quickly.
Okay. And guess I'm staying here. I'm not going with you guys or anything like that.
So no, you are not in custody. You are not under arrest. You are not even being detained. That's why you had the right to stop speaking with us at any time. There's no locks on the door. You had the opportunity to leave if you choose to. And like I said, thank you for speaking to us as long as you did. So if you have any questions, we are here. If it's okay with you, I'm just going to grab my lab technician to start that.
Okay. That's fine.
And where's your cell phone on you?
It's on my person right now.
Can we go ahead and set that from you? Do you have?
So you guys are going to keep my phone?
Yeah. Yes. Do you have any other, as far as your phone, yes.
Airplane mode?
Yes, for sure. I don't want to break your phone, and sometimes when we access it without your code, it could, I mean, who knows? So is it possible for us to get your code?
You guys would break my phone?
No, I'm just saying they will get into it like hard-wise, and I don't want to cause any damage to the phone if it's unnecessary.
You don't have my phone. I'd rather say no to that. No. I want a lawyer for this.
Okay.
Okay, swipe down so you can put in airplane mode.
Oh, okay. Don't. There we are. Okay. This is like a battery case?
Yeah, it's just an extra battery.
Do you want to keep that? Does it come off pretty easily?
Yeah, I can take it off for you.
Oh, that's all right.
Is that an
How do you
iPhone?
take it off? Yeah, it's an iPhone.
What kind of iPhone is it?
C10, the X.
iPhone what?
X10.
Is it the original or is
The original
it one
X.
of the original X?
Because there's no need to take the battery.
And is it updated with the latest iOS, whatever?
Should
they
be,
set
yeah.
out?
Everything should be updated.
All right. Okay, so do you have any questions as far as the warrant? Because I'm going to bring my lab technician in here so she can go ahead and guide you through it.
I don't have any questions.
Okay. And I'm going to keep the body worn camera and everything.
That's
on,
fine.
okay?
Yeah, understand.
Do you have any other phones, like a department issued cell phone or anything like that?
No.
So Jay, this is here. She's working with us, so she'll assist in just gathering the swab.
Okay.
Chula Vista law enforcement gathered mouth swabs and executed their search warrants on Fleer's phone, locker, car, and home. He was placed on desk duty with no contact with the public pending the results of the investigation. Investigators would gather mountains of evidence, and furthermore, results showed that the DNA samples matched. Following a short month-long investigation, Fleer turned himself in and was subsequently arrested and charged with more than 20 felonies. The criminal complaint filed named 4 victims, listing the graphic crimes that occurred from March 27th and April 8th, 2020, and stated that Fleer contacted his victims through Snapchat. In court, prosecutors said that Fleer contacted 41 different young girls, some as young as 9 years old. Fleer initially pleaded not guilty to all charges. Court documents would show that Fleer had asked multiple young girls, quote, "Do you have any younger friends who are interested in older men? I'll give you money to hook me up with them. The younger they are, the better." Fleer sent photos of himself in uniform to the victims and coerced them into giving their addresses to him. They were scared, and they thought they couldn't report it to the police, because he was the police. Fleer would eventually change his plea to guilty. He stared straight ahead and showed no emotion during sentencing when the judge stated, quote, "I have never seen a more despicable set of facts as I've seen in this case. The intensity of this is what's just mind-boggling. Reading about the 41 other girls who were contacted just makes this case look that much more devastating and despicable." End quote. On June 28, 2021, Jaylen Fleer was sentenced to 12 years in state prison with no opportunity for parole, and will have to register as a sex offender for the rest of his life. Jaylen Fleer is currently incarcerated at the Corcoran, California State Prison, where he will remain for the rest of his sentence.
Well, what an idiot. Right. Whilst we go again, I'm not going to say this time. I like playing these police things when Mighty's here, because we get a better insight sometimes into all of the goings on. So the lesson there is internal affairs or whatever, just always ask for a lawyer. 12 years he got. Right, I think the next one, and probably my final one, is a essay abuse in a New Mexico deputy's devices. So what is it with all these? I don't get it with all these people. But yeah, let's watch this one and see how this one behaves. Oh, hang on. Come on, Irene. Just to let you know, so what we'll play tomorrow as well is the Brian Walsh hearing that was today. Nothing happened in the Lally one, I don't think. We've got Karen Reed's put more motions in to dismiss the civil case and stuff like that. So I'm sure tonight and now there will be a million people covering all that. So or you can just go on Twitter and get the motions and read them yourself or whatever. But basically she's looking to dismiss them, I believe. But yeah, so there's a lot of stuff there. I think Brother Counsel said he's going to cover it as well. So yeah, but as you know, it's not my bag. I don't like to cover stuff like that. I find it quite boring, and it's not very interesting. All I want to know is the top lines of stuff. So anyway, here we go. Right.
Almost all of them were child. So then I did a search warrant, 2 synchronos. Right. And they gave me pretty much everything that was backed up. And in that backup was, pictures of you, some videos of you that weren't child materials, and like your guide licenses and stuff. I had PDFs and stuff like that, text messages and stuff like that. So I'm just here to find out how those images were on your, because we know they were on your phone because they got backed up. How they got to your phone. Okay, and I'm just here to get your side. I'm not a judge, and I'm not a jury. I'm just here to get your side of the story. How did this happen? Make me understand is how this happened.
Well, there's probably nothing I can say that's going to make you understand.
Hello, all you couch detectives out there. My name is Lee. Thank you for being here. On this channel, we post full interrogations. You may have seen some of these stories elsewhere, but likely not the full interrogation. So if that is your sort of thing, make sure you're subscribed. We have over 200 interrogations already posted and a lot more on the way. For everything Couch Detectives, go to our website at couchdetectivestv.com. Okay, enough rambling. Let's get into it. Today's case brings us to Sandoval County, New Mexico. On May 24th, 2022, an internal investigation began on a deputy with the Sandoval County Sheriff's Office when a report came in from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. One of their deputies was suspected of having some very, very disturbing images and videos on their electronic devices. That deputy is 39 years old at the time, Robert Strand, a deputy that was employed with the agency since 2014. Strand, who had been charged with a DWI twice since 2006, the latest one in 2012 being dismissed by prosecutors. I wonder how that works, but I digress. The New Mexico Attorney General's Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force received several tips from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children that someone in New Mexico was downloading explicit material. All said and done, 92 images and GIFs were obtained from electronic devices owned by Strand, with the victims ranging from under 1 to 13 years of age. Just disgusting. I think we get the picture here. This law enforcement officer is an absolute piece of... I'm sure you can fill in the blank yourself here. This is the full police interrogation of Officer Robert Strand of the Sandoval County, New Mexico Sheriff's Office. Stay tuned to the end for the most up-to-date information on this case.
Sorry, we're going to talk about it. Okay. So, you should have something. Oh, how you doing? Good.
Hey, Special Agent Owen Pena, Special Agent in Charge Clarence Gibson.
Yes, sir.
I have a search warrant for your residence.
Okay.
I have a search warrant for any electronic device that's on your person.
Okay.
So you need to turn over any cell phone you have. Is this the only cell phone?
Yeah.
Is it personal, or which one's personal? Which
Personal.
one's work? Work. Okay. I'm gonna ask you if you.
It is, Josie, it is sick, but most people are oblivious to all this and think, it doesn't happen. That's why I like to show them. I think that these people are vile, disgusting and stuff, but we need to show them. I mean, this is what's important, I feel, to show. I wish more people would, showcase this kind of stuff, that it's real, it's happening. Be careful what you do out there. Be careful who you trust. You can't trust, they are good cops, don't get me wrong, but cheapers. Be fucking careful, people. There's some sick people out there.
You want to sit down and talk with us about why we have a search warrant for your residence? This is up to you. It's totally up to you. I'm not going to, we can't force you to speak with us. If you want to speak with us, we'll go behind the door here, and me and Special Agent Gibson we'll talk with you. All right, come on in. Like I said, we'll go behind the door so no one else can. Just go ahead and have a seat right there for me. So due to the fact this is an interview, okay? I'm going to tell you what I do, okay? I do internet crimes against children, okay? There's been some reports of some incidents of some activity coming from your electronic device in your possession and was reported to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. I'm just here to get your side of the story. I'm not here to pass any.
No, you're fine.
First of all, what you, like everything else we have to do is call your advisement of rights.
He is a deputy in New Mexico. So I presume it's either a teacher or a police officer. Let's see if it says anything. So Stroud was a Sandoval County, New Mexico Sheriff's deputy. So it was he's a sheriff's deputy. So
Okay. I'm going to give you a page to go along with me. All right. But first of all, what's your full name, sir?
Robert Strand, STRAND.
Your address, sir?
Bernalillo, New Mexico, 87004.
Okay. And what's your phone number, sir?
505.
And the time now is 9:13.
Yes, sir.
So again, before we ask you any questions, you have to understand your rights. Okay. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions and have him with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be forwarded for you before any questions if you wish. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you still have the right to stop answering at any time. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you do talk to a lawyer. Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
Okay, what I just need you to do as a sign is just all you're signing for is that I've read you these rights and that you understand these rights. Then we'll get to the waiver, okay? So just sign right there. And then I'll witness it. I'll have special agent in charge, Clarence Gibson, also witness that. All right, let's go through your advisement. Okay, your waiver that you have been read to your statement of my rights, and that you understand what your rights are, and that you're willing to make a statement and answer questions, that you do not have a lawyer with you at this time, and I understand and know what I'm doing. No promises or threats have been made, and no pressure or coercion of any kind have been used against me. Do you understand that? Do you want to speak to us at this time? Sure. Okay. Just need you to sign right there. Waiving your rights. Okay, sir. Again, I'll witness it, and so. All right. So, like I said, we do have a search warrant for your residence. Before we go any further, is there anyone currently at your house? No. Okay. We don't want to go breaking down your doors. Do you have a key to your house?
Yes.
Can you give us that key so we don't break in?
Yeah.
Don't cut. I've been by your house.
Right.
So I understand there's a gate key. We just don't want to wreck any stuff.
You're fine.
Because like I said, we're not here to and that's the house key.
Yes.
What about the gate? Is the gate locked?
No.
What about you have one dog or 2 dogs? 2 dogs. And they're on that opposite side. So, okay, we just want to make sure. Can you
Yes. So, do I have a right to know who's reporting me for what?
Yes, I'm going to get into that right now. We're going to get into that. We had to get past this part before we could get to why we're exactly. All right. So, there's a thing called the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. So what happened was some images and some GIFs were uploaded through the backup service. It's called Synchronos, is the backup service for like Verizon and stuff like that. Currently, your cell phone is through your Verizon. So when you first sign up for Verizon, you get this 3-month backup service for free. What happened was when you had your cell phone and you had that service, everything that you had on your phone got backed up. Okay. By federal law, all providers, all of what they call ESPs or electronic service providers, are required by federal law
Mhm.
that if they see anything that meets the state criteria or meets the criteria for or looks like child pornography or child abuse materials, they have to report it to the National Center for Exploit. So at that point, there was 5, and so what happens when the National Center for Exploit Children gets it, these reports, they have to look at, okay, where does the cell phone come back to? Who's connected to the cell phone? What emails? And before we go any further, do you have any email addresses? So I will tell you that is the email that was attached to these, and this was also the same phone number that was attached to all those reports going forward. So, so it captures a lot of information. So, like if you log in your phone with your email or whatever, it's going to catch that, and all that stuff gets reported up. In this case, there was 5 separate times. So it basically lasted between January of 2021 and about March, sometime in March, like March 22nd, March 25th of 2021 is when we got the reports. I'm not saying that's when the backup happened. Did you get that? Did you get a new phone around January of 2021?
I think so. I think that's when I bought it. I'm not sure.
Is it this current phone or is it a different phone?
It's this phone.
Okay. So it got and are any of your phones password protected?
Yeah.
And this one is your personal, correct?
Yeah.
What's the password on this? It's not biometrics or anything. Just the pen.
Yeah.
Okay. So when all these images, so throughout the full 5 cyber tips, there was 141 images. And some of them are GIFs. You know what a GIF is? It's like a little meme type thing where there's like a short video type thing. There's generally no sound. It's a clip. So out of those 141, almost all of them were child pornography. So then I did a search warrant, 2 synchronos. And they gave me pretty much everything that was backed up. And in that backup was, pictures of you, some videos of you that weren't child materials, and like your guide licenses and stuff like that, PDFs and stuff like that, text message and stuff like that. So I'm just here to find out how those images were on your, because we know they were on your phone because they got backed up. How they got to your phone, okay? And I'm just here to just to get your side. I'm not here to cast any. I'm not a judge, and I'm not a jury. I'm just here to get your side story. How did this happen? Make me understand is how this happened.
Well, there's probably nothing I can say that's going to make you understand. But
let's just I'll give you a little bit about my background. Is I've been doing these now since 2009, and I'm not here. And I've heard every different kind of this and that, and I'm not here. All I want is. And to be honest, I'm going to be totally straight with you if you're totally straight with me, and and I think that's just a respect thing. I mean, that's the same thing I've always respected, especially Agent Gibson and Charge Gibson, because he's always been straight with me, and I'm not that kind of guy. I'm not here to. I'm just here to figure out how that happened, and to also go further to make sure that and ultimately to make sure there's no child that's.
I'm your friend. You can trust me. Just, I'm a straight shooter. I'll tell you everything I got. Just tell me everything you've got. I mean, fucking hell. Is that something that people fall for? Like, Jay, you look like a straight shooter to me. So I'm a straight shooter. So, you be honest with me, respectful to me. I'll respect you back. Dude, he doesn't give a fuck about you. He's got all the information. He just needs you to fucking admit to it. Get a lawyer, you prick, even though you're a dirty motherfucker.
You're telling me you're home alone, so that there's no one else at your house. So that makes me feel a little bit more easier that there's no one there.
Right.
But we are going to talk about, do you have contact with children and stuff like that? I understand you have a brother who has a niece and stuff like that, but we'll get to that here in a minute. I just want to hear your side of why, how this happened?
I don't really know.
Did you, all right, let's just go. So how did you first come in knowledge of these images that were out there, and how did they get to your phone?
Pretty much I was downloading porn.
Okay.
And then,
and when you say, let's just break it into
just everything.
Adult or child?
Adult.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's how it started?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what happened? Did you just found it and then got an interest in it?
A little bit.
Okay.
But then everything's deleted, so.
Okay. So do you know when you got this phone exactly?
I don't.
Okay. And where did you get that phone from?
I ordered it through Verizon.
Verizon, okay. So
I get it, but if I'm this guy now, I'd be like, I know you're not my mate, so why are you being such a pal to me? But I suppose I'm not in that situation, so maybe he thinks I need a pal right now. I need a friend right now. So latches onto and believes it. I don't know. I hope I'm never in that position.
The time frame we were talking about, January 2021 to March 2021, those images and GIFs were on your phone?
No.
No. When did you get rid of them? Exactly.
All.
Okay.
I got rid of all right away.
Okay, and when do you mean right away? I just need to know because I want to make sure that the National Center isn't reporting something that it wasn't true.
Right.
For one, and just to find a time frame of when you had those images.
I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
And I couldn't even tell you if it was child.
Okay.
I couldn't.
Okay, so here's the other question I have. When I did that search warrant to Synchronos, which is the backup service for Verizon, they didn't report any adult with it.
Yeah.
It's all child.
Yeah.
Is it what you're interested in?
No.
Okay, so when you've never to child, okay. So when you were going out and just looking for, how'd you go looking for it?
Just on the internet.
Okay, so you'd get it on the internet just on your phone, just on your phone, no other devices or anything.
No, that's all I really have.
You don't have any computers or anything at the house, or?
No, if I do, it doesn't work. I mean, you guys can go through my house.
Yeah, they're gonna. I mean, we have to. It's part of this, the search warrant. Is your work phone pass protected?
Yes.
What's the work phone?
The same password.
Same password, same PIN. I noticed you drove up in a vehicle.
Yes.
And that's your work vehicle. Is there any electronic items in there? No other cell phones or anything? Okay, I'm gonna look. Okay, and the sheriff's department give me permission to look. So just want to make sure that there's nothing for that. That's fine. Is there, when we get to your, just in the side thing that about at your house and the search warrant house, are there any safes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I have the combination.
Okay, I was gonna say,
You guys can go through anything you want. You're not gonna find anything.
So what's the combos? So same thing. Is it just one safe or?
It's just one safe.
And where's that located?
It's located, you go straight down the hallway to the back door and it drops down into the shop.
Okay.
So it's
in the shop?
Yeah.
Okay. You want to let Jay know that. Yeah, we didn't want to break
No,
your.
you guys-
we didn't want to break your safes. We didn't want to break your doors. We didn't.
You guys can go through anything you want to go through.
Okay. Angelo Nona. So just on the internet, was there any specific other sites that you went to that just late at night going through your phone looking for that type of deal?
Yeah, I did get viruses, so I don't know.
Okay. All right.
I like I said,
And you don't remember this time period you were doing it? Was it before 2021? Was it after 2020? Okay. Did you ever see those images that brought the children?
I did see them when I got onto Cloud or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Not Cloud. Whatever the Verizon thing is, and I released them.
Okay.
Released them. I said you can go through whatever.
And then nothing else after that? Okay. So, is there any time that you're alone with your niece?
No.
And what's your niece's name?
She's not even my niece. It's a buddy.
Oh, I thought it was her brother.
No.
Okay.
No.
Everyone thought that he was your brother.
No.
I was kind of wondering because he has a different last name. Alred.
Well, nobody's in danger of anything.
Okay. Well, let me
I
ask
mean,
you.
I understand because I would do the same thing.
Yeah.
I get it.
So, because his name's Andrew, right?
Right.
Andrew.
Mm-hmm.
You've never been alone with his daughter?
No.
Okay.
No.
And the reason we ask that is because there's
I understand.
pictures on social media of you guys together with the with her.
Yeah.
And you know her name? Okay. But never alone?
No.
Okay. Where does he live? Does he live? Someone
He
says
lives
he
on
lives.
Solomon.
Solomon? Okay. Because we had a little conflicting addresses. One where it showed he lived on Carolina with you, or
Never.
And then okay, yeah, there was a conflicting address.
Do you want me to get into
Yeah, just if you want to take him these,
You got it.
I'd send him the pins. And you understand why we did the way we did this.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we always have to be careful. I mean, you understand this better than most anybody else that I've ever had to interview or do anything here. So. So once you saw it, you erased it.
Mhm.
Never had any interest in it. You just got it when you went looking for other adult. So were you just looking at it, and then you weren't? Were you saving any of the fee that you when you saw it, or?
I was probably piss poor drunk.
Okay. I mean, this happens.
So I couldn't even tell you.
Okay. So just to let you know a little bit about what's going to happen with the phones. We have forensic people.
Right, they take it down.
They'll see everything, even stuff that you think you may have deleted.
Right.
And this is just, I'm just giving you your opportunity to become up front about anything else that may be, that you're not telling us here, that you may want to say different now than knowing that there are going to be full forensic exams done on this.
Right.
If there's anything that you need to change now, or tell me different now.
I told you I downloaded just, and
Okay.
once I realized that some things were bad, I erased it right away.
Okay.
I mean, I can't deny that.
So what is going to happen? We're going to wait for the exams to be done.
Okay.
Okay. I have nothing to do with what's going to happen with the sheriff's department. But for now, currently right now, we're not arresting you unless either, because he's going to start the exam right now on these phones.
Okay.
If he finds anything on these phones, like I said, I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
You know, I find any child or anything like that, we will arrest you.
Well, I know.
Okay. All right.
And like I said, everything that I've downloaded, whether it would it be not this or that, and I've seen it, I erase it.
Okay.
It's like.
Okay. And like I said, that's why I wanted to get your side and to just be like, well, hey,
yeah,
I wanted to hear your understanding of it. And generally that's what we do is we don't automatically go in blind going, okay, let's get this guy. None of the search warrants.
Yeah.
I mean, they do have your name, but they don't say where you work.
Okay.
Okay. I left that out purposely.
I appreciate that.
I don't know if anybody in the courthouse knows you or anything, but they will be filed.
Yeah.
After today.
Okay.
Okay. So just let you know.
No, I know.
But they do have your name. They don't have your date of birth or anything like that in them.
I appreciate that. And like I said, whatever you guys need, you can go through my house. There's nothing.
That's what they're getting ready to do now. So we just wanted to wait, talk to you, get your key, just so we weren't breaking down doors. Because especially if no one's home, when we have a search warrant, we're going to give a bit of time. We're going to break down the door, and we're not, and just didn't want to do that to you. And then of course, I mean, you've been very upfront. You've given me pins and you gave us safe numbers, so we didn't have to destroy your safe. So.
I don't have nothing to hide.
Okay.
I really don't.
Okay. Which was pretty much everybody that knew you that I talked to. You said this is probably how it would go. That you'd probably be just this is being this. Yeah.
Like I said, anything that was there that I seen after, I would just erase it.
And you can't tell me exactly.
I don't.
When that occurred. I mean, generally you could place it around an event.
Yeah.
Was it like Christmas of 2020, Thanksgiving?
I can't.
Okay. Was it 2021? Was it 2020? Was it?
So I got a bad problem sometimes. I drink a little too much.
Yeah.
You know, and once I do that, I kind of just go off and I don't realize a lot of things till the next day.
Okay.
And it's just like.
I don't realize anything. I go online, I download, videos of, I don't even want to say what he downloads. And then, next day I wake up and I go, oh, shit. I got all these videos of underage children. Oh shit! But I was drunk, so it's okay. Fucking prick.
You think this was during one of those times?
Yeah.
Oh,
Because
for
like I
sure.
said, as soon as I seen it, I erased it.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
All right.
Like, yeah, you might see stuff that's been erased on there, but
Okay. And at least with,
but
if we find stuff that's been deleted,
there's nothing on there.
That's going to give us a time frame, at least, of when that. Because at least when you delete something, there's a date,
right,
and a time,
right,
that's been when that was deleted. It also show a date and time when that was uploaded, so or when it's downloaded from whatever site you're looking at, and download it to there. You got anything?
No, he's like, oh fuck.
So we'll end this interview at 9:37. Okay, and thank you for definitely speaking with us. And again, I'm going to turn you over to. I think they're going to have probably something to speak with you. Your chain. As I understand it, they're not terminating you. They're just going to put you on administrative leave.
So how does that work?
What's that?
So let's say, you know, like I said, I didn't deny that they were there when I seen them.
Yes, sir.
And obviously erased.
Yes, sir.
How does that work?
We're going to take it. So this is how it'll work. We could, I mean, you're right. We could say that you did do it, or you did have it on your phone.
Yeah.
Well, so let's say we see a download.
Right.
The date is, let's say, just throwing out a date. It's not necessarily the date. Let's say it's January, blah, 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 of 2021. Erased a few days later. Oh, shoot, it's on there. No other downloads? After that, I have to believe your story.
Yeah.
Because it matches to what you're telling me.
Yeah.
That matches. So we'll take your forensics and compare it to what you're saying here. Because I'm not here to say what you're telling me isn't the truth. There's no way for me to do that because I wasn't there at your house. I didn't see that to go on. And then so if it's this one snapshot deal, and then there's an erase right after, like right after, I'm gonna.
It fucking ain't. That's the problem. That's why he's like, oh shit. I forgot they could see all these things. Oh fuck. What an idiot. What a fucking idiot. He thought that deleting it would work. Like, I'm sure, isn't there a sort of army base nearby they could have just dumped everything and made sure the cloud wasn't connected? What an idiot.
I'll go forward to my prosecutors and be like, this is what he told me. This is what the forensic showed. That it confirms his story. It confirms what he told me. Probably nothing happens because I have to believe what you're telling me. Now we're also going to look at, was there adult mixed in with this child? If then that also confirms your story. Okay, it got mixed in with the rest of it. I was drunk, didn't know what it is. Okay, and it may have got in there. Okay, we're going to look at the totality of everything, compare it to what this interview, what you told me today, and then that's where we go from there.
Yeah, I do have a problem. I get drunk a lot.
Okay, and I understand that, and you know, and I know, in this, in the eyes of the law, being inebriated isn't a valid.
No, I know.
But it's going to be a process. I'm not going to tell you that. It's going to be forensics. See what we got. Let's see what happened. Does it coincide with the National Center's Missing Exploited Children cyber tips? You know, I mean, there was a lot. There was 141 these images and these GIFs, these little snippet of videos that are child, very young. So we're going to look at that too. Okay. Due to the fact of how young they were. Okay. I'm going to be upfront with you. Like I said, I'm a straight shooter.
I'm being upfront with you.
Yeah. none of them were under or over 10. I mean, some of them. So even out there, there's these what we call child identified victims. So somewhere, not necessarily in the United States, but around the world, a law enforcement person met with the girl or boy, whatever, in that video or in that image, and identified that as this is their age.
Yeah.
So it's identified child. Out of those 141, 50 plus of them were identified.
Right.
So that, so we're going to look at the totality of everything.
Right.
Just, hey, this is what he told us. This is what forensic showed us. And again, ultimately it's going to be up to our prosecutors what they want to do.
Right. No, I get it.
I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
I was speaking with the lieutenant outside. You do have a work laptop.
It's
Where's
at the office.
It's at the office. Do you have a password for that work laptop?
Here, I can write it down for you.
Okay.
Right here?
Yeah.
So again, like I said, we will, whatever happens on that side, we have no control. What we have control over is what happens on our side. Again, it's going to go to prosecutions. This is what we have. This is what was told to us. They'll look at it. They'll look at the statement. They'll look at this video of this interview. They'll look at everything in totality, and then they will move forward from that.
Okay.
All right. So before we get too far, I'm also going to leave you with a copy. So there'll be a copy of this search warrant and what was taken from the house at the house. It's called a return to inventory.
Right.
We're going to do one here for that also.
Okay.
Okay. Here's the search warrant for your cell phone and anything on your person. And it's pretty much everything I told you. We're also required to give you a it's called an electronic. So there's this thing called ECPA.
Yeah.
That we all have to deal with. That goes along with that. That's just telling you, hey, I served you this warrant, and that you've been notified, basically. And then I'll give you I'll go meet with our forensic examiner who has your phones.
Okay.
I'll write down all the particulars, and then I will also give you a copy of the return to inventory.
Okay.
Hey, Jeb. Just hold on for a minute. Can you get from Angelo the makes, models, and serial numbers of those phones so I can do a return to inventory and give it?
Yes, sir.
I'll go grab the makes and models and stuff so we can get your, this is what I took from you type deal. Do you have any questions for me?
No, so
I think I pretty much have explained.
you guys can't. And we're not technologically that advanced here, so you guys, can you download everything off that phone? Everything? And then I get the phone back so I have a phone? Or...
That phone will be, we can't give you the phone back until it's cleared.
Oh.
Now, if he downloads, we go through the phone, nothing on it. That's to say, even in, so, but all electronics basically goes in ones and zeros.
Right.
So there's a space called unallocated space. So when you delete something, it goes to what's called unallocated space.
Right.
And so once we go through that and we find there's nothing on the phone.
Yeah.
Let's say zero, not even any of your past deleted stuff. Let's say even
Well, I mean, we already know there's going to be deleted stuff.
So once that's done, you can't go in and you can't take that stuff out and then turn around and give you the stuff we don't want to take out. It is almost impossible because that stuff does reside in unallocated space. You can't take it out.
Right.
And so unless to turn the phone back over, it would still be an unallocated space. So us liability wise, it would be like us turning over.
No, I know.
Child back over to you. So we can't do that.
But no, my question was, so I just need to go get another phone.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
That's not me zooming it. That's them.
Oh, I had a question. There's a, speaking of the house on the north side there where their dogs are kept, there's like a child slide. What's that for?
That was from the owners that lived there before.
Oh, okay, so prior owners. How long have you lived there?
Since 2005.
Okay.
Yeah, my sister and brother-in-law lived there.
Oh, beforehand?
Yeah.
Okay.
That whole deal is kind of just closed off, and I left it for the dogs. And,
okay. Yeah, I just wondered because you said the only occupant, then I remembered when one of the days I was there, I saw the slide, and I was just.
I've always had dogs, so I just leave it so they can go under.
What kind of dogs?
My one is a shepherd, and the other is a dog.
Okay. They're nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I saw the shepherd.
Well, they're nice.
But as long as they're on that side of the fence, we'll be fine.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, if you want, and I'm not being arrested, I can take them to my mom's or grandparents or someplace if you want them out of there.
I'll wait and see if if they could stay on that side. We'll just leave them on that side. There's no reason because it doesn't look like there's any buildings on that side that we have to really be concerned about, right?
No.
Okay.
No,
So if there's nothing there,
nothing there,
then we don't need to go in and bother them. No. Generally, we leave when we go to houses that have dogs. If they're occupying a space that doesn't have to worry about anything that's hiding something or whatever, we don't disturb them.
Okay.
Just don't. I mean, yeah, they're gonna bark, but we're you're a police officer. You get used to barking dogs.
If you want their names, I can write it down. You just tell them.
No, that'll be fine. Okay. We're not going in crazy.
No, I know. So how long do I need to wait, do you guys think, before I go back home?
Once we're done here and giving you're free to, and once you're.
Well, I don't want to go over there. I mean, I can go over there, but I don't want to go over there and interfere with you guys.
Yeah, we can't have that either. So.
Yeah.
I'd just say give it a few hours.
Can I grab my truck? You guys can search through the whole truck.
And they've probably been searched through. That's the white one that's inside the property? Yeah, so that would have probably have already been.
Okay.
You can text them and let them know if they can clear the truck.
Yeah. You'll see there's not a lot there in the house. It's pretty empty.
You said something that there might be a laptop that doesn't work anymore.
I don't know if it's still there or if I got rid of it or. Okay. I'm trying to be, honest with you guys on everything, so I don't. I think it's unlocked. If it's not, the key should be hanging up right when you walk in the house. There should be a little key.
Okay.
I want to sign this one to you and then make a copy of that. That goes also with that. This is just the form. We want to make sure you get all the forms that we use, just so there's no. Before turning you back over to what they have to talk to you about, your supervisors or whatever. Is there any questions you have for us?
No, you guys are gonna let me know everything, right?
Yes.
All right.
Yes. I mean, if, like I said, if we clear something that we took, we'll definitely get back with you to let you know that we cleared it, and then you could have it back or whatever. So
I'm just gonna assume I'm probably not getting my phone back.
That's your personal one? Probably not. If that deleted stuff is still, like I said, in the unallocated space, we just can't. There's no physical way,
right?
Other than just wiping the zeroing it out, wiping all data out, and then it's worthless.
Yeah,
it'd be easier just to go buy it now.
Okay, cool. That's what I want to even know.
Yeah. Guess we're done here. We're gonna go look in your unit to make sure there's no electronics there.
Right.
Again, that's totally separate from this here, this search warrant. This search warrant here was just for your person, what electronic items you carried on your person. You don't have any thumb drives or anything like that on you?
No.
Okay.
No, I mean, you can pat me down. You can do whatever.
If you don't mind, just so I can clear it. Because, prosecutors may ask, hey, did he have anything on him?
Bullshit, prosecutors.
Can you, is that your wallet? Yeah. Can you open your wallet for me real quick? Just to make sure there's nothing in it.
You go through it. Go through whatever.
I just want to make sure because as you know,
there's no thumb drives.
Thumb drives and SD cards can be hidden super. And I do appreciate you being honest and coming in and talking to us. I mean,
it sucks because no matter if it gets cleared or if it doesn't get cleared, then this is gonna.
Yeah.
That's what sucks.
All right, sir. You're free to go from us. We'll totally end for sure. And this and everything. Huh?
You gonna get to lieutenant?
Yeah.
Hey, what are you doing?
Sorry about that. My hands full.
We'll let you know about the information as far as if there's anything located, if we need to go further on his personal or his work laptop or anything like that. Okay. That's all. Stay in touch. I don't have your number.
We don't need it. I mean, because you guys are going to give us permission to search the work laptop.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. And our IT is at your guys' disposal if that if having the cards. You want to take my number down? Okay. John.
Known this guy. How many years now?
A long time, buddy.
Yeah.
And 501. Awesome. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, both out here. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so why do you think that you guys find these officers?
Yeah, I'll just grab them now and we'll go from there. All right, sir. Thank you very much. Thanks, guys.
You got the vehicle keys? You got the vehicle keys?
I do.
Let's just do a quick.
Okay. Well, we didn't really find out what happened. What was his name? Robert Strand. Let's Google him. No, he's a deputy. He was a deputy, J-Mac. Robert Strand. I wonder what happened to this. Robert Strand, sheriff, deputy. He was charged. Let's go in this one and see if I. Robert, during the execution of the search warrant, all children deserve a safe space. Part of, okay, fine, but we don't know what he got in the end. So he was charged. Hang on then. What's this one say? So this, let's look at this then. No, I watch these with Mexi, with Mighty, but I don't try to sully your name. I apologize if I sully your name. You are not the PDF. You were just a shitbag cop.
Mr. Strand, go ahead and...
Right. So this is with his arrest.
Mr. Strand, go ahead and step out here. So we're going to do this, officer's going to switch out the cuffs, and then we will go ahead and take your holster and stuff off. Go ahead and relax your legs. Okay. I want to get you into this vehicle quickly. Okay. But I don't want you to take anything you don't need to have. All right. I need to double off these for you. Too tight on you? Okay, go ahead and walk me this way. 3 seconds. Go ahead and have a seat real fast. We have you out of the light, okay? Cool. You got it.
No, I'm just fucking with you. I know most cops are pervs to some degree, 9%, and we all have dark humor, but it's the profession, rough job for real. Oh, I don't doubt it. I just find it interesting though, like their behaviors and stuff. You know, how they act and how it all works. You know, internal investigation, as you say, you should have an attorney present at all times, and it's surprising me how they don't. Is it because they're so cocky? I don't understand it. And yes, Badaza, he is a CUNT as well. See you next Thursday. Akradaza, but I will never get to your level. Oops.
So you guys did not search him, correct? Yeah. I just want him in the car quickly because I don't want to make a big scene here. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. When I get him over there, I'll get him into a place where when I transfer to Rio, we'll search him better. Okay. But I just don't want this out for you guys. Okay. Cool. Okay? Okay. All right. We're going to get out of the way. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, Robert, I'm going to let Special Agent Owen Pena tell you why you're being placed under arrest at this time.
You're being placed under arrest where we'll be getting an arrest warrant for you, sworn out today for possession of child pornography. Or possession of sexual exploitation of a child of children, possession statute.
Okay, the biggest thing for me is I do this for everybody. I don't want a big scene made about anything. So I'm going to be as discreet as possible. Cooperate with me, we'll be fine. Let's get this portion done and do what we got to do. I have one in custody. We'll be transporting back to where Angelo is by the emergency management building. You could advise Rio to meet me here. We have our forensic unit sitting and then a blue Ford Explorer. All right, thank you, sir. Bye. Yes, sir. Pick up your dogs? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, let me get my, I'll bring your notepad out. I'll get the information. Absolutely, we'll do that. Are those cuffs good for you? Okay. I got safe stop on mine. Oh, that's right. I forgot that. Thank you, sir. He parked us right in the sun too, didn't he? It's all right. Okay, so I didn't search you. Go ahead. No, I'm not going to do it now. Wait till Rio gets here. I'm going to advise them, and then we're going to do a search. I just didn't want you there. Okay. I don't like to do that with anyone. I like to get them out of the limelight. Over here, I think we'll be okay. Do you have anything on you that you need to leave here? I don't think so. I know you had a holster for bags or whatever. The holsters, yeah, you can take them off. Well, no, I mean, if they're covered, I don't care. So. All right, sir, go ahead and give me the name. It's going to be Sherry. Sherry? Strand. Strand. Okay. Residence? Yes. Is there anything that she needs to know other than just take the dogs? Just take the dogs. Okay, as soon as they're completed the residence with the search warrant, I'll let her know and we'll get that handled for you. So, I know you probably can't tell me who or when or why. Was it, yeah, just tell me if you were in the deleted section? Sir, I don't see it. I'm not that guy. Oh, okay. So I know there was nothing. Yeah, I don't deal with the forensics. I'm unaware of how that operates. Right. I mean, I have a very, very small IQ when it comes to that, but I'm sure that Special Agent Pena will be able to answer some questions for you. Absolutely. Okay. I wish I did, but I do not. If you get too hot, let me know and I'll move over and open that door so you get at least this kind of shade. You're fine. So what happens from there? They'll go ahead and finish processing all the scenes. Okay. We're going to turn you over to Rio Rancho Police Department for transport and detention. Okay. And is it going to be this jail here or Santa Fe? Do you know? Sir, I don't. Okay, I'm unaware of how. Yeah, I'm unaware how Rio Rancho deals with these types of detentions. I don't know. Okay. But I'm sure we'll advise them of who you are, okay. And so that'll be taken into consideration, of course. I really wish you guys would take me because Rio knows me just as well. That's what's the baddest. We've made it a policy we utilize New Mexico State Police or local jurisdictional officers to transport for us. So that's kind of how we run the process. You getting enough cool air, bud?
Yeah. I appreciate it.
Doesn't feel like it's blowing much, but I guess it's better than not having it.
Yeah.
I'm not a Ford guy, so I don't know.
You guys are gonna lock everything up?
What's that?
You gonna lock everything up at my house?
Yeah, they'll secure it when they're complete.
I appreciate it.
No problem. I'm gonna close this and try to, cause dude, I'm already getting high. I'm gonna crack the window so if you need me. I don't want you burning up for no reason. Better? Need to get some cooler weather. Would be nice. Let me know if you're comfy or not. Too cold, too hot, let me know.
Okay, man, I appreciate it, man.
Oh, no problem, man. Oh, no problem, man. We would do that. Do not want those dogs in this heat.
No.
See anybody, that is something we'll make sure that we get somebody to take care of.
Yeah. So where'd the other agent go?
He's in our command post here.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. You want to speak with him?
I don't think he can answer any of my questions.
If you have something you'd like to ask him, I'm sure he'd be willing to try to answer.
Yeah, because
Okay.
I didn't have anything to say about that phone. So kind of curious, but it's not a big deal.
Well, I can have him come by. Not a problem, man. Hey, this gentleman would like to ask you a couple questions if you have a minute. All right, sir. Thank you. He'll be right out. Sir, Mr. Spencer.
I don't know how much you can answer, but was that found in the deleted section?
I can't give you that right now. It'll be listed in the where it was found.
Okay.
In the arrest warrant.
Yeah. Anything I knew about was
Okay. All right.
That's why I was asking.
Okay, no problem.
I think you guys being arrested for that.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
So what's next?
What's next is Rio's coming. They're gonna transport you to their holding cell, and then I'm gonna finish out my warrant, send it to my prosecutors. Prosecutor's gonna approve it, and then I'm gonna walk over here and get a judge to look to see if I can get a judge to sign the arrest warrant. Once the arrest warrant is signed out, you'll be booked on that arrest warrant. All right. Any other questions?
No, I appreciate you guys.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Strand, go ahead and step out here. So we're going to do this. Officer's going to switch out the cuffs, and then we will go ahead and take your holster and stuff off. get all that stuff.
Yes.
If you want, I'll just screw the belt and everything. Sure. Yeah, I guess. So do I get the wallet back? Would you like your wallet?
Well, I mean,
If you want it to go with you, it can.
yeah.
I just want to make sure we look in and make sure there's nothing in there we need to know about, okay?
My bank card.
Just making sure. Good. I don't know if he'll want his keys. I can take the cup key off, or I can just keep them all. Your call.
I'm going to take the cup key off.
Okay.
If and when he gets released, he has his keys with him.
There you go, sir.
All right. Let's go down to the station.
Thank you very much. Do you have a card off? Or if you can get his info?
Yeah, I'll take her.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. Thank you, sir.
Go ahead. Do you have an undershirt? Yeah. Go ahead and pick up the top shirt. And take your shoes off. And just slide it right here. You're fine. All right, let's go and walk over here and check it out.
Now the mighty have fallen.
Double check it.
I did try and look to see if I could find anything about him, but a guy with the same name came up from Michigan, but it was a different officer who had been off for 18 months. I don't know what happened to him, but I presume was not good. I presume he's no longer an officer. But yeah. There we are, right? I'm going to end the stream there. It's been over 8.5 hours plus the second stream. And, we haven't got many viewers here now. So I do appreciate those that did stick around. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate all of you, as always. Well, mighty sometimes. So we'll be back tomorrow at 9. Probably Brian Walsh stuff. And then we got Aiden's hearing. Presume will be streamed. If it is, then we'll stream it. If not, then we won't. But hopefully it will be. So that's the plan. Also, the other stream will be on at 9 as well. The trial. So yeah, I might start this one 5 minutes before the other one. So right. Anyway, thank you everybody. Thank you for being here, and I hope you have a great evening. And I'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully. Take care now. Bye bye.